Do I have the right scene on? Boys! Hi! We're up tremendous! I am genuinely getting so good at this, like, not starting on the wrong scene thing from switching from PTR back to live to PTR to live. Bro, I'm riding a fucking hot streak right now, if I'm being completely honest. I'm living large, dog. I haven't got myself banned yet. I haven't fucked up the scenes. I haven't started muted in a while. Brothers, we up. Leon, what up, my boy? Another day, another person in chat, back on the throne. I see Blotto. My refresh was slow. Do you even have to refresh? Like, isn't it supposed to, like, auto-update the player instead of forcing you to refresh? Shouldn't it be, like, title change, player update, live? Not always? Oh, no. Oh, no. Blotto's not on tech. Blotto's not on tech. You gotta refresh, like, once 158 hits. You gotta start refresh spamming so you're already on the tech. Because the title change updates. And, like, one time when I was in Iceland for the streams, I got Leon, like, 7 times with title changes because I couldn't figure out what I wanted the title to be. So I was, like, very indecisive. And I kept changing the title. And Leon literally posts in chat and goes, motherfucker, pick a title. And I'm like, okay, fine. Fine, goddamn. Goddamn, I'm, like, sitting there on my phone trying to, like, figure out what I want to put for a title. And I see Leon literally type in chat and he's like, bro, pick one. Like, goddamn. Yo, Emil, what up, dude? It's not New World anymore. I have not been on New World as my, like, main game since December of last year, man. I'm happy to see you. I hope everything's been well. So, there was a big, like, shift with me at a certain point. Because, as you know, I stream a shitload. Streak's still alive. I'm sitting at 871 right now. Stream starts same time every goddamn day. So, it's like, for me, I gotta be passionate about what I'm playing and I gotta believe in it in the long term. And there were some things that happened with New World where I lost that core belief that long term it was going to be able to grow to what I thought it would. And it became very, like, unfun for me. I was making enough to pay my bills. I could have sat there and farmed viewers until the death of New World was announced and then farm more viewers for a little bit and still be over there farming. But I didn't believe in it. So I said, fuck it. I'm outie. I tipped my hat to the New World comm and I said I will warlog a little bit so I can farm viewers and bring them over to Ashes. When I left New World, I was averaging like 150-ish. Lost about 100 average viewers coming over here. Went down to like 40-ish average for the first month or so that I was here. But I would go over to New World. I would start my streams with New World. And I would, I'd stay there until I did my wars. I'd have all my viewers from New World. And then after wars, bam, Ashes. And I'd be like, yo, chat, ask me anything you're wondering about Ashes. I'm trying to learn a lot as well. So it's good for me too. So I made the cats community over here, phase 2, back in December-ish. We had like 5 people that started out the comm. We have, between the entire, like, establishment of the community that has come and go, hundreds and hundreds of players that we are building up for launch. Actives always fluctuate, but, like, our total community presence over here is so fucking cool. So, Ashes for me has been an immediate hit. We got some huge news with the developer stream a few days ago. I did also reach out to Intrepid for some confirmation on a couple questions we had regarding the dev stream. Well, mostly one in particular. So we'll get into that in a little bit. But for me, it's like, I come over here, I see all of the social systems New World wanted to provide. I see a combat system that I actually really fuck with. It's got the stamina management of New World with, like, dodge, block, and a sprint. It's got the traditional MMO sense of gearing, but it also incorporates, like, you know, set drops. So a glory bound longbow is always going to be a glory bound longbow, but it has different rarities and qualities within the rarities. So you can have different roles of that. And you're chasing, like, higher rarity things of the best in slot item that you're looking for. Instead of New World, where it was just like, the name of the item doesn't matter because I'm just trying to RNG stat rolls on it. It's kind of cool. It presents, like, the social dynamic of New World with, like, an MMO, and it takes roots from, like, Arcade very heavily. But for me, and, like, my personal experience, right, it takes that, like, MMO gearing side of WoW, but way more player-to-player crafting emphasis and only open world emphasis as your friction, so it gets you out of the instancing. And everything like gear-wise is no bind on pickup, no bind on equip. So I can take this bow off right now, sell it, give it to somebody else, and then roll that gold into another piece. It's so fucking cool. It's so fucking cool. Also, Voss, what up, dude? Is it out yet? It's not gonna be out yet for a very long time. I still think, like, pending any changes, even with the announcement in mind, we still have the same remaining time through development that I think we had previously. I don't think much has changed in that realm. I feel like anyone that expects the content cadence to change drastically because of what we have heard, everyone's welcome to their own opinions, and nobody knows for sure, right? But I haven't heard any indicator that they are planning to ship the game any sooner. They haven't given us any indicator that, like, betas will be coming sooner than anticipated, anything like that, you know what I mean? So, until we have reason to, you know, decisively believe that, we can't really know for sure. But, more importantly, I think, you know, each side's entitled to their own opinion. I personally don't see anything changing on this end. Alzito, what am my boy Pear? Hello, test. What happened? Hi, Pear. Jar Jar. Good day. I think they're set up to start pumping. I received very good news. Very good news. So, basically, during the dev stream, Intrepid showed a graphic that implied they still had multiple positions open, right? That they were hiring for, some very important positions. Meanwhile, the Intrepid Studios careers page indicated to us that they were only looking for an associate software engineer. So instead of speculating and just being like, oh my god, I wonder, I said, I'm gonna just ask him. So I DM'd Maggie, and she actually got back surprisingly fast. Thank you, Maggie. So I DM'd Maggie and I was like, hey, I was just wondering, feel free to not answer if you can't answer, but like, there was a graphic that was shown on the dev stream that indicated you guys were still hiring for positions, and then the careers page indicates that you guys are only hiring for one. Is the website out of date and needing to be updated, or was it a discrepancy on like the graphic side? And we did get confirmation. The positions have found candidates directly from Intrepid. So we don't have confirmation that everything is set in stone and filled and set away and the people are set up and working daily and everything like that. We have no indicator there. But the position as we know it is filled. I thought they hired you as a software engineer. We'd be fucked. Can you imagine if they were so down bad they had to hire me after announcing a price drop? Oh my fucking god, bro, the Discord would be on fire. No, I am not an associate software engineer. I am an idiot. I just vibe code it. Bro, honestly, I'm really bad at directions. And so when I was navigating us through San Diego on TwitchCon and stuff, or at TwitchCon and stuff, I was like, no GPS pulled up. They'd be like, we need to get here. And I have no idea how San Diego's laid out, by the way, and we're walking like a good distance. I was vibe navigating, and it wasn't through AI. It was literally through looking in a direction and going, I sense it this way. Bruh, I swear to God, I navigated us right where we needed to be so many times with no GPS. They just said, oh, we're trying to go here. And I was like, okay, cool, that's this way. And I just fucking guessed. I got really lucky. So maybe, who knows, man? Throw me at the top of the econ spot. I'll just be like, okay. I see the problem. We let everybody dupe to gold cap, and then the duping isn't an issue. I've solved the econ. Nobody's mad about duping if everybody's duping. And then we just ban everybody. No more econ problem. No players, no problems. DustyWhy for president. On the subject of your community, actually started a community based around recruiting noobs, changing the game, and setting them free to enjoy the game. Cats be interested in being one of our recommendations. I mean, we're always down to take in new players. Like, we have a whole section of the guild, or like the community that's built around casuals as well. So we just have more of that like integration of, you know, the whole gameplay loop, so to say, because we've had time to establish. But yeah, I mean, any new players that are looking for something that's like set up and gives them a role to play is always welcome to come through and join, man. Keith, what you getting up to? Straight to jail? No. No forest fires? Exactly. Exactly. So it's like, if I were in charge of the econ, just ban the players. Just ban the econ. No more econ problems. No more problems. Everybody goes out. Everybody immediately crafts all of their bis. Actually, fuck it. Hold on. Chat. I have an idea. $24.99, and you get to 1 kill off of level 25. And then you can pay an extra $4.99 add-on to get that last little bit of experience to 25, or you can go farm your way to 25 so you can say you hit 25 organically. And then, y'all ever heard of like Dollar Shave Club? So what if I told y'all about Dollar Mat Club, where under Dusty's Econ, you guys would be able to subscribe to different tiers of boxes within the in-game store that would be delivered directly to your mail on a once weekly basis that would basically have an assortment of materials, different materials each week based on the theme of the week. You'd get some different rarities, you'd get some different rewards for that, and there are different tiers that you can also subscribe to. The econ under Dusty. The fuck? My monitor just went dark for a second. I just got like the anti-planet dwarf. What the fuck? My gaming monitor just went like black for a second. I thought I was getting teleported by a GM. Oh shit, I got scared, bro. I'm just like sitting in town and like my game goes black for a second and I'm like, wait, what the fuck? I got in like combat stance, bro. I got perked up and I was like ready to take a fight. Oh my fucking god. Okay, so anyways, they took down the principal econ job posting. Yes. So all of the postings that were previously shown, no, hold on, wrong drawing. That's the pros cons list and a leak of Clued the Oracle. This was outdated comparatively to like this month, but essentially the jobs that were taken down comparatively to 2 months ago: principal econ designer, senior anti-cheat engineer, senior build engineer, software engineer, and a technical producer. And then they also had a principal technical artist in the graphic that was shown this dev stream. But I reached out to Intrepid and they were able to confirm that all of the positions have been at least, like, you know, found qualified candidates for the positions. Not everything's set in stone yet in terms of it being all set up and 100% nailed in. But they have at least found candidates for all of the positions, and the intrepidstudios.com/careers page is confirmed through Intrepid Studios accurate. As far as we know. All of these positions that were previously listed have been filled. Which is fucking huge, by the way. It's literally huge. These are so many core positions that were previously not filled and were previously just like, as far as we know, put on other people to kind of like act in those roles. And having dedicated support and dedicated staff in each of those roles is fucking integral. Steen, thank you for the 25-day streak, dude. Good afternoon. I hope you're having a beautiful one. See, you see, as Steven confirms, Steam will just launch the Ashes launcher and not the game itself. Yeah. That's kind of what I thought it would be. I figured that's how the affiliate, like the referral stuff would work as well. Where it's just like you do !Ashes, you make your account on the Intrepid website or through the Intrepid launcher, I would have to guess. And then if it's the same account that you're logging in with through Steam, then you just log in through the Intrepid launcher after launching through there. That's what I thought it was gonna be. Personally, I didn't think it was gonna go like the direct like EXE of Ashes, but Principal Econ is the god of the game. Principal Econ designer is an ungodly large role to fill. Yes, that is such a big role that actually dictates so much in terms of a long-term econ design and allows some form of hopeful, keep in mind, just because somebody gets hired doesn't mean somebody's gonna stay. Just because somebody, you know, gets hired doesn't mean they're going to make all the right choices. Anything can happen along the way, right? But the fact that so many of those positions are actually filled at this point in time, and they can now actively start working with teams at capacity, right? This is the first time since I have been involved in Ashes in any way, shape, or form, even following the project, that I have seen every single job listing except for Associate Software Engineer filled. And I think Associate Software Engineer is just one that stays concurrently up because to my knowledge, that's more of a like, hey, you've got intro credentials, come through. So, is Steven in the stream? No, Steven's busy as shit. What'd you do to get banned from the Discord? The fuck did you do? Bro, just go into the Arena Awards. What the hell? What do you mean? How do you get banned from the Discord? They literally gave you a room to be a degen and they gave you a rage room where you can just throw shit around. Can't believe how much they got done being that short-handed. I mean, like, they have probably been short-handed compared to what they want to be for like a cruising altitude, so to say, for the entirety of development so far. Z, good morning. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Like, this is probably the first time. Shut up, Carla. Hello. You better be selling stuff. Someone's got to pay for our things. Genuinely, like, this is the first time they've been at capacity, I think. And for them to have got this far in development, starting the studio at 12 employees and building up through that and getting to the point where it's at now, that's really fucking cool, I think. Like, that's really awesome. I was a degen to Steven personally, and I guess he didn't take a good... Well, you can't be personal with people. He did say, in all fairness, if you get very personal with people, then, like, they're gonna ban you. Please keep it focused on, like, game-related feedback. Like, somebody got Thanos snapped for saying that they got the parking attendants working as devs. God fucking damn it. I shouldn't be giggling. Like, I understand why people get banned, but also just people's general, like, conceptual yaps are so fucking funny sometimes. But, yes, like, with the expectation that, like, yeah, get personal with the dev team or anything, like, you'll get the Thanos snap, like, I don't have, like, much, maybe, like, a ban appeal or something. Maybe, like, yo, wait, end of Shoal event, Browley, end of Shoal event, December 1st. You log in immediately, right? And then you make a character that says, I'm sorry, Steven. And then when he shows up to the event, you message him and say, Steven, this is Browley. I understand that I have committed sin, and my feedback should be directed at the game and not at the players behind the game. I apologize. And then you just leave it at that. And then you walk away, and maybe the sandaled one sees it in his heart to get you with the unban. Mayhaps. But I have no power there. I was a dick and he got mad at me, I guess. Yeah, like, we gotta remember, it's very rare in game dev that we even have, like, access to Steven and the dev team in, you know, any capacity, in any equivalent development process. The fact that we can, like, message developers and, like, ping developers in Discord and they actively check that and respond is fucking remarkable in the first place. You know what I mean? I think that's a very, very, very impressive thing. And I do understand that they probably have so much shit that comes their way. Because keep in mind, people that are getting banned from the Discord are the people that are saying things publicly. People feel really fucking strong in DMs, bro. You wanna know the DMs I've got, like, telling me to off myself? Bro, people feel really strong in DMs, let me tell you what. People just send that anonymously, and they're just like, yeah, fuck it, we good. Like, people are crazy. Can you imagine the shit they get? I legit feel bad for them. Yeah, there's a reason why I say I don't bother Intrepid. Like, I messaged Margaret today, and I literally started with, because this is like the fucking, I messaged her one time to be like, hey, someone's streaming the PTR, and then I just left it at that. And then this was the second time that I've ever messaged Margaret, because I don't want to bother her. And I was like, hey, I don't want to be a bother, I just have a question. If you cannot answer, please do not answer. Please just let me know, cannot answer, and then that's good. I was like, do not feel obligated. And, like, I am so cautious to, like, not try to, like, bother them with shit. And, I feel like some people don't also have that line of, like, I guess humanism behind it. Like, I understand that people can be, like, upset about the state of things, but I also don't think everybody in Intrepid is immediately just, like, looking at the feedback of people that are saying, hey, I'm not liking this, and just being like, fuck you. Like, I think they also are not necessarily, like, you know, satisfied with the state of the game and want it to be better. I think everybody does, and I feel like some people just lose sight of that the people who are actively working on the game do also want the game to reach its full potential. It's just there's a process to get there. You gotta start lifting weights to be brolic as shit, you know what I mean? And if you don't start lifting weights and keep lifting weights, you're never gonna get there. There's a process to it. And they've got to start making the game, and then improve the game, and then improve the game more, and improve the game more, and improve the game more. And if they keep doing that for long enough, the community's behind them, then guess what? Game's pretty fucking cool after enough time. Don't get hated for game. A lot of people just, like, I'm gonna be real. A lot of people have a lot of, like, tribalism around games right now. And it's also, I think, like, it's a testament to how everything has to either be the greatest thing in the world or a complete flop and a complete dead game and a complete DOA game. And I think that people forget there is an entire sect of games that has no intent on being like the most popular game in the world and truly just wants to develop a game that's not meant to attract everybody, but is meant to appeal to some people who are really, really, really passionate about that type of game, right? But people want to get personally offended that Ashes is not chasing that. And people want to get, like, very, 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 I don't know, like, weirdly up in arms. You know what I mean? Just because they don't actually enjoy Ashes. Whether it's the concept, whether it's the development, whether it's the developer. I think a lot of that is the thing. People hate this game because they think it's a scam is the main reason. My question to people that are thinking it's a scam, though, is like, what's the scam of Ashes? Like, right now, I'm obviously not doing too much because I just got on. I'm going to the Riverlands so I can see what's up over there. And so I'm like, I'm off the coast avoiding all mobs just on my little shoal skipper. I can even go underwater if I want to. But personally, like, I definitely feel the latter part of that. Like, people not liking the graphics, like, that's a very personal, you know, subject to whoever you ask. Like, some people like the look of Borderlands, some people hate the look of Borderlands, some people like League of Legends, some people hate League of Legends. I think, like, graphic style is, to some people, absolutely extremely important. I personally am not a huge, like, art style turn on, turn off person, because I'm not very artistic, so to me, all of this shit looks really cool. Like, I played Diablo 2 for thousands and thousands and thousands of hours. So for me, I'm like, shit, it looks better than Diablo 2 Lord of Destruction did. That's, like, maybe it's just personal standards and stuff, but, like, I'm much more a gameplay over art style person. But I 1000% feel that. A lot of people also do say it looks dated, feels dated from a gameplay state, but, like, you know, it looks dated. It's got that older vibe to it, which, I'll be real, is actually kind of intended, if I'm being honest. Graphics are 1000% going to change and going to continue to develop. Things look better now than they did before. Everything continues to evolve, right? But I definitely think the graphic style is absolutely a thing that can turn people off, and the fact that it is, it's meant to, both in, like, difficulty and time investment and everything involved, really mimic one of those older MMOs. Like, every aspect of it is. Doesn't feel dated in graphics, but in design. But again, that's kind of like I feel like that's kind of the gist of Ashes, though, you know what I mean? It is a classic take on a modern MMO, if that makes sense. Like, they're almost trying to pull MMOs back in time a little bit with Ashes and use the modern systems and the modern tech that are available to kind of, like, make that possible. Which, for some people, will really fucking hit, you know what I mean? But for some people, it's not gonna be it. So, right, graphics personally, no matter, don't bother me that much as long as the game is good, but it must be for everyone. Yeah, 1000%. Whole scam thing, everyone knew what they were getting into. They literally said you're supporting for the development of the game. I think they could say a million times over, hey, this is in development, hey, this is in development, hey, this is in development. It's like no matter how many warning labels you slap on something saying this cup of coffee is hot, somebody will not put a sleeve on their cup of coffee, somebody will spill their coffee, somebody will not be careful with their coffee, and then they'll say, oh my fucking god, why is this stupid coffee so fucking hot? It's never, oh, silly me, I wasn't careful enough. It's always, why is this coffee so fucking hot? So, Intrepid can literally, they could have Margaret standing at the doors of fucking Vera, saying, hey, welcome to Vera, everything sucks, please prepare. The fuck yous are to your left, the go fuck yourself idiots are to your right, everything out there is ass. Enjoy. And people would still go out there and go, why is it all bad? Like, they could frame it in the worst possible way, and people would still have their expectations too high. And it's not even, like, that bad, in my opinion. Like, it's far from the worst playable product that's on the market, and it's only getting better. But it's like, people will just come in and immediately expect this to be, like, peak fucking WoW type immersion and, like, polish for them, and, like, their favorite phase of WoW multiplied by the best head that they ever got in their life. And it's just like this unachievable level for some people, where no matter what Intrepid does, somebody will always be unhappy with the decision making. And, like, it is what it is, dog. I just think in terms of the gaming community right now, especially the MMO the MMO community is really small. Like, as much as everyone, you know, shits on the Asmongler ever since he's gone to politics, when he, like, I miss his gaming content before he went all politicky, because I'm not a politic person, to each their own. But, like, he took a huge section of people with him that were no longer supporting MMO communities and were just, like, you know, his little zerglings. And, like, I like Asmon, but damn, he sucks at games. He used to be average at games and have a crazy, like, personality and shit that made him very, like, I don't know, almost, like, surreal to gamers, right? Like, the Asmongold character is a fucking absurd character, and it's always been so fitting to him, and he was always, like, just good enough at games to get carried by everybody in his chat that was actually okay. Like, he was good enough to know what to do and what to farm for content, and bad enough to where people would believe that he was selling, and it wasn't on purpose type shit. But as him and a lot of the other, like, all-time massive content creators kind of transitioned out of MMOs into more of their, like, current avenues of content, it did really lower the, I guess, like, the transparency that was coming out about MMOs, right? When you had a ton of people who were out here making MMO content, when you guys had 100 fucking streamers to watch every single day, you were seeing this MMO in early access, this MMO in alpha, this MMO is 2 weeks post-launch. But now MMOs are so, like, few and far between, and the content creators are all a bit more few and far between too, that there's essentially this large wave where it's like you have your people who kind of, like, hold it down in each MMO directory, and those are going to be your small MMO content creators because they're not getting that snowball. Then you have your MMO content creators that kind of, like, cycle around, and they get the viewership from every MMO, and then they just pop through. And as the MMO community has got smaller, people gravitate towards those, like, you know, those larger content creators. And so over time, that can kind of, like, you know, just create this roaming snowball, so to say. This little avalanche of viewers. It's intriguing to watch it happen. Sometimes it can be really, really good for MMOs that have staying power because they can hold the content creators and a chunk of that snowball can break off. But there's a lot of it where people just kind of like hop on that and just keep going through. A lot of streamers create their own content when they get big enough with their community. Yeah, no, totally, I feel that. Like, I don't even think it's a matter of getting like large enough. Like, the transition to IRL streaming has been 1000% like different than I think the gaming transition. But I think the thing with a lot of like gaming content creators that they try to strive for is like no matter what they're doing, they have that core community as their like baseline. And then from there, anytime stuff's popping off, it's a much more, you know, you get that like event audience, so to say. And if you know like what your route is, you know, what will bring in viewership, what doesn't bring in viewership, then like you can pretty much do whatever once you're established enough, especially in MMOs, since there is so fucking much to do in MMOs. It's definitely an intriguing thing to think about. Yo, Rive, what up, dude? How did the cats get the abs? Hard work. Dedication.
Trend cycles.
Listen, there is a lot that went into this. This peak fucking figure that you see, Rive. This took time, buddy. This took more cycles than you would ever fucking be willing to put yourself through, my dude. Ever. Whirlwind's meat made me stay up till like 6 a.m. I went to bed wanting to wake up at like 11 so I wouldn't fuck my shit up. Woke up at 2:30. Whirlwind's Meat, the single player Souls game with difficulties where then you can do some stuff with your friends, but in the co-op modes, the co-op people don't actually get loot or rewards, so they're just Asmongolding for you. Like, Whirlwind's Meat is actually such an Asmongold game because he could do all the co-op modes and then like co-op people literally don't get rewards, it's only the hosts. And it'd be perfect. He wouldn't have to worry about his comm getting stuff instead of him. Those ungrateful fucks taking all of his stuff. Club waterfalls to catch our fish. You gotta get them before the drop. Yeah, you can't have those bruised fish. Is there some gold to assist pack and tattoo cats on each muscle? Turning Dusty into a cat with abs, with cats with abs. Jesus fucking Christ, I smoked a bowl too recently for that last part. I mean, how do you know that I don't have abs? Like, how do you know that I'm not just a chiseled peak, like, ripped male under this pump cover? What makes you think I'm a soft body? I'm so sad it's not more MMO than it is. Also like PvP, but I need good PvE. Tried a little dungeon, but literally just one boss and it was so fucking easy. Yes. Yeah, 1000%. And that was my concern with it. And I think the reason why it got an MMO tag and a lot of MMO hype from the MMO community is because there are a lot of MMO creators right now that are literally just trying to say anything that could be an MMO is an MMO that could potentially have staying power. And we saw the same thing with Dune to a certain extent. Like, everyone wanted to say Dune was an MMO. Shit, the original Dune marketing push said Dune was an MMO. And a lot of content creators ran with that, and then lo and behold, not MMO. And I feel like right now in the current state of so many MMO content creators feeling like they don't have that place, they will absolutely be checking out a lot of MMOs. I mean, we're probably gonna see like the Whirlwind's Meat hype fade, and then people go to like Aeon for a little bit, and then we'll probably see Ashes get a big push from MMO content creators coming through for the 11th. I'll probably be buried so far down the directory, nobody knows where to find me, like I'm lost at the bottom of a fucking well that's covered in cement. So, I'm cool with that. More exposure with Ashes is a good thing. But there is absolutely... Aeon isn't for months? I don't know, when's Aeon playable? I saw that Aeon has huge fucking ass and titty, like, sliders. Like, fucking massive bazoongas. I didn't know what was available with it, but I saw their character creator stuff, and holy shit. Actual fucking meat cannons over there, let me tell you what. That shit, those give additional armor scaling, bro. My fucking lord. Any whirlwind attacks? It's an instant skip for me. What, huge ass and titties? Do you not like huge ass and titties? The fuck kind of man are you, Keith? Do you also put ketchup on a finely cooked steak? What the hell is this? Brother would literally go see the wonders of the world and be like, okay, can I get back in the car? I mean, he wants them on real girls. No, I don't think there's any restriction around ass and titties. Aeon 2 can be played in 2 days, just not a Western release. That makes sense. That makes sense. For sure, screen tear with all that ass and titties jiggling. Yes, 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 yes. Listen, it's the right screen tear, though. It's like the screen punishment that we need. Yo, what up, Reppy? Evo, hi. Do you still need a lumber miller? Or nah? I saw your post yesterday, so I figured I would catch up with you when you came back in. I vote blue cheese and mushroom on my steaks. I mean, blue cheese kind of fucks, but Korean Taiwan release, we still have a while. Right, but we can play, like, people can play the Korea servers, right? Andrew's doing it? Okay, word. Titties and ass can be too big, but that's my opinion. While I agree, we've discussed this before, I feel as though the optimal tank, like, build is basically a very short, huge ass, huge titties build, so that way you have the counterweights. So, like, you look at a crane in the way a crane's built. Cranes can carry very heavy stuff without tipping over because they have the huge counterweight in the back. So, as a tank, we would want to be built with the, like, the lowest center of gravity in history, right? As low as we can get, straight low rider. And then we want the fattest ass, the densest ass possible. And then we want big bazookas on the front end. So that way somebody tries to, like, give us a frontal shove, and, like, worst case scenario, you know how kangaroos go back on their tail and then they just, like, kick and then they come back up? That's what I'm thinking our defense is. So, like, even if we get charged, it's like a boing, like you're on a trampoline, and then we just bounce back up. What am I listening to? The optimal tank build. And just because you don't want to accept the meta doesn't mean that it's not the meta. Like, if I'm being completely honest, what is the advantage of having, like, big brolic mountain ass motherfucker out on the battlefield? Easier to hit with arrows, larger target, more limb to chop at, right? Very short, 5'2" thick ass soldiers, not tippable overable, much smaller hitboxes, navigatable on the battlefield. You can fit more in one Trojan horse. I just feel like the meta of the most brolic people being the soldiers, I disagree with it. I feel like you've got to think about, like, the square footage usage. Where am I going? Wait. I just tried to get on my mount, and I just started running away from my mount. The fuck? Let me on my mount. Stupid ass fucking game. What the goddamn hell? I got scared as shit. Don't forget they float too. Okay, see, that's why I also am a huge advocate for, on the ships that we have, instead of, like, potion launchers, I want us to have dwarf launchers, where we load a dwarf in from our party to the launcher and then shoot them out of the cannon. Best case scenario, dwarf lands on boat safely, and then we have boat combat. Worst case scenario, dwarf lands in clean Varan water and preserves the clean Varan water without getting it all, like, alchemically. You know what I mean? Like, potions have so many harmful things in them. And if there's anything that I've learned from Vero round 1, fucking IRL, bro, plastic doesn't go away and we don't know what that shit's made out of. So, personally, I'm a huge advocate. Just launch each other out of the cannons. No potions into the water. It's better for us. It's better for the economy. And it's better for... Why can't I go on that rock? It's better for all of the Varans that will come in after us and enjoy this world as well. Operator, what up, dude? Just tuning in. No, it's not ready to be called early access. When everyone here knows, we're still 2 to 3 years out if everything progresses perfectly. So that's kind of the caveat to it, though. They're not trying to say early access means that development cadence has shifted. And that's where I think, like, it's important to ask the outward community what their opinion is on it. The people that have been, like, not as tuned in as, you know, me streaming every day. So, I'm curious, like, how many people that are outside of the comm that are going to be checking it out are seeing this early access and realizing that we're still in Alpha 2 Phase 3. We're still pre-beta. And like, it's still going to be the same development cadence as far as we have heard so far. Like, obviously we have no way to know for sure, but like, as far as we know so far, it is going to be the same development cadence, same timetable, same everything, just labeled as early access the entire time, with basically different like eras to it. So I'm kind of concerned. It's a good point. Well, so this is the thing though. Not everybody's gonna know that. So this is my concern, because not everybody's gonna go, oh, let's go check in with Dusty and see what's up with it. Let's go run it by the Ashes guy. You know what I mean? It's like, early access to a lot of people can mean a certain thing. And to a lot of people, it can mean that... Sulos, what up, dude? To a lot of people, it can be a very pre-launch product. Funny enough, I got into a yap one day with Tarvo, one of my dear community members, because like we were talking about early accesses, and I was actually on the side of the fence where it's a post-beta pre-launch product, and Tarvo was like, no, it can mean anything. And after talking with Tarvo on it, I was like, you know what? You kind of right, dog. You kind of right. And so that changed how I thought about it, like way before all of this. And then it was a matter of like, okay, well, I'm glad I changed my train of thought on this. Sorry, late to class. Unfucking believable. Unbelievable. Think about what you've done. If you want to sell an unfinished game on Steam, it's going to be labeled as early access because it's a term Steam uses for products in development. Correct. But also not everybody's going to like have that train of thought. You know what I mean? For a lot of people, early access genuinely, like in their head, whether it's good, bad, indifferent, correct, incorrect, we're not the ones to, you know, call them out on that. But to a lot of people, that early access term is synonymous with like, this is getting shored up and ready to launch. And I feel like that's going to be the most detrimental thing. And because of that, I'm actually going to make a video about it. I know. Isn't that crazy? DustyWhy making a YouTube video about it. I'm scripting it out today after stream, finishing my scripting. I'm recording it tomorrow before stream. And then we'll get it edited up. It should be up by midweek next week. I will take people through what the early access is actually going to be. I will take people through the good, the bad, the indifferent of what we have right now and what people can currently access. What are the core misses right now from the perspective of myself and my community, and what people can expect as it continues to go. It'll be a good, the bad, the ugly from somebody who has seen it all and is not just making up something in passing. I know there are a lot of people that have been running with some very weird stuff about the game. And like, I've seen a whole lot of the personal attacks on Steven and stuff like that. Personally, people are welcome to make the content they want. But if anybody that is making a Steven's a terrible guy, so don't support his game video, has ever listened to a Chris Brown song or a Kanye song or shit, watched one of their streamers that's had an allegation, shit, bro. Shit. Yo, Pock, what up, my dude? Flanky wanky. Much love, brother. How was the stream today? Way to come in. Listen, the apps are always here, man. The apps are always here. So I just made a huge announcement. Ready? Sit down. I'm recording a YouTube video tomorrow morning. Woo! Crazy shit. Crazy shit. No, it's not sponsored. Nobody's paying me. I'm just sick and tired of people that make shitty-ass clickbait content, making shitty-ass clickbait content without anybody there to challenge them with the facts of, I have played this much of this playtest since this date. I have played every single day since I came in. Here are the good things, here are the bad things, and here are the ugly things. And here's what you have to look forward to in the future, providing things continue at the current pace. Ain't nobody doing that shit because it doesn't sell. But there might just be enough people that are getting tired of fucking clickbait ass shit that would actually enjoy a good informative video. So I'm gonna answer the fucking bat signal, and we're dropping some information for the lads. Boys, if you haven't been here before, I appreciate y'all coming through today from the flanker raid from the morning crew. My name's Dusty. I stream every single day starting around 2 p.m. EST. I've streamed 871 days in a row. I am a full-time Ashes content creator here quite literally every day. I never leave. I'm not going to leave. I am here through everything to provide my feedback, good, bad, and indifferent, my boys. So that video talking about Seasons Past. Was that the one that Flanker was watching on stream? I like popped in for a little bit and said what up because I was shocked to see Flanker. Yo, look, thank you for the follow. I was shocked to see Flanker actually streaming again. So brother's getting ready for his leveling loop where he's gonna take on my viewers. So we gotta rush. We gotta fucking race flanker, dog. Wait, flanker. Play on the NA server and then level in my group, even if you're outside a guild, and then we'll just fucking multi-stream it. We'll take down pirate software together. We can do it, buddy. I believe in us. Chat, we need 2 tabs from everybody. Flanker with his iconic hoodie and vape. No, dude, as soon as I tuned in, I saw the hoodie, and then I immediately, he's like mid-yap, and then I see the hand come up with the vape, and I'm like, that's my fucking dog. That's my dog. He's back. He's in grind mode. We got Flanker again. I think we call that in a session. And a disposable coffee cup. Dude, listen, listen, listen. I'm out here saving the environment. I got my reusable mugs. We're up, tremendous. I hope they put up a straw poll on whether the community wants a mega server or split servers again. Well, you want to know what's crazy? They essentially tried to do that previously and feel out the sentiment, and they were also like, oh, hey, you guys on EU would not have a lot of people. And everyone was like, no, we want our own server. And like, then they were forced to make their own EU server. The straw poll shit didn't work last time, dog. It didn't fucking work. That mug is dangerous. Slim bottom, heavier rim. That's gonna get knocked over. This one? Nah, this shit, it's actually kind of large. It's kind of formidable. It's not like that slim. This is a 1.25 liter Dr. Pepper. This is this mug. So it's probably like I don't know, at least a half liter. Like, it's a large mug. So, but yeah, I haven't knocked it over yet. I don't know where it came from, but it says, it's not the journey, but who you travel with. And it's the largest mug I have. And I like large mugs because I don't have to like get up as much when I'm drinking my coffee. A good chance the Pirates will be on EU. Those are playing last time. I have thoughts, and I don't want my thoughts to sound mean. Like, Pirate Software going to EU is essentially me announcing that I'm gonna be doing a sponsored like content IRL stream in Chicago and being like, fuck O-Block, O-Block ain't got shit, and then like going to Chicago and then dying. At that point, I kind of deserve it, you know what I mean? And like, brother was one of the largest anti-advocates of stop killing games, which EU was very passionate about, primarily because of his anti-advocacy for the project. And I feel like going to the hood that you just tried to spin the block of and be like, hello, comrades, might not be the best long-term play. I did a little bit of polling, and again, just within my small little community, right? When he was saying that he was going to come back for this phase. And the general consensus from everyone on NA was like, oh, yeah, like if he, you know, if he gives us a reason to deck on him, we'll deck on him. But we're not going to go out of our way. We don't really care that much. Like, nobody actually cares that much on NA anyways. Everybody that I mentioned it to on EU and, like, pulled from EU wanted his head on a platter like he dumped their tea in the harbor, dog. I swear to fucking God. It was like, it was violence as soon as I mentioned it to anybody from EU. And I was like, Brody might actually want to come over to the NA server for safety. Like, genuinely, it was a unanimous thing too. Because I think his stream time is like more aligned with the EU peak. But that also makes it a little harder for him to operate if everyone on EU wants his noodle on a platter, you know what I mean? Pirates not be a thing. I think he only called out that he'll be playing and not that the guild will be a thing again. Yeah, because last phase they were gonna come in as like an enthusiast community. For some reason, some French guild wants his blood. What the fuck? Why do the French have beef with Pirate Software? How the fuck do you piss off the French? In what fucking world? Who has ever pissed off the French enough to actually like start a war that they followed through with? Holy cannoli, that's fucked. Because people think his ego is annoying as fuck. I don't even think that like a streamer having an ego is something that's like foreign. I just feel as though it's the demeaning way of the ego being portrayed and the way that it attacks other people. Like Tyler1 also has a ginormous ego, but his ego is not tearing down other people all the time. It's like his own thing. You know what I mean? I think that's something that naturally like a lot of people do have, but there's also a level of like not weaponizing that and not making other people feel like shit with that. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's a big difference in why people like, you know, Tyler1 ego and not like certain other people's ego portrayal, you know? It's a difference in things, right? And I agree, like, Tyler's chilling. Tyler lives a very good life and does his thing. A lot of Tyler1's egos is his persona and not actually him. Yes, and he also isn't, like, I'm a casual Tyler follower. Like, I don't really keep up too much other than seeing clips and stuff, as like, I don't have the most time to watch full streams. But everything that I always see from like Tyler1's ego is the same thing as like you're talking shit to your friends that you're playing sports with and stuff like that. So like that's the biggest impression I've always got from that. Tyler craps on everyone. It's equality. Yeah. You can hand out hands equally, and then you're supporting equal rights for everyone. Exactly. Verbal hands only, by the way, chat. No actual violence, please be nice. There's ego and then there's aura. Fair. And like, yeah, it takes a certain level of somehow being under 6 foot as a man and having a head dent to actually have aura. But you know, there's a certain level of aura that's associated with it. He does his best. 1000%. Herd's largest issue was presenting himself as an expert when he was an absolute shit tier player. What? Just because he clicked abilities doesn't mean it was absolute shit tier. Like, I think there's the people who are like maybe top 25% that think they're the top 0.1%. And then there are the people that are truly actually shit tier. And like, I think a big thing with gaming right now is always the mentality of, if I'm being real, whether it's something MMO prog based as a team, PvP based, whether it is pushing up MMR in Dota, whether it's working on your ELO in any game, right? If you're playing ranked, there's always this like, this part of the community that's like, well, I'd be top rank already if my team wasn't dog shit. And like, that's the mentality that some people have had very traditionally in gaming since the dawn of time, you know what I mean? If everyone else around me wasn't dog shit, then I wouldn't be stuck in this dog shit rank in these dog shit games, and people would actually appreciate my mechanical prowess. And like, a lot of people do make that jump in their head. 1000%. Well, guys, if you want to play WoW, but Pirate's a great parser. Oh, I played WoW. Hold on. I got you. Hold on. Hold on. I haven't wowed in a while. But I went back for Classic and TBC because it was my favorite era of WoW, and then I never went back again. I don't know if this makes you like me more or makes you like me less, but please also keep in mind, I did quit a few weeks prior to the end of the phase that I was really going hard at. So please do not judge too hard, okay? Don't judge too hard. Sorry. I don't mean to disappoint. Please don't make fun of me. Also, I know, in before tank parses. I'm not playing Ret. Shut the fuck up. I'm not playing fucking Ret. But this was Pally's dope. I miss my Pally days. I miss Karazhan. TBC tanking was genuinely the most fun tanking, like, fucking ever. Oh my god, it was so good. Prop Paladin was a popular class in TBC as well. Tank parses here better than Ret. Yeah, that's fair. I was about to say, were you a druid? No, I didn't like the power shifting mechanics. I actually played with a really good druid, though. Let's see. Palf. Let's see. TBC. Kara. This was our feral tank that I was tanking beside. So, like, we had a really good tank core. It was me, Palf, and then my brother AMC who played a warrior, and he didn't get to parse or have fun. He just kind of sat there with stuff. But yeah, tanking was fun. That's the orange parse. I know. No, this is why I put the disclaimer out that I quit a few weeks prior to the end of the phase. Like, this was rank 2 parse. Most of these were top 100 to 200. These were all top 15 before top 1500, that is, before I quit. These were top 1000. Like, my worst parse was on the Nether fight, and that was a top 2000 when I quit. And then there were still a few weeks left where I was just like, all right, we're chilling. So yeah. But that was the life. I grew up in WoW, and then I went back for a little bit, and then I was just like, this is exactly what I thought it was gonna be. The fact that Dusty can get a good parse means anyone can parse good. Why do you think I play tanks, bro? Most tanks are old men keyboard turners. Yeah, at the end of the day, like, I don't need to score 100 points in an NBA game to say I scored 100 points in a basketball game. If I go to the old men wheelchair league and score 100 points, that still means I scored 100 points, bro. I got a story to tell. What the fuck you mean? Yeah, I'm cool with that shit. I ain't gotta beat Team Liquid, bro. I just gotta beat myself and a bunch of 60-year-old geriatric tanks, and I can do that. Don't turn into Pirate Software. Pirate Software would have already been at the wheelchair basketball game. Dusty will. Listen. Coming home and being like, yo, chat, I dropped 100 points in a basketball game today would be a banger way to start stream. You know what I mean? I wouldn't clarify that I did it on a bunch of people that I literally crossed out of their chairs. But like, 100 points, dog. Real question, would Throw have made it to the game, or would he have roached on the way to the gym? If he had an advantage, he would have gone to the game. Yeah, if he could have used his legs, 1000%. I bet he could at least hit a foul shot. Like, foul shots are not hard to hit. I would be willing to bet that Pirate Software versus DJ Khaled in basketball, Pirate Software probably wins. Just, like, I don't want to, like, go too far onto one side of it. Video links of Dusty posterizing a bunch of geriatric. Yo, no, so I'm not gonna lie. Back when I was playing in college, I just played at local college in Maine. So, like, I was, like, good at basketball, but I was not, like, fucking D1, like, fucking, you know, windmilling on 6'8" people's heads, right? But, like, I was good at basketball. There was a YMCA that did noon, Tuesday, Wednesday adult men's league runs. And while I was playing in college, bro, I would just like, I'd hit a little V cut, I'd be in the corner, I'd fake top, I'd go baseline, catch, and then just like reverse. And it was like a bunch of 50-year-old dads that were on their lunch break. Like, people would actually like shower and go back to work in their work fits. And I was just like, bro, I was like bringing over my little college backpack and shit, and I was in the full runs, bro. It was cooked. I felt so bad. Yeah, I'm glad that I was never a big like hoop mixtape guy. Huffington, what up, my boy? Enjoy life, man. Live it up and dunk on some old people while you're living it up. Jesus fucking Christ. Listen, I told chat, anybody that was on TwitchCon this year, like everybody that went, I would have run ones if we went to a basketball court, but nobody wanted to go to a court. Nobody actually wanted it. So, you didn't feel bad? Me? No, fuck no. What you mean, bro? I need to get my runs in. I need to get my ups. What the fuck you mean? Like, even to this day, if I go to like a basketball run, I'm just like, I'm slower than I was then. Like, I'm fatter than I was then. I'm more unathletic than I was then. But I'm a tall person that can shoot from very far away, and I can play back to the basket. So in 1v1s, I just go, is this person slower and fatter than me? Or is this person taller, or like faster than me? And if slower, I play outside. If smaller and faster, I play inside. If someone's taller and faster than me, then you probably played like D1 or something. And then I'm probably just cooked anyways. So, you know, I'll hold my own, but 41 hour on the 1v1 one day? I mean, shit. I never turned down a run of ones, bro. I'm not the greatest 1v1 player either, but like I love the ones. I'm such a bad ISO player. I'm like a Kmart, like, I don't know, like a JJ Redick, Kyle Korver, like Klay Thompson type, where I'm not exactly like making my own shots, but like I'll run 1v1s first to 3. I start with ball, winner keeps ball. Yeah, that's fine. I'd give you that start. I don't know how big you are, but like I'd give you that start. First time I saw you in the stream, I thought you were short and shy and sweet. Instead, you're tall and energetic and unhinged humor. I mean, how do you know I'm tall? I could be just bullshitting you, bro. Like, what if I photoshopped all of the TwitchCon pictures and stuff? Like, straight up. I get up and shoot, love making plays. Like, my thing is, I can dribble, but it's like, why wouldn't I let my little 5'8" point guard manlet dribble a little bit and be all flashy and shit? And then I just kind of like jog in the corner and then catch and shoot and then jog back on defense and then play a little help side type shit. You know what I mean? Like, I call a switch, I'm not even screen type shit. Yo, I need help. Dusty, get up. What the fuck you mean? Plan out? Yeah, bro, I play very ploddingly. You know, I gotta reserve my energy, so to say. I only got 3 dunks in me, then I'm getting a beer, so we can definitely only go the first to 3. Bro, I'm not even gonna lie. I'm a 1 foot jumper, right? So my entire life, every jump has always been on like one leg. When I play ball now, it's like I can get up, but every time I get up, it's like my gas tank goes down just a little quicker. It's like the miles per hour are a little bit bad. Can't fight through screens anymore? I can, I just don't want to. So I was in college too. Like, why would I fight through the screen when I can come across the paint and then just get a block? It's more cinematic. Like, somebody's hitting me with a screen on my right side. If I'm on left outside and they're attacking middle on my right, why would I fight through that up top instead of saying, you hedge, I drop, I roll back, I square up, stop the big from getting into the paint, force them out of the middle into the lane of drive, right? That's the thing. Some people don't understand that, like, even if you're switching a screen, you can still manipulate the space off of that screen. So, like, if I switch the screen and then I stay on the big's right shoulder, well, their left shoulder, their back shoulder that they'd be screening and open up with, and then I slip under that when they try to open up, and I Draymond Green titty check that, then the big's gonna run into me, I'm gonna stay there, and I'm either gonna catch an elbow to the jaw and flop and then get a charge, or that big and I are both going to slide directly into where they're trying to attack off of that screen, and then I do more while doing less. It's like work smarter, not harder type shit. Why would I step over and try to block a shot when I'm just like, oh, I go under, I mirror your big, and then you step over, you hedge for me, stop the shot coming off the top, force them back left, and then worst case scenario, I turn, I hedge left, person comes back down, takes away the roll. Screens don't have to be a hard thing, dog. You just gotta have 2 people with a goddamn brain. It's a hedge and recover on the like not screened end. So you're 6'5 plus and not as mobile anymore. I'm 6'5. Take away the plus. Yeah, I'm literally 6'5. People don't even hedge anymore. No, nobody hedges. Everybody's lazy, bro. Everybody plays defense and they just stand there going like this, and then they wait for somebody to get a steal, bro. There's a reason why Cooper Flagg, even if he averaged fucking 8 points a game, would still be an invaluable #1 pick. Because everybody just values offensive stats. What up? Hello. Good day. Then 2 chickens fart? Yo, Strix, my mom has the chickens. Dusty, can we talk? Talk about what, my gangly? We're not alone here. Hold on, Strix, don't follow us. Don't follow us. We need to get alone. Okay. Into the shady alleys of Winstead. We need to have the discussions. Alright, where is this guy? Where's this guy? Exploits incoming? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's not exploiting because I'm a streamer. I just take them to the back alley where we discuss things. This is fine. Everything you're seeing is perfectly normal. You do the modern NBA. After watching the 90s era NBA, can't handle the flopping today. I think the NBA is more skillful now in terms of the offensive end and the raw athleticism, but I do think foul baiting is annoying as fuck. I think that's like the worst part about modern NBA. I also like that it's not just the point of like the 90s where it's genuinely just a bunch of brolic ass meatheads with unrefined fundamentals punching the shit out of each other. And I mean like actually punching the shit out of each other. And like my favorite era was the transition of when people were like, when Steph Curry was coming out as that like elite player, when the midi was still a thing, and you had that transition of like your inside out play, like your Tim Duncans, your Dirks with the mid range and stuff like that. And then you had your transition to like your Steph Currys. It was like the era where JJ Redick was coming out of Duke into the league, and he was like not the number one like he would have been in a modern offense, where they would have run him off screens and he would have been like a Klay Thompson but a number one. So like personally, I think the foul baiting and stuff is genuinely, if you watch the pace of play now, yo Iron, thank you for the follow, I appreciate you. It is it's so much faster. It's so much more athletic. It's so much more flashy. I mean, like, you got 6'3" dudes dunking on fucking 7'7" dudes running at 2 times the speed that they were running at in the 90s, while also doing some voodoo wizardry shit with the basketball where it looks photoshopped in their hands. The modern training, the modern nutrition, the modern workouts, the modern everything has allowed us to literally ascend to like superhuman levels. Like, I'm 6'5" and had a 40-inch vertical, and I was not a Division I prospect. If I was in the 90s, I probably would have gone to like at least some form of D1 school just based on raw athleticism. And then you throw in the fact that I could shoot. Different game now and then, right? It's just come so far, bro. Unless you're 6'8" with a 40-inch vert and you run a fucking 4.4 40 or faster, then you're not getting scouted off raw athleticism. So, miss the meatheads hacking and chopping everyone who went for a basket, I can't lie. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I miss Bruiser Ball a little bit. So like when I was growing up, my favorite player was always Tracy McGrady, and then I also really had soft spots for like Zadrunas Ilgauskas, like the Anderson Varejãos, the Marcin Gortats, the guys that were always just like in the paint, brolic as fuck, throwing bows, and then just banging around in the paint. Like my older brother was 10 years older than me. And he was a very traditional, like, back-to-basket big man player. So whenever we would play against each other, he would just beat the shit out of me. That's why I played, like, outside. That's why I learned to shoot threes. I couldn't beat his ass in the pace. He was too strong, bro. So, like, for me, like, I was always just a matter of, like, okay, I see that bruiser style, and I also want to avoid that bruiser style. I want to not get involved there. So I learned how to like finish through contact. I learned how to get crafty at the rim with my size, and I learned how to shoot from very far away so I didn't have to get bullied. Yes, are you in stream? I can educate. Penny Senegal over here. No, I mean, like, I'm the youngest of 3 brothers, so like 8 and 10 years older than I was. So, all right, Dusty was a bench warmer. I had to bribe the coach to get off the bench. Yeah, it was a tough one. It was a really tough one, bro. My scholarship money went directly back to my coach and embezzlement funds. Yo, Bob. Oh my God, you are here. Okay, wonderful. Welcome in. So you asked about scaling on the PTR. Very, 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 very heavy scaling. Yo, Kevin, what up, dude? Any controller support? There are controller options under the bind. So, like, you do have the gamepad options. It's possible to run on gamepad. People have run on on controller before. I wouldn't say it's, like, supported. Like, I don't support somebody doing Fent. But, like, people can do Fent. You know what I mean? So, you can play controller, but like, you don't necessarily get the best output as of right now. I'd expect it to continue to get better, but the people that have tried it say overwhelmingly, like, other than running around the world and like gathering, it gets a little rough. Do schools even get scholarships anymore, or are they just now called NIL deals? I mean, I think schools still give scholarships because like the NILs are exterior to the schools, because like name, image, likeness basically separates the athletes from the schools. So the way that it used to work is like if you were on any athletic scholarship money, then you weren't allowed to have any exterior income while you were in school. You couldn't work. You couldn't wait tables on the side. You weren't supposed to sell weed to your friends. Nobody does that. So like, you're not supposed to have any income. None. And the NIL deals, when that opened up, allowed people to have like that exterior sponsorship as well, where they were able to work with outside brands on top of all of like the school stuff. NILs just come from the school donors, so it's not actually separated. NILs allow people, name, image, likeness deals allow people to work with outside brands though. So like previously you couldn't sign with like New Balance, for instance, if you were in college, because you had basically your college overseeing you. If you're on a scholarship for something in college, like athletically, at least like NCAA wise, you're not even able to have like a part-time job with the old stuff. Now people can just rake in multi-million-dollar deals on top of everything the school provides. So like schools still have like a massive amount of money that comes in from their private funders. And I don't necessarily know how the school direct side of it works, because I was way back and also wasn't like a fucking full ride player or anything like that. I was nowhere near that. My scholarships mostly came because my grades were good enough. So on my end, like I'm by no means an expert on like the school side of things in terms of how that's handled now, but I do know the exterior side of it is the biggest thing. Should go to open trials for the Red Claws next time they have it. Oh, dude. Oh, God. Like, I understand how sloppy those would be, but I'm also good enough at basketball to understand how good the really good people at basketball are. You know what I mean? Like, I know that I am good enough at basketball to go to a public run and probably be better than all of the dads. But if there's somebody there that is actually like actively playing college or any higher level, there's that gap. You know what I mean? You can't beat Scalabrini 1v1. Oh, he'd smoke my shit. I might be able to like, the fuck, my monitor keeps going black. I might be able to score like a couple, depending on how long the game is going and like how long he can lock down for. But like I have, fuck, he's still tall. He's like 6'8", isn't he? How tall is Scal? He's 6'9", dog. Like he's still taller than me and more brolic than me. So like that takes away a lot of it. That's the element of like somebody that's taller than me and probably faster than me. Like I'm kind of fucked at that point. I'm like probably has 50 pounds on you. Yeah, I'm like 6'5", 190, bro. And like like I'm gonna be realistic about that shit. Like I'm maybe hit like a shoulder bump, like little step back fade bullshit shot. But like, I'm not going to shake him. I'm not going to hit him with an AI crossover on Michael Jordan. I don't move like that. I'm not going to bully ball him and just like shoulder him out like I'm Charles fucking Barkley in the 90s. Like, that's what tasers are for. Yeah, I actually might need a taser to score on him. But like, I'm sure I could create space somewhere over the course of an entire game to get a lucky shot to fall. But it's not a matter of like, yeah, me versus Scal, I cook that shit. Do you think the game's ready to go on Steam because I'm worried it'll get a review bombed? The game already gets review bombed, bro. Just look up any public forum about Ashes of Creation. And like, you have more people there that hate the game and have never played it than people that have played the game total. Like, the public sentiment of Ashes is already absolute dog shit. I'm gonna fill up my coffee and then we'll talk about this. Because Franken also asked about PTR gearing. Because we got a few things. But yeah. We'll yap about this. Hold on, let me get coffee real quick. Un momento, senoritas. Twitch Prime Rooney. All right, we also got the first wardrobe change of the day. We're back. Good day. All right.
Armpits were getting a little sweaty.
Excuse me. So, first thing first. Franken asked how tanks are getting so much HP in the PTR. There's been an attribute rework on the PTR. This is step 1 of 2 of confirmed attribute reworks. So essentially what we're looking at right now is health values on pieces multiplied by somewhere in between 3 and 4x. On top of that, you've got the Constitution waterfall. So basically you'll hear us say waterfall stats as Ashes players a lot. So you have your primary attributes: strength, dex, con, int, wisdom, mentality. Strength, dex, and con are like your phys stats. These 3 are your caster stats, like your magic stats. Basically, con is nice because it gives max HP. Mentality gives max mana. Constitution is currently 1 point of max HP per constitution. This got changed to 4 points of max HP per constitution over on the PTR build. So con is a lot more valued now. Max HP scaling is a lot more valued. So this was an attempt from Intrepid. Like, again, step 1 of 2 with these CTK changes. We'll probably have more info on this week. We were told during the dev stream yesterday that we're going through archetype reworks this week on the PTR. That was from Maggie. We were told by Jacob at some point last week that there was another step, excuse me, to the actual like TTK rework and attribute rescaling. So that should be nice. We'll see how that comes in and impacts it. But long story short, raw HP scaling on pieces. In terms of like gear, Glorybound Longbow is still a really good one. Long sight bow if you get a drop from Carfin, really good one. Night Reaver Greatsword, things like this, down in value. Glassveil Greatsword, up in value. Glorybound Mace, up in value. but one-hander and shield also tremendously up in value if you're doing group stuff. Steel Bloom Jewelry is still okay. Definitely don't think it's the worst. The Steel Bloom Jewelry like set did not actually get like adjusted yet. Capes are like almost 2000 HP now. So that's massive. But yeah, general just max HP scaling along the way. Once I wouldn't get like my door kicked down from Steven, I'll be posting a build guide as soon as I'm able to with like what I'm going over there. Do I have max HP? I am running like 24k over there for like my goon build. So it just depends on what you're trying to do. So if you want to go the tankiest, max HP and then like block mitigation is the tech that a lot of people are running right now. So block defense is what it's called as a stat. You can get that. Let me actually see if there are any on the market so I can demonstrate. Yo, Strix, you guys have any Thistleborns kicking around that you'd be willing to show me for demonstration purposes? Hold on. Thistleborn hoop earring, Thistleborn hoop earring, Thistleborn hoop earring, Thistleborn ring. Fuck! I don't think there's Thistleborn neck. Gosh dang it. Thistleborn necks are really good. Supple be in New World. What do you mean Supple is in New World? That's surely propaganda, right? I heard Aura's back because you were recruiting on the Steam community page. Well done, by the way. But like, my understanding is they're all playing New World until it's dead. Weird. But yeah, so a couple of really popular choices for people right now. Thistleborn neck and glittering spall rings. Those are going to give you block defense rating. So Thistleborn neck gives the max HP, gives block defense, and then glittering spall rings are also going to give block defense over the max HP. Now, important to note, block defense scaling has very little diminishing returns, and it scales up exponentially. So just for perspective, I have no shield on. If I put a shield on, that's going to give me a passive bit of like that block defense scaling on Fizz and Magic, then I'll get the remainder. So what we're looking at here from 641 Fizz block defense is a difference of 10.4%. So with 641 Fizz block defense there, you throw on a high rarity Thistleborn neck, and then you throw on 2 glittering spall rings. The excuse me, I'm fucking dying. The air's so dry in Maine, and I just took a fat bong rip. Let's see. Hiya, Thistleborn neck. Also, cool side note with Thistleborn neck. Thistleborn neck is an item level 23, ungodly cheap to craft. 63 rubies and then 12 zinc ingots. This has like 1,000 plus max HP and the con on it. Then you get upwards of 600 block defense on a very high roll, 550 normally though. So this is basically going to give you another like 8 to 10% on that block defense immediately. And then if you have glittering spall rings, then you're going to get even more block defense. So for perspective, I was in 5-piece medium, 3-piece heavy. I had 62% Fizzmit with grid up. I had 45.5% magic emit. I had 50%, 50 or 60? I think 50% because I didn't have spall rings. I'll check tomorrow. 50% plus fizz block defense and then like 45% plus magic block defense. So anytime that I was blocking, either actively or passively, I was just mitigating so fucking much damage. And then with the scaling of the max HP, you kind of get to a point where it's like, you can literally become brick wall. So when I was in the sword and board build, I was sitting at 255-ish power, 24k HP, and then those mitigations. I could switch on a max HP two-hander instead of the sword and board. And then I could go like strength consumes instead of con consumes. And I would go up about 60 fizz power, go down to about 21.5k HP, and lose the block mitigation, like the block chance scaling passively as well. So there are some decisions that we can make too, depending on like how ignored versus unignored we're going in PvP. I think that can be a big point of like where you want your scaling to actively be. So just a few trains of thought for it. I always say like field testing as a tank is the most important thing because we benefit from power, attack speed, crit chance, crit power, disable accuracy, max HP, mitigation, block mitigation, you fucking name it. There's not really like a bad route to go, but I would say personally focus on 5-piece medium, fortitude set bonus over force or finesse. Force gives you a % increase to strength and int, and then finesse is going to give you a % increase to dex and wisdom. Fortitude, which comes from like Blood Runner, for example, or even like Rosarium Guard, gives you a % increase to your con and mentality. So con is going to get that buff up to 4 max HP instead of 1 max HP. And then mentality is going to give you that mana scaling, all of those magic defensives as well, which are both valid. So as tanks, that gives us a nice bit of like mitigation pump, gives us that max HP scaling, just makes us overall tankier. You can go force or finesse if you want to, but I really enjoy the fortitude over on the PTR build. I just think it's high value. I'd say that's the biggest focus. Just 5-piece medium, 5-piece fortitude. And then off of that, just scale whatever you can, max HP and defensives and stuff like that. So that's my take all about the Grizzler neck. Is the Grizzler neck the one that's just like max HP scaling? Because there's also a neck that is just raw max HP scaling that's got like fucking 3 to 4K on PTR. So the scaling is possible. I think, yeah, of course, dude. Once I can actually, like, put out a fucking build guide, like, either codex updates or we get the patch somewhat pushed through on live, maybe, or something, like, as soon as I can actually show character sheet with all of this stuff and not have to draw it in paint, I'll drop a build guide for tank stuff, at least what I'm targeting. Right now, I'm using 5-piece Blood Runner over there, and then I have 3 pieces of a heavy fizz set that has barrier on it, I want to say. It's the set bonus that gives 35% more block chance for a % uptime. So on live, I was looking to go Blood Runner and Tauren Scout. Tauren Scout, it's another medium set, fizz set that gives finesse instead of fortitude and stuff like that. So like, depends on where you want to scale. I think we have a lot of different options. I would just say biggest thing is target that medium 5, and then whatever set piece, like set bonus you want to activate. I'd go fortitude though, personally, and then just scale off that. So go streamline the on-ramp dash as much as it can be. Yeah. I mean, I think that's a big thing that the competitive community right now needs to focus on is like, and I don't want to say needs to, I don't want to like ever make anybody feel obligated to do anything, right? But I feel like something that the New World community very much suffered from was a lack of that, like, effort to have communities that were actively onboarding new players. And as the New World player base shrunk, the pool of players that had the credentials to get into the big communities ended up shrinking to the point where anytime somebody wanted to war or do any of the, you know, endgame content that was company-based or guild-based, it was, hey, you need VODs, so we can review your VODs to see if we want to slot you. And then new players would be like, well, I don't have VODs. And then the companies would just be like, well, sorry, go get VODs somewhere else. And it got to the point where, like, in New World, literally every single guild that was warring wanted VODs, even on the base level. And it became almost impossible for new players to get involved in that true endgame loop. Speaking of endgame loop, what the fuck is going on this server today? Oh god. Oh god! Wait, the base of doom is still there. It's so echoey right there. What the fuck? This was fixed so long ago. Where is it really bad? Is it right here? There were a couple slots where it used to be like really fucking bad. Hold on. I must find a spot and see if I can base boost you guys. Hold on. Is this it? Not that. Right here? Alright, this might be it. No, they fixed it. It used to blow out your eardrums and your asshole, both at the same time. It was a wonderful bug. You could actually feel it in your soul. It made my headphone shake. Yeah, so that was a fun one when that existed, but they fixed that. The fuck? My monitor just keeps randomly going black today. But it's not happening on stream. Either I'm having a stroke or something, but like... HDMI cable? Make sure it's plugged in. that the right cord? Just reach and plug this on anymore. Oh, that's the other one. Boop. Boop. Okay, cool. I tried. Yo, Nate. Thank you for following. Much love. Windows update fucked my shit up or something. Wait, what you mean? Did Windows update hit you with the same shit? Has it been fucking with you too? I think their decision to 100x buff the elite outdoor zones after about a month after launch of the Kill New World. Went from being able to do it 2 to 3 people to the Chesterfield meta overnight. I think there was just so much more that resulted in New World dying, and this is honestly something that I've been talking a lot about with the whole like decision to bring Ashes to a more public platform now with the current knowledge. Like I made a very thorough document kind of outlining a cost-benefit analysis of what Intrepid can look at. Now, of course, these aren't official documents from internal sources. This is all data that I've assembled and put together myself and tried to present in the most clear and concise way. So this is not official, okay? So personally, I think the largest con of everything coming into the way that it's happening is unhappy people. But as I say very frequently, whenever people come in actually concerned, also that's a harbinger. If you guys were wondering, that was a drawing of a harbinger before they showed us what harbingers look like. I was on the PTR and I saw one, and so I drew it. Anyways, the biggest con is that there are going to be more unhappy people. And we already have a whole shitload of unhappy people that talk about Ashes in very public forums. Very, very, very openly. And like, I'm gonna be honest. I don't think that's anything new to us, man. I really do not think that's anything that this community doesn't already have. And I understand the first impression can be very, very telling. But I'm gonna be completely honest. If I could have a first time Ashes interested person either play the product right now or go on YouTube and take 6 hours and put them to one thing or the other, I'd rather take a blind player and say play the product than leave it to YouTube to educate the players on the product from an outside-in standpoint. I think it's a very skewed take over on that end of things where everything either has to be like Ash is the best thing ever or Ash is the worst thing ever. And no one's ever like recording content and putting it out that's just like, hey, some things are bad, some things are good, the bad things will probably get better. It's okay to acknowledge the bad things along the way and provide feedback. Just try to make sure you're not like directly attacking people and you are being productive, right? I think that's the biggest thing. I think the issue is Intrepid views it as these are just salty players who have been around. I think new players' voices will bring positive voices. I mean, I don't necessarily even know that it's that. I feel like Intrepid is actually quite like active and responsive to players as a whole. Like, I think that's a big part of it. It's just a matter of people actually getting to the point where they're like mental booming and crashing out in their feedback instead of just providing the feedback of like, this is either enjoyable or not enjoyable in one way or the other. And I think that's a big part of it. People will typically lose sight of what the goal is, and the goal is to articulate, I am not enjoying this, or this isn't working functionally. Here are the steps to reproduce this lack of enjoyment or this break in function, or here are things that are good. Here are the things I am enjoying. Our job isn't to say, I disagree with Intrepid Studios hiring this person, blah, 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 blah. Like, that's not our realm of things. Our realm of things as playtesters is not... Yo, Phil Shadow, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Our realm of things as playtesters is not like digging into the personal lives of every single person associated with Intrepid Studios. Like, our job as playtesters is to, if we want to, provide feedback on the systems that we're interacting with and the things that we're interacting with, and say, this is either why I am or am not liking this. This is what led to me liking or not liking this. Thank you for reading. I feel like that's just something that's lost for some reason. It's crazy to me as people talking about Steven personally. I thought we were playing a video game. Bro, it's the fucking drama tubing side of it. I swear to God. I swear to God. People think anyone involved with MLM is a spawn of the devil. Bro, did your moms never get involved with like Scentsy or like Pampered Chef or like anything in the early 2000s? Because I'm gonna keep it a buck. I literally have Pampered Chef cookware from the early 2000s still to this day. Dusty's a Mary Kay salesman? Nah, bro, like I lived in a mobile home growing up, and so it was a very small thing. And like my mom was all about the Pampered Chef stuff and would have Pampered Chef parties with all of her friends when I was like a child. So like I would be out there just watching a bunch of these grown-ass women like geeking out over cookware, and then I immediately developed a love of like having a nice kitchen set. So like to this day I like having nice kitchen utensils at my disposal, a utensil for everything I need. It was actually quite useful. So like I was hitting bro, I got Scentsy melts and shit that my mom hits me with to this day. She's like, yeah, my Scentsy plug got some new shit. She like daps me up and slips me a wax pack. Oh bro, it's cooked. It's cooked. But like personally, I don't know. I also don't think I must have missed the FDA ruling against Avon for marketing themselves as anti-cancer. Well, was Steven the decision maker of that entire company, or was Steven just recruited into the cycle of it, probably not knowing as an 18-year-old what was above him? Like, if it came out that Pampered Chef stuff had, like, I don't know, lead in it, I'd throw out my Pampered Chef stuff. I'm not gonna be pissed off at my mom for giving me Pampered Chef stuff. Like, she ain't know. I don't know. I don't think we know enough to assume that he was the shot caller on the anti-cancer stuff. Lead in it like all the Stanley cups. Wait, yo, what about the Stanley thermoses, like the green bitches? Cause like I got in it before the hype. Cause like my dad drove the truck. Like drove big trucks. They all have lead in the base. Swag. Okay, that sounds solid. That might explain a lot. I drank a lot of coffee out my Stanley thermos. That might explain a whole lot. It's very interesting. Basically, you're immune to radiation. I have ascended. I had to look on some videos to get about the online drama. It's amazing how people care more about the people around the game than the game. It's like they're jealous that they don't run the development. I'm jealous that I don't have enough money to consider making an MMO. But bro, look at Steven's hair color a few years ago. And like, look at Steven's hair color now. Dog, I would be gray right now. I'd be full gray. I don't deal with stress that well. Bro's probably got like therapists and shit to talk to. Like that has clearly been a stressful thing for our man. Like he's looking unk status now, and he was a young spry fox back at the start of development, man. Like, I totally feel that though. Like I don't necessarily understand where everybody's obsession with Steven sold juice, and the company that Steven was selling the juice for made claims that it cured cancer, and people believed those claims, so he's the devil for it when he was 18. And then motherfuckers will go shop at Walmart. Which one is actually worse? Just in general. Like, if we're gonna nitpick motherfuckers' hobbies, which one is actually worse? I'm just fucking putting that out there. Not that I'm much of an IRL person, but like, support small business, boys. Go to the mom and pop place. Steven isn't a dev and is learning that. I mean, literally last year, Steven thought API equals add-on. Just a fart. He's learning, but he has his own way. Well, like, I also think that he's not necessarily the one that's expected to be putting the game together. At least shouldn't be. And people should be able to separate that, like, Steven is the person at the toppity top of the company that, like, we typically don't interact with. Like, Steven is a person that is usually in an office that is so high above the ground and so disconnected from the community on an outward level that we never hear from him. And he has people that are, or like, in a typical scenario, he would have so many people in between him and any front-facing community thing. Him and any dev interaction would be so disconnected from it. But he's very involved with everything. And I think a lot of it is that there's probably a lot to juggle. I mean, he himself has said development is hard, and it looks like he's directly involved with a lot of these decision-making processes, which could be good for preserving the vision of the game. Could also be something... What the fuck? Someone's like fucking Assassin's Creeding on the rooftops in front of me. But, you know, I think that's a big thing. It's all a matter of like how involved he deems is necessary to be versus not, and then just going from there. I personally don't see much of an issue with it. I also think, like, vision-wise, there are probably people who are willing to push back on design things and give a little bit of feedback there, but I don't know. I'm not an Intrepid, man. I'm not a Phoenix Initiative backer. I don't have that level of feedback and direct input that some people may think. So, it seems it should be the public face of Intrepid combined with people thinking the game is a scam is the only reason people have brought up his past. The two being connected is reasonable. Like, I guess my thing with that, and like, I understand people being skeptical of things, right? But I just don't necessarily understand where the scam side of it comes from. And I guess that breaks down to kind of like what people's definition personally of like a scam is. But like, I have a playable product right now that I can actively enjoy my gameplay on. Like, despite the fact that this server is getting nuked, Yo Mage, thank you for the follow. I could be going around gathering, finding, crafting, finishing up some crafts, making what I can before everything gets nuked. I could be PvPing. I could be doing leveling loops. I could be doing literally anything. Well, we got so much to talk about that I'm just kind of like chilling, yapping about shit. Scam side comes from Star Citizen. I 1000% get that, but there are also like, I think it's kind of silly to carry over Star Citizen to like Ash's critiques. You know what I mean? Especially from a perspective of Steven giving us the numbers in terms of like unique player logins. And in all of phase 2, we've had 150,000, give or take, logins in terms of unique different players across, not phase 2, sorry, alpha 2. All of alpha 2. Phase 1, phase 2, phase 2.5, phase 3. That is not a lot of unique logins, and this is not a huge community. But for whatever reason, everybody in the MMO scene somehow has a take on Ashes. Somehow. Surely before the wipe announce was under 1K. Well, that's peak concurrent though. Peak concurrent and total unique logins are a little bit of a different measure, and like peak concurrency is used to measure different things typically than like total logins. Total logins is typically meant to gauge like your overall engagement and just like how many people are actively participating. And then basically the peak concurrency is a matter of like when people are being drawn into the game around like server engagement times, how many people are actually, like you said, being retained and staying. And concurrent retention has definitely been like a hit or miss thing. Shoal definitely had hit a point where a lot of people were, like you said, before the public wipe outs had fallen off, but Shoal hit so many fucking problems. Now, I do still think Shoal's retention was better than Phase 2.5's retention. Phase 2.5's retention, because it was a networking and stress test, was worse than Phase 2's retention. Phase 2 had good retention, 2.5 really bad retention, and then I'd say Phase 3 okay retention until everyone realized how fucked up the econ was. And then everybody was like, oh, deuces. And then from what we've gathered, I don't know if you've heard about this, Strix, but apparently Phoenix Initiative people knew well in advance what was happening because it was told directly to them, but they were like NDA'd the shit and not allowed to talk about it until it went public. Which is an interesting thing. A very interesting thing. Bob, thank you for the hydrate, dude. I choose coffee. It was a big mistake to put it on Steam right now. It's definitely not ready. So my question is, what's the difference between putting it on Steam and then just keeping it through the Intrepid launcher? But for stream, dude, I appreciate you. Much love. Let me know if you have any questions as well. I'm more than happy to yap about Tank. It gives me something to yap about, bro. Most of the next month is going to be me, like, either on PTR, actively testing stuff, while you guys can't see the screen of what I'm testing because it's visually NDA'd, or it's going to be me on live, not doing too much because there's not a lot to do right now, until we get to the new server. So I just appreciate all the questions. It genuinely helps me get through the 8+ hour days, man. Retention is the issue. Some people are out, but the common thread I see is people are tired of the exploiting and intentional bugging and lack of real action on these things. I 1000% agree. 1000% agree. I do think on that side of things, like, the detrimental actions of some people in particular going, like, and I don't want to say like some people as in like a targeted community or anything, not like that, but like the definite outward actors who are a zillion percent most definitely taking advantage of things. Feels a little bad that they can like keep taking advantage of those things and, you know, getting through it. I do also think that a more steadfast stance should be taken. And you know me, I'm someone that's actually like very rarely outwardly critical of things because I think most things are just typically overreacted to. I'm actually pretty unhappy with the fact that like Steel Bloom jewelry being craftable early was nothing that was a big deal. Carfin weapons being acquired from an event that was in the game that would have been replaced by Heroic Plus item level 26 stuff, which was craftable soon after, was a huge deal. And then Akadira gear, which was item level 29 early craftable armor, was not a big deal and not regarded as a bug. And like the flip-flopping of how things were handled this phase was also something that I very frequently heard from the community. That was like a point of hesitancy, you know what I mean? People were more along the lines of like, well, I don't want to do something because it hasn't been a bug in the past and then get banned because they changed their mind on it. And the inconsistency there was kind of a rough thing for some people. Can I refund the game somewhere if I purchase the Alpha Wave bundle? Did you purchase within the last 90 days? The Alpha Wave bundle, if you purchased before the 14th, like the 13th or before, did have a 90-day refund period with it. That's grandfathered in and protected still. And then from there, the new refund period with the new pack, and for everything purchased from the 14th forward, is the Steam standard refund policy, 14 days or 2 hours of gameplay. So, you'll be under one of those. Can you imagine the comments and reputation there, like fully negative? I mean, that's basically what it already is, though. Like, I'm gonna be real. Steam is the same as the MMORPG subreddit, which is the same as the Ashes subreddit, which is the same as an IGN article, which is the same as the Discord. Like, at the end of the day, it's kind of going to happen regardless. I understand that Steam may be more of a like public-facing platform, but I actually have Steam reviews here as kind of a midpoint. Because there are multiple games that have actually done very well to use their Steam reviews as almost like a chronicling of the success and the growth of the game over time. And it's not necessarily a death sentence for games that are off to a little bit of a rough start. Considering this is also before our formal start, I think that's a good part of it. Now, Steam reviews being used as a chronicle is kind of like interesting. Because Steam reviews, the first week of this server, will be vastly different than Steam reviews the first 6 months in. And even though those may be negative or slightly negative, they may trend up or down, and it will reflect how development is going, whether that is good or bad. And I think the long-term chronicling of that in a more public forum is going to be good. Hopefully. It could also go very poorly. People could see like over a year, people are still unhappy about the same things and the same dupes are being talked about in a very public manner. But we shall see. I think it's too early for us to know which way. But that's definitely more how I'm thinking of it. So many gamers on Steam don't follow social media and get bogged down in online arguments. Yeah. I also I said this a little earlier too, but it's like, would we rather have a fully blind player? Also, what up, meta? Would we rather have a fully blind player right now? Like, not visually blind, but like somebody who hasn't interacted with Ashes before. Would we rather give them 6 hours to play the game or 6 hours to go on YouTube and learn about the game to inform themselves of their decision? Because for me, Steam may reach into an audience that we haven't hit yet, and that audience may have a little bit more neutral expectations. And there are a good amount of people who do check out Ashes that are like, oh, okay, I see the vision. Like, it's not the worst. Whetstone liked it. And for Whetstone liking it, there are also many people who don't like it on the other side of the coin. But I would personally rather have somebody interact with the game from a playing it standpoint than somebody interacting with the game from a YouTubing it standpoint. Not gonna lie, people not looking more into a game before buying it is either a rare thing or a dumb person. I think you'd be surprised how many just buy a game because it's on a hype cycle and then play it. Like, not that it's necessarily buying a game, but like, hold on. This is gonna kick some of you in the dick here, so get ready. Where to Hellington? Uh-huh. Ready? The MMO of the year, baby. The single-player Souls-light open world RPG MMO of the year. Like, at the end of the day, not everybody looks into everything before they hop in. Some people will genuinely just say, oh, I heard about this. Also, Meta, thank you for that. Like, some people will say, this is an MMO. This kind of isn't. But hype cycle can be a lot with things. Can be a lot. Timing's everything. Fix your new player experience before going public. But Ashes is already public. That's kind of like, that's my counter to all of this. Nothing about Ashes is not public right now. This is just making Ashes more public so more people can come in and provide feedback on the new player experience and the questing and stuff like that. Like, it's not that Ashes is private right now. It's just going in like a more public forum. Personally, I don't necessarily think that's the big deal with it. Which is also why I think a lot of people are freaking out about a whole lot of nothing. Alpha release in 2024 badly damages the game's image. All you're doing with Steam release is repeating that. I don't think you can damage it much more. And this is something I've been asking chat as well. There are kind of like two roads for games right now where you can go into your true launch and you can have all of the hype in the world behind it, and then you can fail to live up to those expectations. And this is what happens. Or you can have a title that's heavily criticized that everybody is very low on because it is seen very early, very bad, very poo-poo, and then improves over time, and then the sentiment improves while the footprint of the game also improves, instead of the sentiment improving while the footprint shrinks, like New World. New World had all of the hype in the world, all of the love in the world, and it couldn't live up to it. And as the game actually got better over time, in a lot of people's eyes that were still playing it, the footprint had shrunk too much. Because this was all post-official launch. New World still went through some pretty public playtesting, yet launch plus was the hype for it. It's still going to happen that same way. No matter how large we think the footprint is right now for Ashes, it's only going to get bigger. So I'm not necessarily too concerned about that side of things. You know what I mean? I don't think it's like... I don't think negative sentiment's bad. I would almost rather have negative sentiment around it and then have them be like, that's okay, we'll take that on the chin and we'll keep developing through it. With that in mind, instead of everybody just being like, oh my god, it's fa la 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 la. It's absolutely beautiful. All of the hype is here. It's all wonderful. I disagree. Well, that's perfectly okay. Like, you don't have to agree with me. It's all opinion at this point, you know? And this will all be something that's like kind of spurred through what people have lived through as, you know, their personal game choices and all of those things. I'm always right. No, that's valid. And so, like, with me coming from New World, right, there was that immediate level of, like, it went to its launch, right? And a lot of the people that were familiar with it at the time knew that it wasn't ready, knew what it was supposed to be, and, like, this is a very similar cycle to me as New World's cycle was, except instead of all of the pre-launch hype being killed, it's people's dreams being crushed through alpha testing, which will then build up as it culminates in a true pre-launch. And so, like, we'll get to the point where the hype is built up and the hype is there, but I saw all of this, like, I don't want to say the negativity cycle in a bad way, right? But, like, the negativity in terms of, like, player-based loss, the negativity in terms of, like, sentiment loss and stuff like that. I saw and interacted with that as both a player and a content creator, like, post-launch of a game. And that made it a whole hell of a lot harder to function in any way, shape, and capacity for the game. So I'd rather go through this now than go through it on launch, and hopefully going through all of the harsh critiques now in a very public way will actually allow the sentiment that was here for New World to be combined with the player base that was here for New World. And then instead of it immediately being red, we see a few green months potentially. And naturally a content cycle is going to happen where we have players fall off, we have more players coming around deployments. But overall, I feel like the sentiment will build. A lot of players that, and again, I only talk to such a small subsection of the Ashes community, but a lot of the players that I do interact with that are vocal about like, hey, I've been playing since, well, I haven't played since like phase 1 or early phase 2. What's changed? I give them a rundown and they're like, oh shit, sounds like it's come a long way. What do you mean questing actually works? What do you mean we don't have to disband group and relog every 5 minutes because the XP isn't being distributed to groups properly and that keeps bugging? Holy shit, wow. That's awesome. That's such a quality of life improvement. And there is a large sentiment out there from people where like the growth is happening. It's just, there's also a very realistic sentiment that things still have a long way to go. Kelladar, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. And I don't necessarily think that any realistic person's sentiment should be like, oh wow, this is all finished. It's all put together, right? But I do feel as though most people's sentiment that have played a lot and like, oh my god, don't mind my voice cracking, played a lot. I've been drinking throat coat tea. I'm trying to recover. I almost lost my voice a few days ago. Puberty? No, dude, I'm getting hoarse. I yap too much. I have to go on a throat coat regimen. Fuck! Anyways. I think a lot of the sentiment from like people who have played a lot is it's getting better, but it still has a long way to go before it gets good or any relative aspect of like where it wants to be. You know what I mean? And like, I do definitely think that a lot of people are openly and rightly very correct in saying there could be a better first time impression for a more public forum. But I feel as though that's a part of like what I call the development paradox, where any game that you are playing in development, if you snapshot a period of time, like a 3-month or 6-month period, jump forward that period, you should be at a point where your public first impression would be better that far in time. So December, we hit in December. If we moved it to February instead, awesome. 3 months of better time. Well, by the time February comes around, people are going to know what's coming in the May milestone, and then they're going to be like, well, why would we do it right now instead of in May? And then May hits. And then people are like, oh, well, we know what's coming in September, so why would we do it right now? And then September hits. And then it's like, at some point, you just got to say this is enough to put out there and get opinions on. And I understand the sentiment of people saying it could be better if we waited longer. But there's also the sentiment of like, how long do you wait before actually getting that influx of players, that influx of attention, and all of those things that actually do facilitate faster cadence and stuff. Where are you from? I'm from Maine. If I sound like a dumbass, I blame my ancestors. They really need a Steam release. Not sure why it's hard for some people to imagine the benefit of having this massive audience helping to test, play this game and give feedback to make it better. Because not everybody will do that. Not everybody will come on with the proper expectations that this is playtesting, and we see that with people that are already everyday parts of the community, where it's like, they come in expecting this to be a finished, polished MMO, when they're literally going through the steps of going to the Intrepid website and buying through that process. There will be many people who come in misinformed about the state of things, and as a result of that, the validity in that side of it, where it's like, people are gonna be not the happiest about the state of it. There are 1,000,000%. MMOs have more polished systems, fewer bugs, that are also in that market that are very public-facing markets. Makes sense. Makes a whole lot of sense. I understand where that's gonna come from. Because people will come in, and even though it says early access everywhere, they could literally have a disclaimer, this is still an alpha. At some point, we will move to betas. And then at some point, we will launch. People will still just click through that bitch, bro. There's a whole lot of lore and questing, and I know none of that shit. I just beat F, bro. Get me through that shit. People will get through those menus as fast as possible. Not everybody better read and educate themselves on that. So the side of it that is saying that people are going to come in and have a bad first impression, yeah, it makes sense, is valid. I'm not here to like deny that shit. Like, I'm a realistic person with things. So from my POV, that's also something that we already have. You know what I mean? I think that there is 1,000,000% that negative resonance from the outside community. Comments about Ashes on every video I've seen lately about Steam are overwhelmingly negative. Makes me sad. My homework to anybody that's curious about that is it's not just since the Steam announcement. If you're ever bored, go over to my YouTube and look at my live VODs and find live VODs that have comments on them, and then go look at the comments. And it's like, one comes out of the woodwork that just goes, Ash is a scam. And like, once the first Ash is a scam comes out, then it's like, no shit, 2000s looking game, it'll never launch. Steven sold juice. Like, bro, it's wild. And I'm gonna be real, as an Ash's content creator, it's something I've dealt with since like day one of existing in this scene. Like, it's something that we all have to deal with. And if you've been in the scene for a while, you've even probably got it from your friend group, bro. Even if you're just a player, at some point one of your friends has probably just been like, hey, why are you playing that game? And then you're like, bro, you aren't even playing. What the fuck do you mean? What the fuck do you mean? Where is this coming from? I just feel as though it's such a weird route to go down. I think you have 50% of the people who are like, it's an alpha, I'll come back later. 35% are like, wow, this is trash. I'm telling everyone to avoid this. The rest will be like, it's got potential. Just alpha, let's play. And the 50% of the people, Strix, that are like, it's alpha, I'll come back later, are not going to be going on Reddit or anything like that and being like, oh my god, my experience was so neutral. Nobody's gonna go on Reddit and be like, wow, I had such an okay time. The questing was pretty solid, dog. Like, I feel like that's the big thing. Like, nobody is going to go out of their way. I don't want to say nobody, but such a small percentage. But if you really hate something, you about to call, you about to Karen. Like, it's just the vocal group is typically the one having the worst time. And I think that's okay, but people also can't separate that, where it's like, why aren't you providing your feedback on in-game channels? Are you even in the game to provide your full economic rework of Ashes of Creation inspired by many other MMOs of the past? Mr. Big Anime Titties 572 on Reddit. Bro, it's like once weekly, there's a Reddit post that just comes out, and it's like,
how I, a 6.5-year MMO vet with 250 hours of normal difficulty rating in retail WoW, would redesign Ashes of Creation's entire PvE structure from scratch. Starring T-Pain.
I just don't understand it, bro. I don't. Like, we got so many fucking economists. We got so many fucking game devs. It's like, I don't know how Ashes isn't launching with so many fucking qualified game developers actively playing the game and providing feedback. It's wild that they have 250 plus employees that are qualified employees, while also having seemingly hundreds of AAA studio developers playing their game on incognito Reddit accounts, providing full environmental rework ideas, full graphic rework ideas, combat rework ideas. Oh my god, it's miraculous. It's miraculous. Why is my monitor going dark? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Wait, hold on. Hold on. Yeah. Me, not you, by the way. My monitor kept spazzing out. GPU driver crash in 3, 2, 1. Nah, we still in. That bitch working. Why was I supposed to do that a different way other than saying hi-ya and pulling it out? Because, like, that's always been my go-to. I just say hi-ya and pull it out, and then everything's been fine for me so far. Personally. I was just getting hated on, like, WildStar did. People had a real hate boner for WildStar for some reason, too. I think it's just an ego thing, particularly with the PvE-only crowd. I will say, Ashes has, like, a really bad misconception that the normal player is going to get ganked immediately the second they step out of a fucking town, bro. Like, the average player just thinks they are going to get their shit rocked the second they leave the gates. They got no mats on them, and somebody out there is plotting on their fucking downfall. I swear to God, the fear, man. I have so many people that come into chat and they're like, Mr. Dusty, sir, how frequently can I expect to get ganked if I am hitting trees? And I'm like, bro, probably never. Unless you run your fucking yipper to somebody and they don't like that, then you're probably not gonna have many difficulties at all. I'm gonna be real. The amount of intentional corruption, bro. Unless you got a crate on your back or some shit. It's gonna be different. What do you think, Aspen Gold, for that? He was totally picked on. Okay, but also it's probably a good idea to have some form of protection for new players, in all fairness. Aspen Gold aside, that also might be valid. It's because of the current corruption system, though. The corruption system's always gonna be a net loss. Like, the corruption system's always gonna be very punishing. And I don't think there's a single scenario where corrupting will net you more than it's losing you. No corruption in starting zones may be needed. Why, though? So, like, my question to people overall is the appeal of being able to walk up to somebody while they are, like, fighting mobs or some bullshit like that and then just jump them freely with no negative consequence fun PvP? Like, is that really what people look forward to on a daily? To some, yes. And people would rather have that than, like, hey, I have 3, you have 3, let's fight. I guess I've kind of, like, never understood that. And to each their own, right? To each their own. But I've never understood the concept of like, I find you at a disadvantageous state, I'm gonna take advantage of that to win a fight. I'm the type to like pull up on somebody in a lawless area, see them fighting a mob, and then like wait for them to finish fighting the mob and then let them heal up and then fight. If I lose, then I lose. I don't know, it just doesn't feel good to me to like just take advantage of those opportunities. And that may be because I lack the killer instinct. I always used to get yelled at by Carlo when we were doing V-Rising stuff, because it was like open world PvX with PvP enabled everywhere. And I would use a proc chat to ask people like how their day was going and like how their farm was. And then I'd wish them good luck and I'd help them like get back to their base. And I'd escort them back so people didn't jump them if they had a lot of stuff on them. I'm not very good at the aggressive part of the open world stuff. I like the equitable numbers match type shit too much. I don't take honor in those kinds of kills, man. Like, I totally understand the opportunistic aspect of it. Like, I played Battle Royales for a while, bro. I was a third party and piece of shit, right? But, like, I just don't get the joy of it in, like, MMOs. I like my instanced MMO startup. Like, MMOs are my, like, arena shooter. Personally, I don't care about the corruption system. Wouldn't sweat it if it was removed entirely. I haven't found any part of it compelling, even as a PvP player. I think out there are definitely people who 1,000,000% would just sit on a bunch of low-level players and just fucking take them out to take them out. Personally. It's not the point. The point is to keep people from being ganked, not to entice people to PvP. Right. It's literally an anti-gank mechanism. The corruption system. It's not supposed to be encouraged to make you want a PvP. It's to make you second guess the actions of non-consensual PvP and then also guide you into the gameplay systems that enable PvP. So if you're in a guild and they're in a guild and you have a guild deck scroll and they don't want to flag on you, you can drop a guild deck scroll on their head and type in their guild to it, and then you can just fight them. Now, guild decks are also going to have a spin up similar to the settlement decks. I hope it's not a fucking hour. But there are systems that are meant to enable those things, albeit at some cost and some inconvenience to the player. I feel as though to a certain extent, people are not looking at what we have to play with, and they're just like, well, I should be able to do whatever I want. It's a sandbox. Sandboxy. But so punishing removes the fun to even consider it. What's that, corruption? I did take out some enemies in PvP when they got mad. I bought out their market. Wait, that's actually fucking crazy, Kelladar. That's demonic. Buying out the entire market is dirty work, and I love that. The genuine Mount Baron. That's fucking huge. At a rule on Rustwood naked ones, you can live nearby and grow a bit, but as soon as you're juicy, it's a hit. You'll take them in, but they gotta start paying rent or they gotta get the fuck out when they're 18. Nah, I feel that. I feel that. You want help with them with their pack? Wait, what? Oh my god, creepy. Just gave me a fucking stroke. Non-consensual PvP just sounds dirty. Like pack. Jesus Christ. I don't know, some people like it, man. Some people actually like the aspect of just ganking and jumping, and like that's a valid gameplay loop. I get it, but I don't necessarily think accomplishing such through corrupting is ever intended to be the route. Now, there are certain areas where people can go in with increased risk reward, and if they're in a lawless PvP area, if they figure out the incentivization of the cycles through those, that'll be huge. Actually entice people to go to those bad boys for something. And then the Harbinger system, those can actually open up a good amount of PvP. So that'll be great, but never intentionally ever interacted with the corruption system. I like how you say intentionally. We've all been there. We've all been there. I love how you say intentionally. Yep. At some point in time, pretty much everyone has been PvPing, and they're like, oh fuck, something has bugged and gone terribly wrong. Yep. Yep. So back when the caster neck Arlogian collar from the quest chain was really good, chat, for those that weren't here for the craze, there was a caster necklace that was like a very easily acquirable, very good necklace from a quest line. So you get one per character. It took a little while to do the quest line, and the respawns were a little borked, and stuff like that. So Nin, one of our mages, was out in the tropics one day, Force Flag Lawless PvP area, and they were PvPing. And they happened to tab target to a level 4 that was not flagged up because they were like on the adjacent like land area. Nin one-shots the level 4, goes corrupt, goes to drown so nobody could get the ashes and then run back. Drowns and then can't get the ashes and can't get the necklace back. Corruption can be a bitch. If they want to go to the player base, make a pay it forward system. Every current backer gets 3 keys and give it to friends, maybe even 1. Get some access, but no perks or anything, and if the account's used, give perks to the primary giver. Like, if they were just trying to grow the player base with an infinite amount of clams, then I think that would be a great stimulus. But I also feel like Steven's been very outwardly communicative of like, this is most definitely a little bit of a, you know, it's a business-minded decision. Like, while they're kind of like doing the whole give out keys and stuff like that, that's just in their same referral system that was already there. In terms of like just a direct like, hey, every current key holder gets like 3 keys to give out, I think that would devalue some of the older packs that did actually have those as bonuses, which I'm not even one of those older pack holders that had like the bonus keys. That'd be a little bit of a weird thing to do, you know what I mean? So, I don't know. I'm kind of mixed on it. Like, referrals are great, but also the slight dam that is there with the cost of entry is nice. Referred keys get 0, but also it's early access, 50% off of what we paid for. Isn't that a devalue as well? I don't think so, because it comes with substantially less incentivization. Like, it's cheaper to get in, but you're getting in way later. You're missing a lot of the, I call it kind of like the small classroom feel, where it's like, hey, Mr. Deb, Mr. Teacher, I have a concern, I have a question. And they're like, yes, how can I help you? Versus being in that massive lecture where you have a question and you send an email to your professor and you hope that you get a response back. And you kind of like pray at that point because it expands, right? So on top of just the raw playtime, the raw benefits, like you do get more embers, you do get more playtime, you do get in some packs free keys to give away. You've been in, at least had accessibility since X time if you do have one of the more expensive packs, where that did allow you to see things come online, provide feedback to those things along the way, whether you had fun or not. And it also allowed you to be in a state of development where you were able to interact with developers. And if you're someone who runs a community, that can be a huge line of connection. So like, personally, it kind of makes sense to me. I don't really think it's devalued much. I feel like envious. Allegedly. I haven't frauded anyone yet, though, so we're good. Allegedly. I wasn't involved in any of that. That shit was crazy. That shit was a bombshell. I caught up our OCE friends from like Amnesty and EBC on that because they hadn't heard about it. That shit was wild. What a thing to live through. As someone that was just getting all the information coming in one day, I was just jaw on my mouse mat. Like, it was a fucking wild time. But yeah, no, that's that as well. But I was friends with 3 affected persons. Oh my fucking god. Raise your hand if you've been personally victimized by envious. God fucking damn it. So, what were people allegedly paying for these accounts? Oh god. Most of envious was cool. Well, you want to know some crazy shit? I was actually in Envious's like New World company for a little while. And like, they were always all outward, but like they were always chill over there for the most part. But $1,000 for a PI account. Is that cheap? Isn't that cheap? Isn't that like less than the initial PI costs? It's 2K. The fuck? Wait. Why did they turn him in? Brother was doing something for the fucking streets. Cause he didn't have the keys. Wait, oh, fair. Yeah, I forgot about that part. Oh, sorry. I was laughing at something I read. Okay, anyways. He didn't have the keys. He was lying and making money. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, I know that makes sense. Yeah, I'd be kind of pissed at that point, too. I mean, so this is kind of why I'm laughing so hard. Because buying and selling accounts is as bad as RMTing like gold in terms of Ash's TOS. Whether you're on the buyer or the seller side, both sides are equally involved. And so like if somebody's trying to buy a Phoenix Initiative account and they are literally RMTing an account so they have a status that comes as a result of having that account, I will happily prey on the downfall of their money and I will floss on that grave as soon as it gets buried. And I will laugh my way to not getting that chip banned and losing my money. So, Sora.chatGPT. I'm not putting AI slop on stream. You can post in my Discord. I'm not putting AI slop on stream. I refuse to support the AI overlords. I know it's stream safe, but I refuse to support the AI. AI just killed AGS. We will dance on the grave of the AI foes for the remainder of our life. We must. RMT for accounts is the worst. Oh, dude, RMT for anything is the fucking worst. But like, RMT for accounts is cooked. Because for whatever reason, nobody deems it as a bad thing for somebody to buy a fucking account. But everybody deems it as a bad thing for somebody to buy gold. It's the same shit. It's the same shit. There'll probably be more wipes after this one. Yes. So we don't know what the timetable for the next immediate wipe would be, but in terms of planned wipes, there will be one when we transition to the beta, which is probably a ways down the road. My guess is a couple of years down the road. And in between now and then, I think it's fair to expect a couple more, depending on how the server goes. But we don't really have a way of knowing in between now and the transition to beta 1, a ways down the road, exactly where we'll be left with wipes. There's no surefire way for us to tell unless it's leaked to people again. Other than that, everyone just kind of guesses and hopes for the best. So the thing that Steven said, which is a little encouraging, is that with every wipe that they do put out, they are very confident that the state of the server will be better and more sustainable after each wipe. My counter to that, as a playtester that has been here for a few phases now, we always go and find something broken. And we're gonna break that shit even more. Where there is a will, there is a way, and there is a lot of will for people to find exploits in this shit. And people are very good at finding exploits, dupes, and everything like that. So with every wipe, we also kind of run the risk of like, if us, the player base, finds something that's very economically game breaking, and it does not get resolved quickly, then we're kind of at a point of like, back to square one, so to say. Where we then end up with the same sentiment of, all right, well, new servers would be better. Game's been better after each wipe for sure. I think in terms of my personal enjoyment of it, like phase 2.5 obviously had like the rockiest start in human history, but that was also communicated as like lock-in boys, turbulence incoming. So like, I don't mind that as much. I think the result of what came post phase 2.5 with that stress testing was actually a lot of improvement for the server worker infrastructure and the outward like playability of the world, which is good. Phase 2.5 definitely sucked some fucking ham at the start of it though. That was rough. But personally, like this phase, even with all of the woes and all of the sentiment that have been said about, you know, what's going on over here, I do feel as though our community has been very community involved this phase, through the ups and downs. Obviously, it's imperfect, but I feel like this is the most our community has had to play together as a fully active community, instead of just saying, well, we can do all of this ourselves, so we're in the same guild, but we're all doing our own shit. That's been my largest enjoyment of it so far, as someone that's not even necessarily gathering or finding crafting based. I have fully embraced the gathering loop and the refining to the best of my ability this phase. So, Hunter, thank you for the hydrate, dog. I choose coffee. Keep in mind, current max level is 25, with the planned max level being 50. We also currently only have 30 settlements out of 85 planned. There will be a few more wipes before beta, which we'll go to when all planned content's in. Yeah. And like, shit could change at any point, you know what I mean? It could 1000% change at any point. But as of right now, there's still a lot of game to come in. And I think that all of the remaining game, all of the expansions to loot tables, all of the remaining content, all of the world bosses, all of the dungeons, all the biomes, all the crafting recipes, all the balance, every item. To think that's gonna hit perfectly, I think is, cope. It's cool to be, like, optimistic, but I think even in an optimistic take, you have to be cognizant that, like, there's a lot that's going to come in, and the odds are something will come in fucked up somewhere. If the player base can find it and actually get it up to Intrepid, and then they can fix it, wipe our hands clean, and go on to the next day. If it's allowed to permeate its way into the economy as much as the bugs this phase have been able to, it becomes a much worse route. It's like going to cut down a tree, and then you go to dig the stump out and realize that the stump has grown into the pipes in your house, and so now you've got to replace all of the pipes going from the water main to your fucking house. And now you got some real problems. And you discover those problems because you dug a little deeper. If you would have looked at it earlier, you might have been able to prevent those problems in the first place. But now those problems are here. So the availability of gold cap, the availability of everything, I mean, is just shit. Even for people that aren't exploiting, you have duped gold coming in from crates. You have items that are sellable for more than the buyback cost. And those generate infinite amounts of gold. I can go here and I can shift right click this and I can enchant it. And then I can select an excavation kit. And then I can enchant this to +1 with this excavation kit. This is enchanting, by the way. So, like, there are some very weird things that absolutely have impacted the scaling and the econ and everything, you know what I mean? That's the big thing. What archetype has a high damage output in PvE? Honestly, PvE with the new changes, probably fighter. Like, fighter kind of fucks in PvE damage. If you're gonna sit there and pump on a fighter, it's great. They say anything about having level to 25 before December to get a reward or something? Just from logging in prior to December. Yes. Weststone, my boy. What up? I hope you're having a beautiful day. Thank you for the raid, boys. If you have not been in here before, welcome. My name is Dusty. We app every day starting around 2 p.m. EST. Today, we're just shooting the shit, man. A lot of YouTube videos been coming out, a lot of content been coming out, a lot of updates been coming out about the situation. The Steam situation, as we'll call it. So I'm sure everyone's been very curious about what's going on right now. We got a lot of excited people. We got a lot of hesitant people. We got a lot of concerns, and we got a lot of time to feel it out and test things along the way. Shay, thank you for the hydrate. I choose coffee. So, I know a guy who's an econ person with multiple cap characters, not because he exploited, but because he's in an environment with Duke Gold. Oh yeah, 1000%. Even those who are doing no wrong that recognize more liquidity of gold in the environment means I can supply the things to the people who have more gold, and then I can get more gold for my goods as a result. It's like selling a purse for $50 in a broke bitch area and selling that same purse as a luxury designer purse for $800 in a rich bitch area. It's the exact same thing. You just duping money into the economy at that point, bro. You just go to the rich bitches and you sell to them, and then you make yourself some money through that blood money. You ain't gotta dupe, just be the supplier. Like, I'm gonna be real. That's part of why I've been gathering so much. Because, like, A, I had to gather to make my best crafted shit in the first place. B, everything sold for so much, bro. I could get generational wealth off of just picking flowers and shit. It was fucking wonderful. I was like an arborist up in this hoe. Why it's Steam? More accessibility for players. Zop. Good day, sir. How are you? What's a good duo archetype for fighter? Bard. Fighter, Bard fucks chicks. Oracle, thank you for 3 days. I appreciate you. Is Ashes on its way to becoming a full-fledged MMO? Seen a lot of negativity for a long time. AOC YouTubers quitting. I mean, Ashes has been on its way to becoming a full-fledged MMO. It's just the development process, depending on who you ask, could either be like the longest, most terrible thing that you've ever been a part of, or it could be something that is super rewarding where you are seeing and acknowledging the growth along the way. And it's natural that people who have been here for a while, I think over time, like you interact with the same person, the same thing over and over and over again. And eventually it starts to get tiresome, you know? I think that some people's preferences will change over time as well. If you've been following anything for 8 years, whether it's music, whether it's a game, whether it's a sports team, things can change. And I think that's important to recognize. Like, some people that started supporting Ashes at the start of development literally now have kids that didn't have kids, now have jobs that didn't have jobs. Like, over the course of it all, especially in the content creation realm of things, we need to remember too that in smaller directories, not everybody's like this full-time content creator making zillions of dollars. Like, even I, as one of the few full-time content creators in this scene, make essentially no money. So at a certain point, most of us, and honestly, unless I am one of the very lucky ones to be able to do this for a long time, will have to call it quits and move on to more reasonable, feasible things. And that's just part of life. So I don't get too worked up about like content creators eventually hitting a peak where they're just like, I'm not enjoying this enough to keep going, because like you really have to have a certain like passion to keep going and driving and making a lot of very consistent content with Ashes. It's not the easiest thing, man, especially in development. Like, I've streamed a month worth of streams now, easily, without being able to show my screen between PTR days, and the upcoming PTR days are going to add on more to that. So, like, it's not easy. I'm going to be completely honest. I don't expect everybody to just enjoy it all the time, but I definitely think that people, if they do take breaks, will come in hopefully longer down the road, like at a later point down the road. And personally, I hope they come back and they see growth. That's where I'm at. I hope that they just see growth. I'm on hour 20 of my 24-hour reset to my sleep schedule. Oh my god. What the fuck happened to your sleep schedule that required that? What? Been part of this since 2017. Had a lot of ups and downs over the years, but I do believe this game's really starting to shape up. I think for so long they've been working on the very, very like core of everything. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes you need some vacancy. Yeah, and I mean, sometimes people just need some time away for some perspective, man. Like, genuinely, there are people who have come into my stream every single day for, you know, hundreds of days at a time, that sometimes will disappear for a bit, and then they come back in down the road and they're like, yo, what's up, Dusty? What's new? And like, I don't get mad at the people for doing that. I'm like, if you guys aren't enjoying the content, if you guys, you know, are bored just hanging out and watching me yap all the time and not doing too much because there's not too much to do, then like, I get that. I don't want to hold people hostage here. I just want people to come in when they want to vibe. And like, sometimes people just need to step away for a little bit. Sometimes people need to see what the grass is like on the other side. And like, sometimes not always greener. Sometimes it is. But we've seen that with so many different things over and over and over again. So, Summoner is what I've been waiting on since 2020. Oh, dude. Summoner is going to be very exciting for a lot of people. Just a Summoner archetype in general, I feel like is a very, I don't know, a very sought after thing from some people here. How's Bard a good duo for fighter? Bard provides a shitload of different forms of sustain. So Fighter has great HP sustain, good melee damage, and can take space. Bards do very good single target damage, some solid AoE damage, and then they have a little bit of a mix of like some supporty type healing. They have damage buffs, they have mana buffs, and like Bards can kind of change their build and their support types to exactly what a fighter would need. If they don't need mana, then they put damage on. If you need a lot of mana, then you run the mana song. And with Fighter having at level 12 plus Blood Fusion, that's the exact Govy name of the build, by the way. Blood Fusion at level 12 plus, that's going to allow you to sustain very, very, very easily through most normal fights. If you're extremely overwhelmed, you have that Bard there to bail you out. So you don't necessarily need the full heals of a cleric with something like a fighter. If you're not a part of a group that's like AoE polling and needing all of those heals all the time, that's probably gonna err more towards the side of Bard. So that's my take on it. I just think Bard's like a really good duo class for pretty much everything. All you need is Bard. Yep. I mean, that would be real. Tank Bard. Mage Bard. You put Bard with anything, dog. Bard is the best second in the game. Genuinely. Worst heartbreak over the years was after the Battle Royale BS. We're told we're gonna get to test the Castle Siege system and it never happened. Love the Siege in the Lineage too. Can't wait to see Intrepid's take on the system. Wait, Castle Sieges were tested? Yeah, they have a whole full, like Castle Siege video from way back in the day. Now, they're not in yet, but yeah, Castle Sieges were tested. Funny enough, my girlfriend Carla was the one that got me into Ashes because she was a huge fan of everything. She was in the first Castle Siege test and he used that to hype up Ashes to me time and time again to try to get me like into Ashes and to try to tell me what the systems would be. So yeah, I mean, they haven't been tested consistently, but I'm also hoping we get a guild castle soon. Right, huh? To make amazing Ashes streamers at nighttime? What time is nighttime for you? Oh god, wait, if your schedule's cooked, yeah, you're down horrendous. Was told I could test it, I guess I didn't get the invite. Hold on, let me see if I can find it for you. Ashes of Creation Castle Siege. Let me see if I can find it. Everything you need to know about Castle Sieges. Game guide. 100 versus 100. Oh wait, Richie has a POV. It's from Alpha 1. But this shit about to be cooked. Hold on.
Forgot to buy a mount. Well, we're doing a Castle Siege on foot here.
Look at old Richie.
So
this is
spells,
oh my god,
my spells,
the old skill UI.
Got lots of gold.
This is Alpha 1 gameplay.
Oh well.
This is the Castle Siege. We'll get through it a little bit.
I'm gonna see if I can just land one of those. I got unlimited sprint. That's all I need.
Turn that off.
That's all you need.
Look at the lines for the sprint. They're so cute. It's like a.
What was that?
It's like a Need for Speed game.
One of these bad
This is
boys
so great. Okay, we got the Trebbies. We're up tremendous. All right, Richie, let's get down to the front line, buddy. Let's.
If I were him, I'd bundle my home and auto and pick up the
Chat. This is unacceptable.
Are you talking?
My bad. That's on me. That's on me.
All
right, let's peep. Massive combat, prismatic beam going absolutely sicko mode. We got GM Hunter going wild on the front line. Big divine flare over there. Might be some targeting issues with mounted players. The system message goes out. Big blink forward coming out from Richie. All right, show me the shatter combo, Richie. Let me see the Horcock. Okay, Priz Beam, big Priz Beam.
I haven't played a maxed out mage yet.
Absolutely massive Priz Beam coming out. He is chasing a Flail Runner. Faster than the Flail Runner on foot.
Why
Level 15 cap, by the way. He is fucking filming.
I don't even know if this is a bug or not.
Bro, this is why mages are so unhappy with today's state of gameplay, by the way. They're used to literally being gods.
So I can catch up to
No way they released this game in December with this floaty movement?
Let's go.
This is 4 years ago. This is 4 years ago. We're looking back on what the gameplay used to be.
Let's see what I can do here.
and like just appreciating how far it has actually come. This is showing old like castle siege footage that was like one of the first castle siege tests, and this was like 100 versus 100.
On the team is a healer.
They have
These
reworked
events
so
are
much,
up to an hour
like
long. The
from the
defending team
core
wins if it's
up.
an hour, but
This is what
the
Ashes looked
attacking
like.
team can win it in any
The
amount
guild
of time.
pop up mid cast is crazy, or the raid pop up. Yo, he just got fucked mid cast from that.
Come on, we got this.
Oh god.
They have
Tried it 2 months ago and refunded after 3 hours. Game was so laggy and buggy. Why'd you refund after 3 hours? And when did you try it? Like, what were the laggy and buggy issues you were running in with? Because like, if you purchased 2 months ago, then you would have had the 90-day refund period with no hours limit. So like, not to, like hindsight's 2020 you. But like, what were you running into when you played that was like a really bad thing? Yo, Cozy, hope you're having a beautiful day. What up? Kill for something like counterspell and spell steal from WoW? Man, fuck silences. I fucking hate silences, bro. Fuck silence. Everything. Summoner has silences. Like, it's rough. It's rough. Keep this. Jesus fucking Christ.
Love that spell. What's going on
So,
here?
this was what we were looking at a few years ago. Just for perspective. That was the first Guild Castle Siege. From like the UI to the graphic visuals to the lighting to the movement system to the sprint speed to now having some momentum stop on our abilities, like it has actually come a really long way, man. A really fucking long way, I think. And some people do not want to actually like, I don't know, just acknowledge that. They're home for December. What? Yo, Budo. What up, go? How are you? Personally, you know me. I got a graphic for this. Official DustyWhy original graphics. First things first, we got to look into what the Harbingers look like. This include the Oracle. This is one of the many Harbinger bosses that you will actually see. And before you want to try to clown my shit, because I know somebody out there is going to say, Dusty, that's a terrible fucking drawing, right? Hold on. I must find a picture. Because they got this bitch somewhere. God damn it. Where's the Harbinger picture? Alright, it's somewhere over here. Anyways, it's a pretty accurate drawing. It is a hand-done recreation. But like, this is my take on it. This is my take on it. The largest con is that we're gonna have unhappy people. But bro, I'm gonna be real with you. What do we already have in Ashes? Like, in excess. We got a lot of unhappy motherfuckers over here, dog. It's gonna happen one way or the other. You know what I mean? It's 1000% gonna be a thing. Whether they go to Steam, whether they don't go to Steam, like the December update is undoubtedly going to be a good update that brings important things into the game that will be system expansions and replayable content and all of that, right? I look forward to that. It's not going to solve every problem for everybody, but from gathering systems being improved to general progression to endgame scaling being looked at to a lot of bugs, dupes, exploits being fixed, like it is a substantial update. I'm gonna be honest. It's a substantial update no matter how you look at it. The big thing that a lot of people have been up in arms about is like, this is too early for the game to be this public. And like my counter to that is like, dog, fucking Asmongold's played the game. In the MMO scene, it's not gonna get much more public than that. Like, we got Asmon playing, we got Summit that's played. You got fucking, like, basically every MMO content creator that has played. We got your goofy ass over here. Like, the influence of Ashes is not something that's incredibly small, and it's not like it's this, like, non-zero, like, this tiny footprint where nobody knows. Steam puts it in front of more people as another impression, but it's also like, you could just go to the fucking Ashes store and you could get it from there, right? So I'm just like, I understand where people are coming from, because 3 months from now, it'll look better than it did today. 3 months after that, it'd look better than it did at that point. 3 months after that, it looked better than it did at that point. And every one of those 3 month gaps up would actually be beneficial to, you know, the first public impression. But at the end of the day, that's going to happen regardless, whether it's on Steam, whether it's on Intrepid. The word's going to spread. People that want to get in will get in. People that want to clown on it will clown on it. Like, we're not going to control that. I think the whole, like, Steam thing is being vastly overblown. I feel like it's just going to be more of the same shit that we already have. If I could run it back immediately. It's going to be that. Nothing's going to change other than more people saying the same goddamn stuff. And that can be really good because it can lead to more feedback going out, more feedback being more vocalized. But as we already see from like every MMO subreddit post, every MMO video that goes out, from every MMO YouTuber that played 5 hours of a game and clicks their buttons on their keybinds, like, the sentiment's already pretty wishy-washy. So, like, I don't know, man. My perspective on it. My perspective is we're going to have the negative anyway. For me, the positive outweighs the negative. More accessibility of the title in front of people. More accessibility for people to come in and provide their feedback, whether it's good, bad, and different about the playtesting. More money for Intrepid. More scalability. But it comes with a negative of more unhappy motherfuckers. The refund policy change is a huge L as well. The refund policy change, I think, is the largest L of this. It is honestly the thing that not enough people are talking about. I think people are too focused on, oh my god, people are going to be unhappy on the Steam side. And people are not focused enough on the fact that, like, we can stop a lot of people from being vocally unhappy because of the 90-day refund period, which is no longer a thing. Like, if you don't like Ashes, then you previously had 90 days, no hours limit to refund. Now they've had to adopt the Steam standard refund policy. I think that's the largest L overall. But other than that, I think it's mostly positive, outweighing the negative in the long term. Wait, you missed some cats on cats violence. What the fuck did you do? What did you do? Can you talk about solo PvP? What do you mean, like open world flagging and stuff? Because, like, if you're trying to solo stuff, you will not just want to, like, 100 to 0 kill somebody that's not flagged up. 1,000%. 1,000%. Let me read, except the Ashes community is already highly toxic. It's gonna be the same shit, though. Like, if I'm being honest, it's like nothing else is gonna change. We just get more people that are also going to be a mix of toxic and not toxic. Not everybody in the Ashes community is toxic, and your interaction with your kind of, like, you know, social circle could also dictate what your experience is. There are some people, well, not you in particular, but like any one person. Oh, fuck you. No, like any one particular person's interactions, you know what I mean? There are also a lot of people who, keep in mind, have never done a guild versus guild war, who have never done a settlement war. There are people that are in this chat right now that have played Ashes for well over 1,000 hours that have never once PvP'd. And, like, that difference in things can also be a matter of if you're seeing, like, the toxic, barbaric PvP animosity shit talking, all of the friction that comes with that, or if your biggest beef is because an RP guild that lives next door keeps taking your flowers. They bought a freehold before you. One freeholder. Like, there are different levels to it, you know what I mean? And I feel like there's absolutely that bit of, you know, toxic animosity that you can get yourself involved into no matter which route you're in. But there are definitely a lot of people too along the way that are just trying to come into an immersive world and vibe. And there are people that, like, focus on that. Me and the Clarks had some battles. Jesus fucking Christ. Did you burn 25 gold for a guild deck again? Oh my fucking god. Bro, I was so set up for the new TTK. I have 2 salvage slag earrings in my fucking inventory right now, man. I was so set. Oh my god. Oh my god. Do you have any reasoning for the unhappy people con, or you're just talking about the normal unhappy people? In terms of, like, why it's a bad thing to have unhappy people, I mean, public sentiment does go out in waves. It's like throwing a rock in a body of water and then watching the ripple go out. And the more momentum that ripple picks up over time, it can be either good or bad, right? Some are these really pretty waves, some are these tsunamis that literally murder entire populations. And it can depend on that outward public sentiment a good bit, which can always be something that's incredibly hard to manage, especially with something that's transparent from this early on. So, while I don't think first impressions are everything for everyone in the long term, first impressions are absolutely something that can be a lasting impact, because not only does it have that personal, like, my first impression was bad, but then anytime that topic comes up, like, ayo, you still playing Ashes? Nah, that shit sucked. That questing experience was not there. It didn't hit for me. I, as a solo player, had to do shit way slower. The crafting was too bad, whatever it may be, right? And that can spread to a wave of other people where it's like, oh, you want to check out Ashes? Oh, well, my friend said that sucked. Why are you playing that? And then they're like, oh, okay, well, maybe we don't then. And that can be something that, you know, keeps echoing throughout, especially with how quick sentiment can spread in today's era of gaming. It's not a matter of us getting like a weekly Game Informer in our mailbox and then reading a random Game Informer out of the basket beside the toilet while we're taking a shit and reading like those curated reviews, which all, by the way, were probably paid promo. But now it is instant spread of the people who want to go on the internet first and yap the loudest and then happen to get all the updates on whatever media platform they're choosing. And that quick viral spread of things can be very, very volatile for a lot of communities to deal with, right? Because people always want that hot topic. If Ashes is a scam and it's all burning down and it's out of money, like, I'm gonna be real, dog. I'm gonna record a YouTube video tomorrow that's probably gonna get 500 views up in this bitch. I'm gonna take people through my opinions as an every single day Ashes content creator of what the goods of Ashes right now are, the bads of Ashes are right now, and what people can expect in the future with the upcoming update and how to prepare themselves for hopping in right now. That's probably gonna flop and get 500 views, but I feel like somebody gotta do that shit. If I made a clickbait slop video about how Ashes is running out of money and Steven hit the Baccarat tables in Vegas and lost it all, so now we gotta go to Steam, that's gonna get a whole hell of a lot more than $500, especially if I throw some AI generated thumbnail slop on there with Steven hitting the Bakis. So it's like, which route do you want to go? Do you want to go to the light, or do you want to let the darkness consume you? And for me, I feel like people need to see more of that light. I feel like too many people in the content scene right now are always worried about what's going to get the most views and what's going to be the most viral take that's going to spread to the most people and get the Asmonbald review. And like, if that's important to you, then cool, but that's not my loop. We have different gameplay loops. And your loop isn't my loop, and I respect that. That's my take. Also, chat, unplugging and replugging my HDMI fixed my monitor going black. I appreciate you guys. Here to ask to pull up the econ job listing. So that has been filled so far. Oh, I've had this pulled up for so long. I've been talking about this for weeks. They updated this long ago. It's in this tab. Yeah, I've had this shit for a while. So I also did confirm, because keep in mind, hold on. They had this listing 2 dev streams ago. Principal econ designer, associate software engineer, senior anti-cheat engineer, senior build engineer, software engineer, and technical producer. And essentially all of these were filled before this past dev stream. This dev stream that just happened, they actually showed a graphic and they were like, hey, we're still hiring for these positions. I saw the website long ago. I reached out to Mackie and heard back that the positions are confirmed, looking at prospective candidates at the very least, and they are good. So I reached out to Maggie, Margaret Crone, the director of communications from Intrepid, personally, happened to get a reply, and confirmed through her today that the positions are filled. Now, they're not like, she did not say that they're all guaranteed hired and set up and stuff, but the website is correct as of right now. The postings are intended to be gone because candidates have been found for those positions. She did clarify, once offers are all sent out, someone could always decline, somebody could get a better offer, anything could happen. And I would love to just clarify that. Nothing is solidified, but they have confirmed located candidates that they would like to pursue for that. So, can't really trust your trouble when I say it this time. I mean, I asked if the graphic was up to date or if the like website was out of date, and the website was an up to date one. So then I got some clarification on that. So trust or distrust what you will there. Like I totally get it. But yeah, according to what they've said, the website is the up to date source where we can get all of that. Been wondering if they were filled or abandoned. Yeah. No worries. Because even in Pirate Software's announcement, where he said he was coming back, he was like, I think they filled the econ position, but I'm not sure. So if somebody's got an in with the Pirate Man, tell him that the positions are confirmed filled. I don't know, like, who knows who here? You're always like 5 degrees away from somebody in life. So like, you know somebody who knows somebody who knows somebody who knows somebody, or some bullshit like that. Or maybe it's like 4. But yeah, Kevin Bacon, or anybody in the world. Yeah, exactly. I think it's 5 degrees of Kevin Bacon. Is it 5? Because we're way closer to, with this community than 5. I'm gonna be completely honest. 6? It used to be 7. God, the bacon's getting well done. Holy shit. Brother's getting around everywhere. Hollywood's leaking. I was always told 6. Yeah, I'm not very good with numbers. I'm just glad it's a single digit. But yeah, like, there's always like somebody that you know that knows somebody that knows somebody that knows somebody that knows Kevin Bacon, basically. So same thing with Pirate Software. I knew a guy named Kevin Bacon who got kidnapped and murdered. Well, 3 degrees from Kevin Bacon. Be right back. I'm taking my coffee out, switching to water. Good day. Good day. We're up tremendous. Anyways. Hello. I'm here. They're claiming Intrepid had a previous project they refused refunds on. Who? Because, like, there was Apocalypse. So I mean, I guess you could say technically Apocalypse was like the first title that they put out. Yeah, I mean, I guess technically that'd be a different title, maybe under like the same Ashes of Creation IP. I'm not sure of like the full, it was marketed as a standalone game. Yeah, I'm not quite certain. But I don't know, some of the Steam curator stuff is also very weird. Like, I pointed out as soon as Ashes had actually gone into, like, you know, the Steam store, there was a curator review that was literally just like Unreal Engine 5 detector. And it went around like downvoting any Unreal Engine 5 game and saying Unreal Engine 5 detected. And like, okay. But the two that it downvoted most recently, next to Ashes, were RV There Yet and Arc Raiders. So if that's what we're shaping up to, you know, to be in the review batch of, that's fine with me. Probably gonna get hate for saying this. I don't hope Pirates ever gets in. I feel like it would cause too much drama and shit. Very worried about that, honestly, with everything that's happening to him lately. I don't mind, honestly. Like, I guess, like, what's the concern with that, with, like, drama and stuff happening? Because I think that's more of a him-contained thing, you know what I mean? I don't necessarily think that would scale out to too many other people. I think that it could bring, potentially, like, certain types of viewers into the community, but also any streamer that comes into the directory is going to bring that, especially on a macro scale. Like, I have people that don't like me, but because I am smaller, I don't have that many people that don't like me in, like, the grand scheme of things. I still have, like, a percentage of people that don't like me, but it's not like I have an army of 7 million people that don't like me and an army of 20 million people that do. You know what I mean? Lower your streamer window to cover your chat. No. Why would I do that? I like people's chats getting exposed. Why would I ever do that? I don't have shit to hide. I ain't got a single thing to hide. Yeah, my chat will always be visible. I feel the same thing about Asmongold. It'll cause so much havoc. Like, I mean, a lot of people, though. A lot of people plan a caravan run. I mean, in all fairness, what is me hiding my chat going to do if I'm running caravans? Like, actual, real, genuine question. What is me hiding my chat going to do if I run a caravan? I'm not exactly Mr. Incognito out here, man. Asmongold has been playing pretty much non-stop since Phase 2, just FYI, just under a different name. What's your source? Where's the bald one? Summon the bald one here. Hold on, someone do an exclamation watch time on his Twitch. Cause I'll guarantee it's 0 minutes. He probably doesn't give a shit about the directory in the first place. But someone watch time his Twitch and I bet it's 0 minutes. Hard to believe. I mean, so he did say in an interview with Steven that he would be checking out Ash's off stream so he could actually enjoy it. Which, great, awesome, wonderful, good for him. That'd be awesome. I know the GM of the guild he's in, and a couple members in Aura know him. He's here in Texas. He doesn't stream or play on his name or anything, entirely incognito. Are you in Texas too? What's in Texas? How warm is it in Texas right now? I heard Texas be hot as a bitch all day. He doesn't really have a choice. He does. So, like, the thing about Ashes is if you are genuinely in a community that is tippity of the toppity, you know, you are able to pee poo poo on whoever. I feel like that's what I want to try to, you know, get cats up to the point of being able to compete with. So that way, even if we are getting stream sniped by something, we can then actually defend ourselves and fight back against any of that, right? That's always my, like, dream. That's a really hard thing to actually accomplish. But, like, if he was genuinely in a, like, top guild, it doesn't matter how many of his spurglings run at him. It would take them so long to get the depth of the game. It would take them so long to catch up to the current top guilds. It would be a little tough. And as we've seen before, just a raw Zerg isn't enough to actually make shit happen over here. Asmongold couldn't handle PvP servers and well, he doesn't have a choice. I mean, Asmongold is not the worst video gamer in the world. Like, Ashes is by no means the most demanding. It's got a lot of buttons, but I don't think it's that hard mechanically. I'm just saying. Yo, what up, Madness? I want to get to Ashes, but I'm a solo player. I like to open world PvP. Is Ashes for me or not for me? Like, clips will always lead you to think that there's a lot, but I'm gonna be honest, even if you're a PvP player, like, you've got to PvE so much to actually, like, get your shit squared away. There are some rotating, like, lawless battlegrounds throughout the world. Those are more or less unplayed, even when things are, like, super popular. These are just more of a get the fuck out so you don't get ganked. Other than that, like, the ocean in the long term is probably going to be one of your best bets for that. The ocean is a full flag lawless PvP area, including all these islands out in the ocean. And then with the addition of the new sport fishing systems, the sport fishing is going to hopefully bring a lot of big fishing raids out to certain areas in the tropics, where you can basically then go pillage and pirate and take their fish and then sell their fish. So some pretty cool loops hopefully coming in. Then you got the Harbinger system with the corruption. So, like, there will hopefully be more coming in. Now, there are planned arenas. You mentioned you're an open world player, so arenas might not be your cup of tea. I really look forward to arenas. Those will be in at some point, TM. There will be more systems coming in as well that hopefully will help guide some PvP in some areas. Because in the minds of a lot of, like, the very open world focused PvPers, there's not a lot of that current, I guess, like, incentivization to bring people into open world PvP instead of, in most instances, just turning around and running away and, like, going to do something else in the very large world. So I think that's where a lot of people are very much, like, I don't know, on edge about open world right now, you know what I mean? It's still there. You can still find it through, like, guild versus guild decks. I mean, settlement decks will pop up when there are actually people playing the game in settlements and in guilds. There is a good amount that will line up with that. But a lot of that is going to be dependent on some friction taking place beforehand. If you're a part of a random guild that has no beef with anybody, it's not very likely you're going to get guild decked on. Like, there are a few different things that'll actually have implications in the long term. So, the current prices on PTR, no notice 25 gold for 50 silver fish. But, like, what would you risk 25 gold for? You're a force flag out there. Yeah, you don't even have to, like, be on a boat. Because, like, I can literally just go out and I can yoink your shit. Also on the fish, we have to keep in mind on the PTR testing. We are, ooh, braidwood. We are fishing up fry size fish in common, and they're selling for like 50 to 80 silver, at least in my experience. That's the smallest, lowest rarity of fish. If you pull like an epic fry, oh, fuck me. If you pull an epic fry, I still feel like that's gonna generate at least a few gold from that one fish. Sport fishing, low-key, could be a disgusting amount of money coming in, providing your fishing is higher level. Because keep in mind, in addition, of course, I fucking hate this game, bro. Where was this goddamn rarity that I've been getting the last 2 fucking days? When it actually mattered in any way, shape, or form. Like, we're so cooked. We're so cooked now, boys. God fucking damn it. But yeah, I'm excited to see what the actual scaling of sport fishing ends up being. Instead of just the current state of affairs where we're fishing up those common fries. I think there's some money to be had, though. I'm not entirely convinced it's bad. Hesitating to make a fighter for ocean fishing, that AoE and self-heal. I'm gonna be real, bro. Ocean fishing sucks right now. Like, not in a way of like, oh my god, it's so unfun. But there are a lot of really weird ability interactions right now with the ocean. So in terms of the water, you don't have... The way that I'm interpreting it as not a game developer, so this can be entirely wrong, but it seems like a lot of abilities that are like ground target abilities. Abilities, I fucking hate this game. Abilities that will, you know, relocate somebody. Whether it's like a pull on my grapple, whether it's something like my banner that needs to hit the ground. The water doesn't register at this point in time as ground. So there's not a landing point for people when you throw those bad boys out. And that makes it a little bit weird for the ocean fighting. The ocean fighting is really cool when things work, and like I can grapple somebody to the ocean floor and then kick the shit out of them, but I can't grapple them, you know, midway down the ocean depth to pull them into my backline. So that's a big thing. Yo, Gastro, what up, dude? Is it true the servers will wipe in December? Yes. So I can pull up the schedule for y'all, actually. There is a good article that I would recommend saving, and that is going to be, hiya. This article here, and I'll take you guys through this real quick in case anybody's missed it. So, oh wait, sorry, wrong one. God damn it. Nope, I baited you. I baited you. It's over in this tab. This one? This one. My bad, my bad, my bad. Copy. My bad, that's the old one. Hold on, here you go. Other purple. Dude, I know, I hate how good my luck is right now. It's actually ridiculous. Unfollowing baiter. I know. Giving out bad information. Clickbaiting people. Sending out malicious links. Alright, so the immediate plan. There is a heavy emphasis on private test realm or PTR testing to get the upcoming set of changes as ready as it can be for December 11th to smooth all that out. So on December 11th, we will have new servers that are going up. That will be launch day of the Harbinger update and the early access launch. Brand new servers, fresh starts. Lotharia and Shoal are wiped, and if they need new realms, they'll spin up new realms. From there, we have the lead up. Yesterday and today, Lotharia and Shoal, the live realms, are playable. Now, these are like the normal progression-based realms where you level your character, gear your character, so on and so forth. Starting tomorrow, the private test realm, which sometimes will have boost NPCs, sometimes will not, goes up until the 25th. Then, on the 26th to December 1st, Lotharia and Shoal are back up. On December 1st, there is a community event where you will have vendors to get characters to max level. There will be mounts, and there will be a fun, like, end of the server event. After that, from December 2nd to December 10th, the private test realm is once again back up. Every day that the private test realm is up, they have different focus tests for us, where they will give people a set of soft objectives where it's like, if you want to help us, feel free to test these things. There are typically surveys that you can complete. That's in the Ashes Discord, discord.gg/ashesofcreation. And then from there, you can help get the patch in the place that it needs to be. On the 11th, like I mentioned, you got the full Alpha 2 wipe. Lotharia and Shoal come back, first 2 servers. And down here, it does say exploit and dupe hunting will be rewarded for first to reproduce reports. I can vouch. Peep, I got a mouse skin. I found a exploit. Not necessarily a exploit, but it was a drop table bug with a group that I was grinding with. And I was the first one to report it. I gave like all the reproduction steps, and I got a screenshot that had the drop table in it. So I got a mount skin. So I can slap this on whatever mount. Well, actually, all of my mounts. And then it essentially, you got the Shatterclaw? Yes! Yes! We're twinsies! So, I can slap this on any of my mounts, and it will turn any of my mounts with their current statistics into the Shatterclaw itself. So, reported so many dupes and hacks, it even set a trap that got Team Muxy fan. The last part of that is fucking crazy. Even set a trap is fucking wild. What the fuck? Oh my god. That's so good. Cleric Summoner might be the play. Cleric Summoner might go hard, but also Cleric is gonna have a mass res. Mass res is gonna be disgusting. I don't know if it's gonna be like a full area res or whatever, but like, you get one Cleric hitting a mass res, bro, that's gonna be such a big fucking change. So, just immediate timetable. I would say if you are a player that hasn't played that much this phase, if you're somebody that's new, that's looking to come in, I would say prioritize these days. If I could recommend anything, very frequently these days will have vendor NPCs that are like boost NPCs that you can actually like level characters with, gear characters with, level your artisan skills with. So that'll help you get scored away. You figure out what you want to play. You can check out the newest patch. You can get mounts, do whatever you want to. More of a sandboxing environment, way less progression based, way easier to hop in and out of. Very frequently wiped, but again, sometimes boost NPCs, sometimes not. More often than not, boost. I'd prioritize these days. On these days, provide as much feedback as you can. And then, December 11th, we're looking for those fresh starts. So I will be swapping a sub goal over soon for the old traditional Dusty 24-hour stream. Joy. Joy. And if we hit that, you guys know what you're getting. Honestly, I'm probably gonna have to do it anyways because of the fucking grind this phase. We got the gotchi groups going out, so like we're gonna be on the routes, man. We're gonna be going DJ and stuff. Everyone who caught knew what he was doing. Yellow was telling us everything he was doing and how they exploited things. So we ramped, got video and reported. Then the 17 bandwave hit them. Jesus fucking Christ. There's like actual fucking warfare going on, bro. Oh my god. Like I'm genuinely so fucking happy that like I'm not getting involved with like having cats build around doing dastardly things, is how I'll put it. It's a large stress reducer to know the one time somebody in cats has got temp banned, it's because they made an account named GM Lorraine and messaged another cats member that they were gonna get banned because they had third-party software on their computer, and then they got reported and then 3-dayed for impersonating a GM. Wasn't me. Wasn't me. We did have a cat get banned for using Linux. Wait, what the fuck do you mean? Is that discrimination? Do we have a legal case? Where's Pryor? What the fuck do you mean? What the goddamn helly? Did they actually get banned or reset? I thought it was just like character deletions, but I don't know. I don't know the full detail of it. You gonna hit me? Let a mass. You gonna let me hit a mass res in PvP? Oh, I'm gonna trip the shit out of that. Yeah, nah, heal. If you start trying to hit a mass res, I'm gonna grapple you into me, and then I'm gonna turn and I'm gonna dunk on your shit so fast. I'm gonna hit that shit so hard, so hard. Absolutely, you're not getting that off. Summoner gonna be available at the start of early access on 12/11. Yes. The summoner will be in the Harbingers, which are the corrupted areas, will also be in. There will be a myriad of other things that are also coming in on the 11th, hopefully. But a lot of it is also facilitated by people providing feedback on things based on the PTR testing, which is where we are currently testing the entire build of the game. So in the event that you got some free time and you happen to want to hop in and playtest, please feel free. Let me know. I'll get you the PTR testing dates and we'll link up and we'll do some shit on the PTR. Because I'm going to be over there every single day and I can't show my screen. So, how many are on in main? Holding strong at 5, soldier. What you got? You got 3? Because I'm down to go do something. What you got in second? I mean, honestly, shit, 5 for a guild isn't too bad right now. We might be the biggest Zerg here. Jesus Christ. 2 and 1 is an 18. Ah, shit, power level? We got a lighthouse or some shit. It's the only thing that could be useful, maybe. I'm not quite certain, but who knows, man? Who knows? Honestly, I'm stalking about the Braidwood. What if they reverse the decision on the wipe? What if I get to prison pocket some of this? The sky's the limit. We can make anything happen over here. But yeah, Midir, I'm excited as shit about the update, man. The corrupted zones as well. We have been testing pretty thoroughly over on the PTR. The bosses are hard. The fights have fun mechanics, environmental mechanics, boss mechanics. It's really neat. The corrupted areas themselves are fucking large, and they expand in real time if they're not dealt with. That's gonna be a nice bit of an like endgame replayable content that'll scale up with us no matter how high the level cap goes, because those will need to be dealt with frequently. So I'm really excited for that. Porting over to Steam, probably gonna get some new players in as well. The price dropped to $50, big jumping in point for players. So I'm pretty pumped up. I don't necessarily think the downside is going to outweigh the upside of what we're interacting with and what we're looking at, because brother, the more people that are playing Ashes, the better. They ever release Rogue? Oh god, yes. Yeah, Rogue's been out for a while. Summoner is the final primary, so that'll be like all 8 of the base classes. Rogue was dropped back in... Oh god, phase 2? Rogue was back in phase 2, right? That wasn't phase 2.5. Yeah, Rogue's been in for a while. Rogue went through a little over a month of PTR testing before it deployed. And then from there, it deployed with some pretty intriguing bugs and balance issues. And to this day, it is actually a pee-pee poo-poo ass class. Actually, I have 0 of the 64 promised classes unless I missed something. Not as much missed something, but the development cadence that they have targeted is not getting all of like the completed classes out one by one by one. It's more of like chunks that'll activate. So on the class grid, where is it? This is not the class grid. This was a meme somebody sent me. Crafting grid. God damn it, Chaz, someone do exclamation classes. Hit that for me real quick. I got too many links open right now. We're down horrendous. I need an exclamation classes. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, here we go. Here we go. Open image. So the way that they have basically been going about it, and I'll zoom in for all you old people, is working on each one of these bases first. And Rogue was the second to last to come in. Summoner was the last to come in. Once these bases are all here, they're basically going to add the secondaries to each of these because of the augments being sorted out and put in a place where they're, you know, usable and ready to go. So what we're going to be looking at for the first deployment of secondaries will get us a total of like 16, because it'll be tank and cleric secondaries becoming available for every base class. So immediately we'll go from like 0 classes to 16 classes. And then if they add in fighter, we'd go to 24, and then it jumps up 8 at a time with how they're going to go about it. Instead of tweaking every single one of them, or not tweaking, but like instead of implementing every single one of them one at a time, they're bulking in all of these like secondary, you know, classes, or the secondary archetypes, however we want to call it, all at once to every single one. So the first update that we do get will include tank and cleric secondaries for all of these all at once. So how much uniqueness are you expecting, or do you think the augments will be mostly cosmetic? Copium Clinic on YouTube has a really good video about like the breakdowns that are expected. But they have basically talked about how there will be 4 different schools of augments for every one of the secondaries, which I'm actually a little wishy-washy on that, because I feel as though some of these don't necessarily have 4 distinct fields that they can go down without making them feel a little watered down. So I do have a slight concern there, and hope that that's not an ongoing issue where it's like, oh, these secondaries actually lack weight. That's something I'm actually kind of hesitant about myself, fully admittedly. But from there, the 4 distinct schools in your specializations, those will kind of like augment your active abilities. Those will go from a power scaling essentially of like 1, where it's more or less, you know, this can change the element of this and do like a different status effect. Or Steven has said like something that's in the higher realm of change in terms of that power differential would be if you're something along the lines of a, you know, fighter mage, with the mage being your secondary, taking one of your movement abilities and instead of being that like jump forward, it being that blink forward from a mage instead. So then you would have that full differential in terms of like how you're facilitating your movement, and just kind of tweaks through there. I don't expect it to be something that's an entire like combo breaker, game breaker, but I think it'll be enough to be able to tell a difference in like, you know, fighting 2 tanks of any type. And within fighting 2 tanks of the same type, we're also going to be getting archetype reworks that will include archetype ranks at a certain point that will also give us a bit of variance to the archetypes, even, you know, the same ones. So if I'm playing a tank and you're playing a tank, once we have ranks to all of our abilities, instead of just like, oh, Dusty, what abilities are you using? And then that being the end of the questions, it's like, what abilities are you using and where are you dumping your ranks? Where are your passive ranks? Where are your active ranks? So that's going to be a big point of change that does help bring in some variance. Secondaries will also bring in more variance. And in some instances, secondaries can provide like defining characteristics. So like a cleric can only res 1 target. And that's the only like res in the game right now, other than the Ember Springs. A cleric, which is High Priest, is the only thing in the game that will have an AoE like multi-person res. And we don't even know what the mechanics of that multi-person res are going to be. but High Priest has been confirmed to be the only thing that will have a multi-res design. That is fucking huge. Huge. So, if you get that in PvP, especially with how like clumpy and bally things can be, I don't even know the mechanic of it, but like, I also, something that's been like intriguing me a lot lately is Bard Summoner. Because I'm almost picturing like, instead of the Bard having to be there, what if you just summon your songs? Like, what if you just top down like a banner and then you put your song there? AI music. Oh, God. Like, low-key. I feel like very mobile songs and shit like that from a bard could go kind of ungodly hard. Because, like, Bard Summoner is called Song Caller. And that makes me think you're just going to be sitting in a very safe place, dropping massive AoEs wherever you want them to be as standalones. And maybe with the Summoner, like, AI coming in, you can put a song on somebody that follows them. So it's like, we're going in, get Nimble Dances on our tanks. We're getting out, put Nimble Dance on the person that's caught in the clump without you having to walk in the clump. And it's like a summon that like floats over in a little music note that's like a faster moving discordance. Dude, that'd be so fucking cool. Secondaries have the potential to change so goddamn much in this game. And I very much look forward to that. Imagine going into a fight and you get super uber fucked. Lost 10 people right away and seeing that priest reviving all of them at the same time. Well, you gotta have somebody assigned to res duty. Yeah, bro, like, you need to, in Ashes, with how quickly numbers can turn and escalate things, if you don't have a couple of people, whether they're like tanks or rogues or what have you, that are assigned to look for resing clerics after big points of kills, you need to get a couple people in the muscle memory of doing so. I always, as soon as a kill goes out, I am scanning enemy backlines and I'm looking for somebody that's channeling reses, and then I will grapple them, and then I will trip them, and then I will kick the shit out of them. Every single time. And it's gotta be that, like, second nature. I feel like in PvP, a lot of shit falls apart when the transition comes in from, like, okay, we've made the initial bomb, we've made that initial play, we've got a few kills. How do we escalate off of these few kills? Any, like, group of hooligans can drop a few abilities at the same time in mass scale and do enough damage to get kills on people and get lucky. But what you do after you get that first lucky pick is what separates the people that can play the game from the people that are winning the game. And it's all that clean usage of momentum in fights and that snowball in fights right now. It's fucking massive. Kaiser, hello, white pipe. I know, who would have fucking thought? Where are these sources coming from? And what else cool do you guys have for me? I'm curious now. I'm very curious. I knew it. A lot of people knew and none of them were fucking me. Bro, I don't know. I'm clueless as shit. I'm clueless as shit. Maybe I'm just like sitting here in my own little happy world, just chilling, balling, flossing, saucing, vibing. I don't know, man. I'm just trying to exist. But like, I understand it. I was a little bit outside of the, you know, the mentality of wipes were going to be coming in. I thought it was a salvageable state of affairs. And then as I learned more about, like, how bad all of the bugs were, and, like, some things that I had just overlooked. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Yo, GP, what up, my dude? I hope you're having a beautiful day. What would a tank do? Or what would change for the tank? Probably, like, tank... See, this is a thing where I'm kind of, like, hesitant on how are they going to get 4 distinct schools of augments for every single class, right? Tank. I don't necessarily know that we got 4 distinct things that are going to be, like, appealing. I think a tank would have, like, an HP side, a mitigation side, and an area control side at most. Maybe, like, a disabler side, but also, like, HP and mitigation could be, like, into one. I mean, I guess you could have the initiation side of it in the area control side. Either way, like, there are a few things that could happen, right? But I could see tank being anything like Indomitable Spirit can be augmented with more Indomitable Spiritness to give you more max HP, which then scales into your intercepts, into your protects, into, you know, PvE wise, like your threat gen from Intim and your taunts. So Indom is, and not your protects, sorry, your banners. I mean, technically your protects and shit too. But like, Indom is a very large facilitator for a whole lot of frontlining for tanks. Give tank a Reinhardt shield. That could also be cool down the road, honestly. Like, I see that as kind of like a stamina tree augment, because the stamina tree also got completely reworked, so you can no longer have every single stamina, like, ability. And then you also no longer have spring step. So your dodge distance is down and blocking is up. So Loki, I can see like a level 50 tank augment being like any projectiles that are like going past the tank's shield go through like a damage absorption before it goes down and then still continue through to the target or something like that. Dodge is definitely super nerf next phase. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'ma just make my early prediction right now. Okay. Might be a little early, but the first necklace crafted in mass is going to be Thistleborn necklaces, so get your rubies and zinc as soon as you can because it's got block defense and max HP. Block defense is a crazy fucking scaler, as is max HP. Block defense, since block is up, will just passively generate block for you. On the PTR build that I put together with, not even Legos, greens and grays, I was sitting at 62% Fizz Mitt, 45.5% Magic Mitt. This is with Grit active. And then from there, I had like 55-45 on my block mitts before upgrading to higher rarity. And I also didn't have the second part of all of this, which is going to be... Oh, what the fuck? Spall Ring. God. I was like, Slag Ring. That's not right. Spall Ring is also going to be more block defense, and then as you go up in rarity, of course, this bitch is going to be eye level 29 and Forge exclusive, but still rubies, emeralds, glittering steel, and zinc. Not that crazy to get. Block defense yet again. Then we look at certain things like lens of the ocule probably becoming much more craftable. Bro, how many lenses are there? Is lens not on here right now? Why no lens? Alright, no, I'll go fuck myself. Lens of the Ocule is an int shield that gives magic block chance and magic block mitigation on the shield itself. But from there, it also gives the craziest max HP scaling on a shield that you can imagine. So through rocking a shield, you will also inherently get passive block chance and block defense to both Fizz and magic, regardless of what type of shield. So throw on a shield, 15, 15, 15, 15. And then you scale up off of that. Obsolete. Oh, word. Thank you. You're a legend. So yeah, this max HP is going through the fucking roof as soon as that phase hits. So the regearing is going to bring this up. And as of right now, it's an incredibly cheap craft too. Like corrupted oak timber and 1 magic powder is kind of disgusting. So that'll probably get changed if I had to guess. I don't know if it's still the same over on PTR. I can't remember. But providing the bug is fixed with this. So this is technically not a shield. This is a sigil. So sigils are supposed to be the magic version of shields and still provide the passives. Sigils are not coded the same as shields, so they're not providing the passive block and everything. So this is basically like a defensive focus or the magic version of a shield, because they're supposed to be Fizz and magic focuses. They're supposed to be Fizz and magic shields. Sigil is magic shield. This is supposed to have the same passive jump up that a shield does, but tis bugged and not having that same jump up. Don't ask me why, but so from there, we're probably going to be in a huge meta of everybody just rocking the shit out of block rating, like that actual block defense. It's such a fucking disgusting scaler. It's so disgusting. Just for perspective, this 641 Fizz block defense that I'm getting from my shield is giving me a 10.4% difference. And as you scale those bad boys up, keep in mind it's just straight block defense, so it's going Fizz and magic. And there's very low diminishing return on block defense scaling. And then all you have to do is... Hiya. Oh wait, I can't even block because I don't have a weapon available. But you just active block, bro. You have a shield equipped, you active block. You block so much damage. And then they change the formula for like how much stamina is drained on damage taken. And you're able to block a whole hell of a lot more before you get stammed out than before. Ha ha ho ho. Yo, Generic, hope you're feeling good, dude. What up? Crafting and gathering, the most boring part of the game. I'm gonna get 3 more stat and gear changes before beta. I'd say more than 3, personally. Now, like, is gathering and crafting exhilarating for me? Absolutely the fuck not. Do I understand that it's supposed to be a very important part of the gameplay loop? Yeah. Do I also understand that if I was good enough at working the market and econing that I wouldn't have to gather because I would just be rich? Yeah. I know my flaws. I suck at that shit. So like, I gotta get better at the econ side of it so I can avoid gathering to do my crafting. That's my big thing. Like there is an alternative route. It's just like, if you're like me and you suck at econing and you're not rich enough to actually just buy everything you need, you gotta go around and gather it out. So that's the largest thing on my side where I'm just like, maybe I should change. Maybe it truly is a me issue. Like, bro, this phase, I got my herb at Journeyman, I got my lumberjacking, and I got my hunting, and then I also have my lumber milling. I'm so cooked. I'm so cooked. I've been doing this so much better. Essentially, like a braidwood cluster spawns can't be gathered for 24 hours and announces to a server and makes it a PvP zone. So you can go for PvP and super high value shit. That's actually a really intriguing thing. So I haven't played Albion, but a while back before the PvP zones actually got brought in, there was a question that was posed to me about reward incentivization from PvP zones and what could come in with those to eventually make them more worthwhile. And I came up with the thought of like having non-POI restricted PvP zones, but having essentially these like modifiers that can roll on zones, even if you want to POI restrict them, but essentially having different modifiers. And those modifiers can be anything from an upscaling of the mob difficulty, or, you know, a percentage increased power and damage while also having a percentage increased loot or something, quality or quantity from the mobs, increased glint payouts, different mobs that spawn in those PvP areas that can only be found in those PvP areas. And then there could be one that's like a bountiful, where you get a grave peak pop, and when it's bountiful, you're more likely to see higher tier cluster spawns that are higher rarity during that time. So you go in and you're chopping down and things are on accelerated respawns. You're trying to like cycle all of those gatherables in that bountiful area while also getting any of the good gatherables out of that area on your gatherers. I've always thought about that being like an evolution of this, where it's like, you're looking at the PvP areas and this is like a, I don't know, it's like an adventurer's, you know, Riverland's Lawless XP. So you know that adventurers is going to be like increased experience gain. And you're like, not very worth it. And then you pop over here and it's like, I don't know, it's up in fucking Great Peak and it's got that bountiful tag. You might look at that and be like, oh shit, bunch of people about to be gathering some really high value shit. Let me go see how they doing. Let me go check. I got an early Christmas present yesterday. My mom took me to the Micro Center that opened in my state 2 weeks ago. Oh wait, shit, they expanding? Got a new gaming laptop, headset, and mouse. Generic. That's fucking massive, dude. Wait. A, I'm happy you got a Micro Center near you. That's huge. B, I'm happy you can game again, dog. This looks new. Is this new? Is what new? Is this new? Yes. I reported big bug with drop table that would have broken economy, so this new. This is mouse skin. I'm on a different mount right now. Just the environment. I haven't been here in a while. So is like probably new to you, but winter's almost over. Yeah, winter is leaving. So like the environment like seasonally is gonna look way better. Winter is not the prettiest right now. The snow is just kind of like spray painted hairline right now. And will get much better. But yeah, as of right now, winter's kind of cooked visually. Winter's coming? Oh, fuck no. Winter's leaving. Jesus Christ, and thank God. Thank God winter is leaving. Bro, I had so many people come in that were just like seeing the game for the first time and they were like, Dusty, why's the environment look so bad? And I'm just like, this is like spray paint snow. Like, bro, we actually have fake snow that gets made for mountains in Maine for people to ski on that looks more realistic than the snow that we have here. It's rough out here. We ain't even got a crunch under our feet. So, hello, wait, what is this? Did you go to the store?
Remember how I told you this was
Yeah, you wanted sliders, right? We now have sliders. All right, we're up. We're up, thank you. All right, hold on. Carla is mysteriously home from work. Granted, she did get out of work. And then she dropped off food. Hold on, I'm gonna go say hello and fill up my water real quick. And then we chow and nom. And for now, we sit. Dusty plays where wins meet. Oh god, dude, I'm actually gonna have Pryor sue you for libel and slander. What the fuck? Bro, I'm such an outward, like, where wins meet, like, I don't want to say hater. But yeah, kind of a hater. Like, I got big hate and energy that flows through my bones. And that allows me to be much more positive about many, many, many things. So, like, for me, I'm not too sold on it. I've seen a whole lot of gameplay. Single player prog, not my thing. Outside of that, the combat doesn't really look like my form of combat that I necessarily enjoy. I've never been too much of like the Eastern combat enjoyer. BDO never really hit for me. So that's kind of like just my personal take on it. It just isn't one of those things that seem to appeal to me. Also, it's not an MMO. Most of the clips that I have seen that are actual gameplay are people going, Where Winds Meet is such a sick game. And then, and I know, hypocritical of me to say this right now, but it's also like just somebody running through the environment and they'd be like, this is the best thing ever. What other MMOs look half decent? Where Winds Meet isn't an MMO. You progress entirely solo and it literally has anti-group systems in it where if you're in the co-op mode, only the host is getting the rewards. Other is Inverse Ashes? Oh. I thought you were calling Where Winds Meets an MMO. I'm like, oh god, no, it's not an MMO. I mean, comparatively, like, and I say this as someone that really loves Ashes, a lot of MMOs just present more to do once you have your progression, right? The thing about Ashes is like you can progress for a lot of hours and still feel like you're gaining power on your characters and like progressing vertically. I guess disconnect comes when you hit the end game and you're like, I have my gear, what do? There's not a lot of that like on rails aspect to the current end game where people feel like they have something to do after pursuing that progression. And I think that's where Ashes does fall short for a lot of people right now comparatively to other titles. And people just want something to like do after they have gear. The thing I've been saying lately is like, you hear there's a party. So you get all iced out. You got your chains on, you got your grills in, you got your fucking jeans on, you got your Timbs on, like you're drippy as fuck, right? You got the rings, you got the bracelets, you got the chains, you got the shades, like everything. But there's no ride to the party and you don't know where the party is. So you're walking around with all of your dopest shit on, just looking around trying to listen for some music or something. You think you hear something, you're like, ayo? Nope, not your group of friends. Not the party you're looking for. That's what Ashes feels like, dog. You progress, and then you just... Well, better make something happen. And that'll get better. But genuinely, that is the biggest point for me that I tell new players about. It's like, you can come in, and as a new player, you'll have so many hours where you progress and actually feel like you're gaining knowledge and gaining character progression. But once you hit a certain point where you're like, okay, I know how to progress, that's enough, thank you. It's like, yo, dog, I heard you like progression. I heard you want to get up to plus 20 weapons. And you're like, oh, no, thank you. I have heroic 26s. And it's like, plus 20 weapons. It's the loop right now. And like, I get it, dog. I get it. But needing gear to defend against a siege on your Nota castle to protect the progression you made in the building. and building those. That's what the gear should be for. Yeah. And I mean, even outside of those like very deep systems with the sieges and stuff like that, because like sieges will be a little bit more exclusive. The settlements will be more of like a territorial, like, you know, loyalty based thing and a tribal thing. Even for the players that are like, keep in mind, not necessarily the mentality of I'd love to own a guild castle, but just for Tom, Dick, and Harry that finally put in their 17 million Wednesdays and Thursdays that they can actually play, that finally hit 25, that want to go and maybe do an arena and get like a little bit of PvP and stuff like that, right? That'll be nice. That'll be something that gives people something to do. Maybe somebody wants to run an instance dungeon and they recognize that they're not going to be getting the most gear from it, but it'll be fun content to complete with their pals. That'd be kind of cool. Be kind of cool. Gives Borderline unplayable without any sort of consequences of sieges. You gotta do, get gear to do handshake PvP. Yeah, no, I totally agree with that. There is like borderline nothing on the line. Well, I don't want to say borderline. There's literally nothing on the line. And the fact that siege currently pays out more than it costs to deck. That's another big thing. We can just 10 gold per person and then run sieges. No, I totally feel that. There's no consequence to everything, but not everybody also needs that level of like big consequence. And for people that aren't even worried about that level of things, just having the accessibility that's going to be in with future systems, I think leads a lot more people to actually feel like they have something to do. And not everybody even feels the need to like win everything, you know? There are a lot of people that just want to go into arenas and like take the matchups, and their expectation isn't necessarily to be rank 1 arena player. Their expectation is to be able to play some arenas and maybe have some fun knowing they're outgeared, outgunned, probably gonna lose. So it's just a matter of time, man. I think that's a big thing that people are really forgetting with Ashes. It's nowhere near what it's actually going to be. And that's okay. For some people. For some, it will be less okay. And that's fine. It's all just personal preferences. It's all how patient or people are willing to be. And long term, everyone will have the motivation, everyone will have the accessibility, everyone will have the consequences, everyone will have that risk reward that has been hyped up as a core element of Ashes. It's just only a matter of time. Missing punishment across the board. Yo, what up, Clue? But we're also an alpha, and it's probably why it is the way it is. Yeah, absolutely. Arenas IMO ruined other MMOs. But one thing or another is OP, which leads to class homogenization in a still game. Any concerns of that happening in Ashes? Not as much. I think that Ashes is kind of cognizant of like what's going on with the arenas pulling and detracting from their core intended gameplay loop of like friction and acquisition of things through that friction. They really want people to be in the open world as much as possible. So arenas aren't going to give a lot of like immediate rewards. There will be no arena gear, no arena points that you buy shit with. There will be like PvP seasons that are like 6 month plus long PvP seasons that you'll be able to compete for like arena ranks. That'll give you titles and shit like that. But from that standpoint, like, even a conventional arena where you would just go into a queue interface, go into arenas in the open world, in an instance, and just complete that, doesn't necessarily immediately lead to a point of the balance being freaked out about. And Intrepid's also very communicative that, like, small scale is not their point of balance. It's 8v8s as their intended point of balance. And I would assume at this point probably, like, larger than 8v8s too, considering that's most of their combat. But I don't really worry about 3v3 arenas being as much of a like, oh my god, we need a balance around this. Because that's something that's naturally going to shift meta-wise as gearing changes, as builds change through rank distribution, through comp changes, secondary choices. And the thing that I see Ashes shaping up more of is, instead of it being like, this one thing is meta across everything, it's like, here is my AoE PvE tank build. Here is my boss PvE tank build. Here is my, single target elite killing PvE tank build. Here is my PvP 1v1 build. Here's my PvP 3v3 build for playing with this class and this class. Here's my PvP 3's build for playing with this comp. Here's my 8's build. Here's my large scale build. Like, and then you're gonna have another tank that's also making content that's like, here are all of my builds. Ashes is a game where there are going to be so many like small impacts on the total output of like what your comp is, what your gear is. No two servers are going to have the exact same gear available due to server progression, siege coming in and wiping out servers, settlements which could close POIs, crafting discrepancies at different times. Like, no two metas are going to be exactly the same. And then you factor in corrupted areas literally changing what's available. So there will be a lot of a lot of niche things that pop up that, you know, some may actually expose some broken mechanics between things. But I don't think it's going to be a matter of like, oh, this has a really high win rate, we got to nerf these 3 classes. I don't see it as being a point of that. Do we know if there will be any kind of price drop when it goes to Steam? Yeah, it'll be on sale for 2 weeks from the 11th to the 25th at $42.50. And then after the 25th of December, it goes up to $50. So, half price, less than half if you get it during that first 2-week period. The refund policy has changed from the 90-day refund period to the Steam standard refund policy. So it's 14 days or 2 hours of game time. So that's the big thing to keep in mind there. We have 2 more weeks of live server being up. No. So current cadence. Hold on, I'll hit this one back real quick. We'll hit this while I eat. Un momento. I love you. Good day. I've returned. Playing good Janus. Man, Plank and the Labubu are hanging out. They're just vibing. I don't know why you be hating on them. I don't know what your fucking beef is. It's disgusting. Disgusting. Consider this. We already have gear that can only be made in certain biomes. What if that biome doesn't have that required station to make it? That'll be your first block from having your best gear. Yeah. Regional locks now. Regional locks are not quite working fully yet. But like regional lockouts on things are going to be very important. Now, we also have the element right now of all of our progression being completely different. Like, every single form of like mid-game to late-game transition right now is vastly different than it will be in the long term. Our starting areas represent level 1 to 30 prog. And then the areas outside of the starting areas represent 31 to 50 prog. But that 31 to 50 prog is not in yet. So, as we have that transition too, it's going to be a matter of like, where does your player base naturally flow? Which of your 30 to 50 prog areas are the incentivized ones? Because something as simple too, Vaseline coming in. What up? Oh, thank you. Causing a ruckus. Vaseline coming in Maybe Carfin had something else open up if Miraleth hit T4. Maybe Seth has something else that opens up if Nuela hits T5 down the road. Through vassling, we may see differences in like POI availability. We may see differences in drop table availability. We could see relics going to certain places that have influences that change the entire economy in that one place. There is going to be way too much variance server to server, in my opinion, for people to actively just say, this is the hard meta. And one thing I talked about a lot when I was first coming into Ashes, when people were asking me to put out like build guides, I kind of have like two different forms of like guide content that I can put out, where it's like, I can either tell you, you wear this exact piece because it's the best piece decisively, or I can say, here are the numbers that I like to target on my character stat sheet. Get to these numbers if you want to play the same build that I'm playing with the same results, and then use these abilities. That's kind of how I'm looking at Ashes. I'm looking at it as like, I achieve the numbers that I'm looking to achieve in what I deem to be the most efficient, feasible way possible. And then I put together that build based on the point of return off the budget. And that's what I'm going to give a lot of people for that level of feedback. Is Porcini recruiting in Lionhold? Wait a minute. He was doing this at the end of last phase too. He tries to get the new players coming in. Why are there so many new players here still, bro? These servers are dead. They're going away. Luciana's 30 arc. I can hide your body. Misgift clips. I get Chucky vibes from them. But Chucky was still cool. Just feel like you'd wake up in the middle of the night and one of those things would be standing over you with a knife. From the Laboobies? No, the Laboobies are friendly. The Laboobies are very friendly, Leon. As long as you don't question them. Look at Ash is like a succulent piece of chocolate that I'm gonna roll around in my mouth for a few years. Like, I feel that. You gotta let that shit melt, but also, why are you thinking so, like, seductively? Cause, like, now I realize it could be me. What up? Hello, friend. How are you? What you up to? Why? Hello. Are you the Asmongold? Are you Asmongold? I think that's Asmongold, chat. You can tell because the character's bald. It might be Asmongold. If you answer my question, my shit crashed. Yeah, it's about server uptime, right? So server uptime, these servers go down. Fuck, I would assume like 1 a.m. EST or something like that at the end of the day today. And then PTR comes back up tomorrow through the 25th. So there'll be different focus tests, different things that you can do along that route. Typically boost vendors will be up, but that'll be up until the 25th. Then the 26th to the 1st, we're having the final days of Shoal and Lotharia. On the 1st, there's a community event with vendors to get to max level, mounts, and then they're doing some corruption type shit. So that'll probably be very fun. On the 1st, Shoal and Lotharia wipe, and then December 11th, we're back up. In between the 1st and the 11th, the 2nd to the 10th, PTR testing again. So different focus tests each day. Probably give us a lot of shit to do. They also have different changes that are still to come in. They talked about in the dev stream how there are archetype reworks that we're going to be testing this week. I'm not quite certain, but I'm really excited. Cause like, it might not be archetype ranks, but they've been working on ranks for a while. Now, they've been working on everything a while, but Is Ashes right here? Will it die at Steam release? I don't think it's gonna die at Steam release. Why would it die? Like, the population's already small. And there's already a really large negative sentiment from outside of the population and within the population that's actively playing. I don't think it's gonna die in any capacity. I just think it'll have probably like more sentiment, both good and bad, about it. I think you'll see a lot more cultists and white knights come in on both sides of the coin. And like, you'll absolutely see negative. But I think more players for an environment like this. Oh wait, it's Kelladar. Hi, Kelladar. I think like there will 1000% be negative that comes with it. But I think in the state of testing that we're in, it benefits more to have more people in, right? I think it only gets better in the long term. Robots. No, I mean, I think it's valid. Also, Carlos, sandwiches are delicious. I think it'll be better. People see the player count numbers. If it seems decent, I can see more people joining in on the hype. I have a theory with that. I have a response. Let me chew. You're a con? You haven't even gifted me subs. You can't say I've scammed you out of anything until you gifted me subs. Type /gift 10. Then you can call me a con man. Grifter. All of that. But until I've taken your money, not here, buddy. I'll predict Doom. Banned! Smited! Nah, I mean, like, it's gonna bring in bad. Like, it 1000% is. But Steam EA won't kill it. But it's a bad sign internally. I admittedly don't know enough in like business senses to know how bad of a sign it is. Like, my most businessy aspect is that I was a Starbucks store manager and my store was very successful, but like that was a little easier because Starbucks has an infinite amount of money and I was kind of like foolproof at that point. So like, I'm not big business, man. I don't necessarily think that it's like a terrible sign that a game that is being developed from a developer that doesn't really have the largest platform ends up on one of the largest platforms, if not the largest platform, for games that are coming from developers that are not AAA developers, and honestly are also AAA developers. I don't think that's like a terrible sign. I don't necessarily think it means everything is on fire. Could it? Yes. But I don't necessarily jump one-to-one of like a game going to Steam, which is the closest thing to a monopoly in gaming that there is, and everybody's glad that it's the closest thing to a monopoly there is, because Steam is the best choice out of a lot of ads. And like, I don't think that was ever an inevitability, you know what I mean? Or I don't think it was ever like not gonna happen. It was, but not in this way originally. Sure. No, I totally see that, but I also think a lot of sorry, not a lot of things. Sorry. Jesus Christ. I'm thinking about my sandwiches. I still have 2 here. They're tantalizing me. I think a lot of things with this game are developing in a way that it's not originally planned out to develop through that side of things. So, you know, there's good with the bad. Who knows why they really jumped it? But my question is, what is the... Like, obviously, Steam provides way more accessibility than the Intrepid launcher. And just going through there, you know? But at the same side, I'm also like, if the patch is good, people are going to check out Ashes regardless of what the platform is. People would go to the Intrepid Studio side of it and just get it through the website. Or like the ashesofcreation.com website. It's not like it wasn't available. It was available, it's just now more available on a readily available platform. So like, I don't necessarily know. I don't want to jump to too many conclusions though. Personally. Can't make the game they thought of. Why don't you think they can make the game that they thought of? Like, what do you feel like is going to be separate from, like, the game that they thought of versus the game that they're getting? Is it just a matter of, like, you thinking the systems aren't hitting in the way that they thought they would? Because, like, there are some people that feel that right now. But I also feel as though with certain systems, we're not really getting the full experience from them. Primarily because it's kind of like a painting that's in the middle of being made. You have to give the entire painting time to come together. And you may not see it in its intended state during the actual painting process. And it will probably take some time before that painting does actually come fully together. Same thing with systems in game dev. If we're interacting with shit right now, there can be so many supporting systems that are intended to be built up around that. That will come in at a certain point. It's just when they come in. It's always coming, but I think it's way too early. I think at any point, though, we'll be saying that unless we have no idea if anything else is coming or not. At what point do we really think it would be like the best time to go over to Steam and have that more readily available platform? I feel like at that point it's launch. Just delay it as much as, like, delay the inevitable there as much as possible and keep it under wraps, but it's already public. Been situations where games have dropped on EA on Steam and shit went haywire and it ruined the game. Like, that's absolutely possible. Maybe there's such a bad public sentiment about it. But also, with a very bustling world, man, I think Ashes does have the advantage that this is a very player-to-player driven economy, very player-to-player driven game in every way, shape, and form. Settlements, the entire lot, right? It's all facilitated by players. While the long term may not be, you know, the most retaining for people after like 250 plus hours, I still feel like if people are coming in, if, hear me out, two conditions are met. Anvil's first time user experience gets a lot better, and the server workers hold up and dynamic gridding works for launch in a meaningful way. I feel like a lot of people that hop in could actually be pleasantly surprised with the start of how Ashes feels when it is a very populated environment. The problem is, with a game that is as dependent on socials as Ashes is, there's not a lot of that like, oh, I solo everything in a convenient way because I can't find a group. So we're going to be a lot more susceptible to the ebb and flow of player-based dips than something like a, you know, an ARPG would, or even like a more solo-friendly MMO. And that's just how these systems be. But more players also makes the systems way better. Just makes everything feel a little bit smoother. If Ashes and Trumpet does go under, we'll still be releasing the 2026 Mankini calendar. I don't think they would go under in 2026. I don't, like, it doesn't seem that dire to me. And I feel like businesses do typically have the foresight with these decisions to be like, we're hemorrhaging money. Let's try to stop the bleeding with this move before it gets bad. And then when it gets worse from that, that's when the red flags go up. I think in terms of like, if the financials are truly in a rougher state than they thought they would be at this point, this could be something that's really good, or this could be something that doesn't necessarily stop the bleeding, but it slows it. When Ashes gets better, it'll probably sell more. If Ashes doesn't have the time to get better, it won't sell as much. There's a non-zero chance of both Ashes being the best MMO ever and Ashes being something that never launches. More realistically, it's going to be somewhere in between. But either side of those could happen. Like, if we're being real, crazier things have happened. But and while I don't know, I don't think that they would fade so fast through 2026 that Steven just like retires to Belize with his remaining money. I think that would probably be something where it's like, worst case scenario that I can think of as a player is they make it to launch. They get a lot of hype on launch. Player base fizzles very quickly, similar to New World. And then Steven sells dynamic gridding tech to other studios and then retires on a yacht. Does he hear this out? What if this is all a pivot? Listen. We think of the same thing? We think of the same thing? What if he retires on a yacht? He may. I mean, listen, man. I thought there was a Baccarat table involved. Even if some people think Ash is the best MMO ever, it'll never be some players' cup of tea, but they do love the tea. Yeah. I mean, like, at the end of the day, there are people that, while a lot of people from the community may show up and just like hang out and show a lot of support on a daily basis, there are also people in this con that don't like me. Over the course of any extended community, you're gonna have people that do and don't like the product that's being put out. There will be basically people that don't like the art style, people that don't like the non-linearized questing progression and just want one handheld main story. There could be so many small preferences along the way where it's not like you're wrong for thinking this, and Ashes also isn't wrong for building like this. It's just a difference in opinion in what you're looking for versus what Ashes is looking to provide. And I think that's the big thing that a lot of people, I don't know, just like aren't okay with. Everyone immediately just wants it to be for them no matter what. And like some people try to like really force it right now. And I don't think that's a vibe that's gonna actually lead to them succeeding as players in the long term. You know what I mean? People that aren't vibing with it should just recognize that maybe it might not be the best link up right now. Check back up later. And if it's still not the best match then it just might not be a vibe. I don't really play a lot of Arc Raiders because Arc Raiders actually didn't like hit that hard for me for whatever reason. Like it played more of like a, I don't know, like I was appealed by the battle royale and gunplay side of it than I was like going around and collaborating with players to get loot from mobs. So like, there are just some things where it's like, it's fun, but it's not like my biggest thing, you know what I mean? Like I still enjoy playing Arc Raiders a lot, but it's not something I'm gonna be making it my main. To be fair, I know. Like it is fun. It is fun. It's just not something where I would be like playing it 10 hours a day, you know? Like I'm not one of the pew pew shooter boys anymore. That's the thing with it for me, you know? Ash has a chance to be a great MMO, but it isn't gonna be the feeling of best MMO at all. I have larger hopes for Riot MMO, and I feel like many people do. With the whole universe, level of cinematic and everything in general, I feel like nothing can compete with them. It depends on what you're looking for. I think that, hold on. I think one thing to keep in mind with the Riot MMO is if you switch Ashes and the Riot MMO, in terms of their development state and the playable product, Riot assets, everything, just equal progression state. Everyone would be saying Ashes is dead and Ashes is never coming out. Like, we don't know shit about it, right? I know Riot has much more of a reputation than, like, Intrepid. Makes sense. But I also feel as though IP cope is a big thing right now. And that's also led to things like the Dune MMO being very hyped up and very, like, I don't know, very excitedly talked about, only to kind of like fall on his face, right? MMO development especially is incredibly hard right now. The MMO scene is shrinking, and people have played MMOs for so long that if you've driven the same vehicle for 20 years, and then you all of a sudden are in a new vehicle, it's going to handle different, accelerate different, brake different, turn different. It's going to be a new feel. It's going to take time to get used to. If your old vehicle works just the same, probably go back to the old vehicle. MMOs are tough. I think despite any developer in mind right now, large, small, rich, poor, Riot, Intrepid, Fantastic Pixel Castle, any of them, they're all equally likely to succeed or fail depending on the quality of their product alone. No cinematic universe will save it. No amount of cool cutscenes will save it. Because if everybody just wanted a cinematic universe and cutscenes, you'd go to the movie theater. It's my crazy take. If you want a good game feel for an MMO and something immersive, you'll play an MMO. Cutscenes can be a bonus. World building can come in many forms, though. I think one of the biggest things that people are quick to do now is that, like, IP related, you know, this is definitely going to be good because this is a developer that's had other good titles in the past. And this is going to be bad because this developer does not have a reputation established. And if you flip the scripts, it'd be interesting to hear the feedback. Personally. I heard the first iteration of the ride was really good, but they scrapped it because it was too similar to WoW. Honestly, like, it's hard to not take, like, the, you know, the WoW design and evolve on it and kind of, like, bring in the stronger parts of the older eras of it. Yeah, I mean, it's not crazy. Ash's combat system and overall feel is amazing. Ash's game feel is ridiculous. Like, I think Ash's game feel is actually so fluid and responsive. And, like, personally, I've always been really surprised because when I played New World, there was a lot of, like, muddiness to inputs. You'd hit your W key, and then you kind of, like, have this little delay where it was like, it's registering and then you start moving forward. You change to an S key and it would, like, register and then change the direction. You press an ability and then it kind of, like, registers after a little bit. And you could kind of, like, feel that muddiness. Ashes feels very, in my opinion, like, quick responsiveness wise. And the ping is also very, like, I don't know, voodoo wizardry quick. Like, I don't really understand how my game feel is so fluid, but my input registration, my overall, like, ping and, like, time to response is nuts. I've been very happy with it. So that's one thing that I think is really good to build off of. You can always develop lore. You can always develop a cinematic universe. You can always build up questing. You can always have world events, dungeons, raid bosses, more gear. You can change all that, right? But I think at the end of the day, if a game feels really bad to play, just from a point of, like, I press my button and the input doesn't go through cleanly, I think that's going to be a bit of an issue for it in terms of longevity, boys. I think that's a bit cooked. First thing I realized when I was playing Ashes for the first time, holy shit, it was instant response. Yeah, I really like that. Especially since there are so many, like, very small cast time windows of certain abilities. Sorry, I'm almost done eating. Like, certain abilities that have very quick cast time windows, or that also have audio cues that you can queue off of. So with the quick response time, you're essentially able to hear a teleport, respond with, like, a trip, tomahawk, grapple, whatever, and then by the time that teleport goes through, because your inputs are actually registering in a responsive way, you can actually end up, like, tripping somebody's teleport. You can trip somebody's movement, somebody's escape, anything. You can interrupt so much. The game feel and what it provides to the actual combat system is fucking nuts. Did they add more to questing? Constantly, yeah. Since when are you trying to, like, you know, reference, so to say? Because a lot of quests keep getting fixed, you know, every pass and stuff. On the BTR, they also... Hold on, let me take the last bite of this. So on the PTR, they have a system called the Destinies system. You press L, it brings up an interface menu, and it has a new player experience. It has an adventuring tab, a gathering, processing, and crafting tab. Within each of those tabs, you can go into those tabs and complete different objectives under each category. And this is the first iteration, so it'll get better. But this is something that will kind of give you like some light guiding through the world and some different things to target where you'll get experience rewards. And then when you complete a certain like breakpoint or a certain amount of those objectives, you'll get more of a, you know, larger reward as it adds up. So that'll be nice for people. A little bit of like, not necessarily linearization, but a little bit of a handhold through the world. How's the sandwich? Yo, appreciate the hydrate. It was wonderful. I enjoy sandwiches very much. Destinies are amazing. Yeah. As they get the tuning up on them, it's going to be really nice. Because right now they're giving like 243 XP, which is not a lot. But I'm convinced that's placeholder because, again, these were quite literally just added. And I think there's a lot more to come with them. I also think that there are going to be like apprentice, journeyman, master, grandmaster tiers of those. And I can only expect those to go up in reward scaling as it continues to get iterated upon. That'll be quite nice. Hope the UI inventory map and everything is a lot better for Steam release. Have you played the PTR and seen the new crafting UI? Because the crafting UI is absolutely insane now. Like, they did so much to it. So, like, instead of it just being like the very small bar where you click down and then you can't see the quantities and stuff, they gave more of a, I guess like more of a dedicated area, or at least like utilize this active space a lot better instead of having it be like just this half completely empty. So now they have all of the materials where you can actually see them. The layout's much better. Everything makes a little more sense. But part of it that's really cool is all of the recipes in the game are listed under each thing. So you can see what the recipes and the items are, but it has them grayed out if you don't have them. So you can track like what you need, what you don't. They also added basically like a quest tracker for recipes too. So you can pin something and then track what you need for materials for it to make sure you have all the right materials. And then you can go to craft. They are doing a lot UI and quality of life side that I have not seen nearly anybody talking about. Which does make me a bit sad. Everybody's so, I think, like, distracted by all of the Steam hubbub and hullabaloo that they are letting it distract them from the fact that we actually have... The guy's name is Northeast. Fuck. One of us. They're letting it distract them from the fact that we do have a really banger update on the immediate horizon. And if this update does hit, not only are more people going to potentially play and enjoy it, but it's just a huge point of progression for the game that we all want to see succeed. Or maybe there are some hate watchers out there that are preying on the downfall, but like, if you're a hate watcher, you're honestly preying on the success just a little bit more, because if I gotta stop streaming Ashes and Ashes goes away, you gotta find something new to hate watch. It's in your best interest to cheer for us, baby. The hate watcher should give twice the subs of the supporters just to make sure that I never fall off. I like to put that out there for consideration. People are gonna play the game on early access and realize what the game's good. I don't expect everyone's first impression to just immediately be like, oh my god, it's amazing and it's the best thing ever. But I also don't think that it's as bad as people make it out to be. If I'm being honest. What is up with my fucking rarity? Why is it so good? I don't think it is nearly as bad as people make it out to be. And I think that there is potential for a lot of new players to hop in and be like, oh shit, this is actually kind of fun. It may not have the most staying power, but maybe it doesn't have as bad of a first impression as everybody thinks. Recommend people to take it slow? Oh god, yeah. Personally, I think Ashes, like, is a classic game. It is modeled on the older type of MMO where you are best rewarded in terms of your time to completion for things like doing a myriad of things to accomplish that. And that's going to be like your fastest method to accomplish that, right? Gathering, refining, crafting, leveling, PvPing, all of that is going to happen naturally. If you're a first-time player, you're very likely not going to understand the economy to the state where you can play it and just get omega rich off of that without weird things happening in the economy to facilitate that. So your best interest is going to be leveling, figuring out the gearing, figuring out the crafting, figuring out what you need to gather, how the skill ascension works, like all of those little things that add up. And I don't necessarily think that it's going to be an element of like every player enjoys it. I think most players will still probably bitch about it. But if we were to think that it's going to be 0% positive, then we would also be assuming from the same sample size that it would be 0% positive from the current Ashes community, which it's not. And I think that the jumping in point of current players who are blind is a lot better for a first impression standpoint than some of us may think. I think some of us may have like different expectations because we have quite literally expectations. But for somebody who actually has no expectations of what it is, it's really not the fucking worst out there. It's a big ass world that you can do a lot of different things in. And if you're not necessarily worried about min-maxing, like, and grabbing this shadow because it's going to be higher rarity, then you don't have to worry about that shit, you know? I think that the casual experience, if you have friends to play with and you're not necessarily worried about being big bad settlement owner and best gear and PvPing everyone and stuff like that, I don't actually think it's that bad. Is that how the visuals work? Yeah, you want me to leak it? Hold on. I feel attacked. Wait, hold on. I was the first mayor of Shorefoot. And the tropics as a whole. Yeah. I was too once the big bad. Yes, very big and bad. But yeah, this is how the visuals work. It's very easy. So like anytime you see one of these outliers, now this is fixed for the upcoming patch, right? But just for people that want a little bit of a perspective on like what was fucked up, and this is just one of the many things that was fucked up this patch. For herbalism specifically, these flower patches, snowdrops and daffodils, ones that are uncommon or better guaranteed have this secondary shadow spawn at all times that make them very dark around them. So this is guaranteed uncommon or higher, will never go lower than uncommon. All of these are common plus. So you can get higher than that from these patches that are on the perimeter, but those are subject to the normal rarity drop rates and there's no way to cycle those out. This is something that has been fixed with the PTR build and no longer matters. But things like this have existed since quite literally the start of this phase and previous phases. On top of this phase, uncommon plus right here, having crate dupes that generated infinite gold into the economy, on top of having visual tells for every T1 map across the board at some point in time, on top of having materials that were vendoring, like selling to a vendor and being purchased back for less money than it was selling for. Many things along the way that can be fucked up. And that were fucked up. Pretty much everything that could go wrong with this economic state. And then on top of that, you have to factor in that we had multiple armor sets, jewelry sets, everything like that, that were craftable early in an unintended fashion. It's kind of cooked. Be prepared for it to all happen again. Oh, God, yeah. Now, I do think the new gathering system so far is a significant improvement to the old gathering system. So one thing I always say is like, if the bugs of today are not the bugs of yesterday, then that's a good set of bugs to have because that's a new set of bugs that are getting found out, right? Along the way, there's always going to be messy shit that needs to be cleaned up. But if it's just sitting there not getting cleaned up for a very long time, then it's going to be very, very, very bad for the long-term sustained efforts. And I think that providing the new gathering system holds up, which on the BTR so far, it is seeming to hold up quite well. This will eliminate, hopefully, a good amount of what we're dealing with there. Now, pylons on the PTR are a very intriguing thing. Very, 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 very intriguing thing. They tell you exactly what and in what rarity both active and inactive are in the area that the pylon is in. Now, I don't necessarily know the difference between active and inactive. I'm almost thinking things that are on respawn. But that's also intriguing to me. But yeah, so that'll tell you every, like, bit of information of what's around you. But then I wonder, like, how does it tell before the respawn of, like, what's actually active versus inactive and the rarity of that? Because then that would mean you would have to be able to deterministically pull the rarity of things. So, like, I'm not quite certain how pylons are intended to function and interact with the gatherable system. Whether that, like, screenshots it in an area and then kind of, like, keeps it like that or not, I don't know. Am not smart enough to know, but we'll figure out at some point. So, that being gone is going to change so much on its own. Yeah, I mean, just look at what I'm getting right now. All I did for... And then keep in mind, you run across something like a Gloomy. Gloomies are journeymen. So, you run across a Gloomy, and then you just grab the Gloomy regardless. But, like, all of the flowers in my inventory are uncommon or higher. Gloomy's common, destroy that. I have 2 sickles, because the apprentice sickle has speed, spoils, and quality. So, when I'm not grabbing Gloomies, I go to my apprentice sickle. And then you have the super fun aspect of everything progression-wise, where you want to enchant something. Just keep an excavation kit or 2 in your inventory. And then you can enchant things with excavation kits. Fucking enchanting scroll, dog. Yup. We're dealing with many things this phase. All of which have been sorted. All of which have been sorted. Yes, indeedly. Indeedly. Yo, Adam, what up, my boy? Hope you're having a beautiful day, dog. You asked if we're going to early access. So, technically, yes, but it's not changing anything in the development cadence. It's still the same, like, point in time regardless, and still the same time to launch as before, as far as we've heard at this point in time. But it's coming over to Steam, and then on December 11th, there will be new servers, huge update that hits for those new servers. And then the price December 11th onward is $50 USD instead of $100. So, half price at that point. It's good though it's coming to Steam. You want to know what's crazy? People will dogpile on you and call you a fucking idiot for saying that in this scene. I won't. I actually also think it's very good that it's coming to Steam even in its current state. But dude, there's so many people that are just instantly like, Steam reviews are gonna absolutely kill this thing before it's even a game. Those people are clowns? Yes. I think more playtesters in this environment, in any way, shape, or form, does provide the potential for more feedback and more system testing. One of the most important things that it still has yet to be tested is dynamic gridding and server worker infrastructure to its highest capacity. Server workers are the little bits of resources that run parts of the world. You can press page up on your keyboard at any point in time and you can see which server worker you're on. And then throughout the world, you will transition onto different server workers. So with dynamic gridding, when a server worker is too overwhelmed, it basically reallocates its borders immediately and then calls in more server workers to help in the immediate area to then make sure the world is running as intended. Really cool tech. But they have a twofold approach where they are also, I'm going to exploit during this yap. There's a twofold approach. Oh wait, I'm just going to exploit everything. Watch, hold on. I'm going to exploit multiple things at once. Look at me. Oh my god, look at me, DustyWhy, exploiting and cheating. I can't be stopped. Oh, I'm out of control. +2, baby. God, that feels so good. That's my polar application. Somebody send that in, please. I heard they're coming back. Yo, Kaiser! Kaiser, are you proud of me? Where's Kaiser? Clipped and chipped? The Discord's gonna go crazy about that one. This clip of DustyWhy from day 2 of the phase. Wait, try to say it's from like week 1 of the phase. Please, for the love of God. Please be like, Dusty said this week 1 of the phase and nothing was done about it. God fucking damn it. All right, we're so up. We're so up. So anyways, how I ruined my entire future in one 15-second short. It's been fun. Been a good time. Still got a few months in New World, so. Posting at SNN right now is breaking news. We're out tremendous. You'll be fine. Well, so this is the thing. I can't exploit on stream because anytime I exploit on stream, it's educational because I'm bug reporting. So like if I dupe a crate, like low key, if I accidentally duped a crate, just say it wasn't discovered yet or something, then like that would be the best immediate form of feedback that Intrepid could possibly get because it would have a step-by-step recreation immediately first thing that could possibly be found. So their best case scenario is me exploiting everything possible at any given time and duping my ass off so they can get reproduction steps 1-to-1. Crazy take, but I think I would be the best person to dupe an exploit in this entire scene right now. Unless somebody else wants to come in and just like start doing it more. Like I'm always here. That'd be a lot of feedback. Don't make excuses to exploit. Shut up, peasant. I'm just saying, like, logically, it would make sense for me to exploit over people who don't have their gameplay always visual. I'm just saying. God damn it. I'm clip farming in the wrong way. We're fucked. You do make videos about Ash's state and what's important to know before buying on Steam. I actually plan to record it tomorrow before stream. Now, part of me thought about just monetizing it and being like, yo, chat, we hit the next sub goal. I record this video and post it. But I didn't want to monetize it. But like, unofficially, I'll have a lot more happiness recording it if we do hit that sub goal before tomorrow morning. And then I'll go in with a little more gusto. Because sometimes it's hard for me to get motivated to record on YouTube. I was also told today that when I'm recording YouTube videos, I stare too intently into my camera because I don't really know what to do because I'm not playing a game while I'm recording YouTube videos. I'm not reading chat. So like, I just kind of look at the camera and apparently I stare very intently all the time and don't really blink that much. So it can be a little intimidating. So I need to work on that.
Farm him, reaped, dead, fucking idiot.
You're the idiot. Minus 2,000 monkey bucks. Question about the Steam launch. When Guild Wars 2 launched on Steam, there were a lot of people upset that it didn't reflect their standalone client account. Also, Guild Wars 2 does giveaways for gems or something. The codes only work for standalone and not Steam. Has actually talked about how standalone and Steam will work together. They are working on entitlements. We have confirmed from them, like from Steven directly. They're working to get the entitlement system a little bit better. Yo, Daniel, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. The entitlement system is not in place yet, but they are working on that. What we have been told so far as well is that if you're launching the game through Steam, it is just going to end up routing you Steam to Intrepid Launcher to game. And you'll still go through the same process. It'll just be purchased through Steam as basically like a, publisher, so to say, in that sense. It'll be on the Steam platform that'll then activate the Intrepid side of things, which will then bring you into Ashes. So everything there should be pretty straightforward. They've also told us in the event, yo, Wrath,
together.
Much love, brother. Thank you for the 6 months. One step closer to the sub goal.
Takes my Bezos bucks.
Hey, I'll take all of those Bezos bucks, boys. And you get a new banana for those Bezos bucks. But yeah, so like, what we have been told so far is if somebody wants to use like my referral code, if they're making their account, they can still do !ashes. They'll just want to make their account using the email that they're using for like their Steam account and stuff, and like link their Steam account in the long term. But they will have integrations in place. They're working on that. So, from there, one cool thing that we can also gather is that through Steam, we will finally be able to, like, gift packs, player to player, without breaking every bit of terms of service known to man. Never been up here before. It's kind of cool. We'll actually be able to, like, gift packs player to player without breaking all of the terms of service. So that'll be pretty cool. Something tells me there may also be something, like, keep in mind, this is just a hunch. I hate this helm, by the way. Bro, it covers my eyes. Something tells me that when the content creator program does go live, content creators that are in that will probably have something to do with some key giveaways as well. But through Steam, you'll be able to gift packs. Probably going to do some stuff around that. That'll be quite cool. So I look forward to that as well. Guild Wars 2 is fully complete and released when they went to Steam. Working out King's Live like that is always more frustrating for players. Yes, but like, the people that want to be here are going to find a way to be here anyways. Oh god, wait, Wrath just dropped a solo hype train. What the fuckington? Wrath, oh my god, I appreciate you. Okay, boys, we got a hype train. Any primes, T1s, T2s, T3s, gifties, bits, all contribute to the hype train. Help level that bad boy up. Little hype train in the downtime to keep things rolling. You want to see bored? I'm having a blast, actually. Yo, Koth, what up? Thank you for the follow. Like, you gotta understand, for me, gameplay stuff is always secondary. I could literally have a still image up on my monitor and it would be the same thing as every normal stream for me, because I sit here, I read chat, I yap with chat, and then I just kind of like do stuff in the back. And right now, even though, oh my god, Ari, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you. The big three coming out. Core, Cross, Lich. Boys, the hype train, choo-choo, on the tracks. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. 3 steps closer, boys. Can I get some DustyW booties? Please, for the love of God. Please, make that thing shake. One time for the one time. Oh my goodness gracious. We're actually up tremendous. My favorite sausage. Yo, Alexander. Thank you for the 3 months. I appreciate that. More Bezos bucks coming in. Heinous. Oh my god, making it rain. Jesus Christ, making it fucking jangle up here. Alexander. You've been well, dude. Much love. Red Scope coming in with the 200 biddies. Oh my god. Wait, this is like a professional hype train up in this bitch. What the fuck? The noties can't even keep up. They're behind. Boys, Red Scope, thank you for the 200 biddies, dude. I appreciate you. All right, hold on. There are messages. This man runs a podcast at heart. I mean, I just like yapping, bro. Like, everything else is just a bonus. Everything else for me is simply like, if there's content popping off, then there's content popping off. But like, my goal with this stream is essentially to have the content be the exact same from the being able to throw it up on your second monitor type end, which is going to be a primary amount of what people are looking for. And then you'll obviously have the exciting moments from there that do make it pop off viewership wise, right? But if you can establish that the most boring of moments gameplay wise will still be entertaining and build off of that, I've always thought you can build off of anything. So I always focus on, no matter what's happening, bro, like I'll keep conversations going with people the entire fucking 10-hour stream. I did the last 2 days before today, I did a 10+ hour stream, and then I did a 9-hour 15-minute stream last night, something like that. So I've been streaming more since the announcement's down, and I've just been sitting here doing nothing, yapping with people. So it's been kind of cool. But that's my thing. I'm never bored. I'm always just like having the time of my life over here. How much is the game supposed to be if gotten on Steam? On Steam or through Intrepid, they will have harmonized pricing, which means it'll be the same thing. So it will be $49.99 for the new pack. That gets you in. Yo, Devils, thank you for the 2 months. I appreciate you. Much love. Oh my god, wait. The noties actually can't keep up. Wait, my noties are so cooked. Guys, you actually broke my fucking notifications. It's all fucked. Wait, my noties are full cooked. Oh no. Oh my goodness. It's all bad. It's all bad, gang. We're down horrendous. The noties are slightly back. Holy shit. I think they're just lagging behind. Ashes on Steam? Yes, Ashes on Steam right now. You can wishlist it at this point in time. It is going to be $49.99 USD, but from December 11th to the 25th, the Fresh Start servers happen on the 11th. It will be 15% off at $42.49 both through Steam and through the Ashes store. Red, thank you for another 200 biddies. Oh my god, wait, the noties are catching up. Boys, thank you for all the love, all the support. I appreciate you guys so much. So for Euro people, it'll be 50 Euro or 60 Euro, depending on where the dice falls. Healing? Yes. Right there. That one. So,
Huzzah green bananas.
the immediate, there it is, Devils. Thank you for the 2 months, brother. The immediate schedule, yesterday and today, we have Lotharian Shoal, the live realms up. These will go down at the end of the day today, and then the PTR comes back up for the 17th to the 25th. The PTR is testing the big patch that we have coming in. So if you want to get your hands on the content, if you want to test the content, if you want to feel the content, if you want to be the content, please, for the love of fucking God, hop in and test. Every single person that currently has access. If for whatever reason you got nothing going on in the next month or so, and $50 isn't that much to you, and you want to get your hands on the content early, everything's going to get wiped. You're not going to carry everything over like progress-wise, but you'll carry over knowledge from it, and you'll know what's going on with it. So that's the difference. Like, if you get the $100 pack now, that is including $15 in the in-game store when that does come in. That's also including your first month of subtime. That also gets you in now instead of on December 11th. If you get the $50 pack on December 11th, that gets your first month of subtime on launch, and then that is $50. But you have to wait till the 11th to hop in. So sub does not start until the game fully launches. Please keep that in mind. It just doesn't. Not through development. No time in development. So that's the big difference there. If you want to get your hands on the testing early, PTR testing phases. Oh my god, Weststone with the 8. Oh my god, it just got quiet. Like, even numbers, 500 is cool. You're cool. Gosh, scared me. Thank you, Weststone. Oh my god. Guys, you guys are insane. I feel like this is a really, like, hard-earned hype train so far. I feel like this shit's being resilient. This seems like way more community effort than a typical level 4 hype train. I feel like Twitch is making you guys work way harder than intended, but I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you. Genuinely, from the bottom of my heart, I appreciate y'all so much. So if you do have access, or if you guys are looking to spend the extra $50 because you don't care about $50 that much, PTR testing will be kind of fun. Or could be. A lot of the time on PTR, not all the time, they have boost vendors up, so you can make a character, make it max level if you want to, get some gear squared away, and then you can just explore as you want to, and as you deem fit. Sometimes there are not the boost NPCs up. Sometimes there are focus tests. Heinous, thank you for the video, I appreciate you. Sometimes there are focus tests where they're like, hey, we'd love you to focus on these things for the remainder of testing today. Or from this time to this time, we'll be conducting this test here. Please show up and help us conduct it. You can if you want to, but you don't have to. PTR testing can be fun, can also be very unfun depending on who you are and depending on like where you're kind of taking the enjoyment of things. But you can also earn some mount skins, shit like that, if you do find exploits and dupes, and you're the first person to report those with reproduction steps. So, good time to get in at one, people. Yeah. Absolutely. It's not necessarily a head start in terms of like your character is going to be better as a result of directly playing, but by you getting all of this additional information, familiarity with like what gear you're going to be targeting. Do I want to stop for an item level 23 piece, or do I want to go straight to an item level 26 or 29? Do I want to go max HP scaling on every piece? Do I want to run heavy, medium, light, force, fortitude, finesse? What do I want to do? Hype train record breaking stream? I mean, we got time if y'all trying to fuck around. I don't know if y'all are down for that. I never try to like obligate that, but anytime you guys want to fuck around and break a hype train, I think it's sitting there at like, what is it? Level 20 at 2% is the all-time record. So like, we got a long way to go. I'm listening to Jay Schlatt's Christmas music. You should do a Christmas cover album. Me, Lud, and Jay Schlatt on the Christmas music would go fucking hard. Listen, you make it happen, Carla. You email the managers of the people that manage the managers of the people that you're discussing, and then maybe it gets through. And then maybe we can make it happen with a Christmas-themed boy band. We would need one more. Maybe like Moist Critical. Heinous, thank you for the bit. I appreciate you. So, in my opinion, the largest thing, right? You are genuinely gaining so much information, so much time saved. new gatherables, new routes, quest changes, mob changes. Like, if you're somebody that does want to get ahead of the curve, stay ahead of the curve, like, it makes sense. I don't think it's an obligation, though. I will answer any questions about the BTR that anybody is wondering at any point in time. I can discuss literally anything. I just can't show you things. I can draw you things. Oh, wrong one. But I can't show you direct things. That's the largest difference. If we hit record, you do milk and Cheetos again. If you guys break a level 20 hype train before this one wears off in the next minute, yes, I will put Cheetos in milk again just for you, Wrath. I don't know what your disgusting fetishes are, but Carla, actually, it's a good time to ask because Cheetos are on sale, $2.27 a bag for the big bags at the local grocery store. So, like, it'll have to be my lactose-free milk, but for whatever fucking reason you're obsessed with that, I will make your Cheeto cereal fantasies come true. Have you heard about the naked Cheetos? My wife loves Flamin' Hot Cheetos plus milk. It sickens me. Is Wrath your wife? Because Wrath likes Flamin' Hot Cheetos and milk. No, I think his is regular, like, crunchy Cheetos. But he, like, had me try it. And I was like, if you donate, I will get the stuff for it. Boys, we got 10 seconds before this bad boy's gone. Red, thank you for the 200 biddies. I appreciate you, legend. But, like, he had me try it. Uh-oh, 95%. It's dead. It's gone. Red, thank you for the 100 biddies. I appreciate you. I think it's a fetish at this point. Yeah, it seems very fetishy at this point. I won't lie. I don't think it's good. I tried it once, and it was absolutely awful. Awful. Like, I don't think there was any notification. What is Sam Hell? Is that a relic spawn? Oh, mayor message. Okay, that makes sense. Are you getting paid to advertise this game? I fucking wish. Bro, if I was getting paid to advertise this game, I wouldn't have a donation goal to pay off my remaining student loan debt in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen. If I was getting paid anything other than saying, chat, please donate money in Twitch Prime, I'd be up tremendous. Would I accept money? I'm playing it anyways. Only if I got to bitch. Because keep in mind, I provide a lot of feedback too. Like, I bug report shit. I critique shit. I bitch about shit sometimes. I get a little yelly sometimes. I bitch as much as the next person, if I'm being completely honest. I just hang out all day and stream. Like, I kind of like it. So, if you have any questions, let me know, though. I guess that's the difference from dipping crackers and fondue, but different ratios. Crackers and fondue? I mean, I guess, like, if you break it down to, like, the total inputs. But, like, wouldn't fondue just be, like, melty cheese? Which would just be, like, crackers and cheese that are slightly melty? Because I'm gonna be real, that sounds good. Like a fondue fountain sounds like it would actually fuck. Chat, fuck the student loans fondue fountain goal. Ultra, thank you for the hydrate. Also, would I need to actually make a here are the like benefits, like here's the good, here's the bad, here's what you can expect with Steam early access of Ashes video? Or would you guys rather see here are the top 5 cheese fountains right now? The luxury fountain of choice, the value fountain of choice, and then some honorable mentions along the way. AOC. Selfish. Cheese fountains, but I've been here way too long. Like, low-key, I'm leaning towards cheese fountains, too. Like, what do I think would do well? Fondue has milk or cream added. I would poop myself. I would also need to see which lactase supplement is the #1 ranked supplement. Yes. Fent guide when? I'm allergic to Fen. You essentially just told me to kill myself. Appreciate you, dog. Chocolate fountain. Chocolate fountain would go hard. Wait. Could you repurpose a cheese fountain as a chocolate fountain? Providing you like clean it out really good? Yes. Like they're the same thing, right? They do both. What do you clean it with? Just run it through the dishwasher? I mean, honestly, if there's any product left to clean out, then you're kind of cooked. You're kind of fucking up in the first place. Strawberries with a chocolate fountain. Oh, fuck. Bro, everything with a chocolate fountain is good. Chocolate fountain, but it's a really elaborate bong. Yeah, but then will the chocolate get all weedy? Yeah, I don't like the taste of edibles, if I'm being completely honest. I don't think edibles taste good whatsoever in any way, shape, or form. I think they are the devil's gift to marijuana. If I'm being honest. I don't like the weedy taste. Making a pee fountain. Zop, where is your mind at? We went from like Cheetos and milk fetishes to pee fountains. Zop, I'm curious about your thought process on a daily, bud. Very curious. Finally found gummies I like. I feel like edibles don't really taste good. You just find the ones that taste the least bad and then roll with them. And then you try to switch it up. And then one tastes way more weedy. And like, it's not even like a bitter. It's just that like, it coats your mouth a little bit. And it like, you're like, ew. It's like the, just like this isn't pleasant thing. You know what I mean? I think that's a big thing. What about chocolate flavored weed though? The other way around? Like a chocolate? Cause like chocolate go crazy. I'm a big like fruity enjoyer for the Schweed personally. Big lemon enjoyer. My wife made homemade edibles and they were potent, but I despise the taste. Oh god. Oh god. Dude, homemade edibles never. Literally fucking never. Fuck that shit. 1000% no. I hate that shit. They're just so gross. Trying to cover the weed taste too much instead of working with the flavor with savory taste like garlic and such. That's probably true. Like a GMO Eddie. Wait. Homemade cheesy bread with edibles is peak. What do you do at that point? Just like a can of butter and then melt the can of butter on top of the bread and then cover it with cheese? But I still feel like it would taste weedy. Like, I feel like can of butter still tastes like weed. No matter how many times you, like, strain it. You ever make French toast loaf? Like, what do you mean French toast loaf? Like, a loaf of French toast? Or, like, French toast? Like, an entire loaf? What in the Hellington? What is this up? Reveal your mysteries to Zoidberg. Cook it into butter and add butter to anything is a meta. Well, yeah, of course. But can of butter just tastes like fucking dank. And I don't like the taste of dank. Although I take copious amounts of bong rips, I'm not necessarily a, like, sit there and chew on a weed leaf kind of guy. That's not my gameplay loop, dog. That's not my route. Much different preferences there. So anyways, for anyone that's curious about the differences between the packs, these are the differences between the packs. If you guys are looking to get access and start playing prior to, you will get a title. Where does it say down here? If you played prior to December 11th, you will receive the two following titles: Cultist of the Eternal Flame and Knight of the White Flame. Cultist of the Eternal Fire and Knight of the White Flame. Those are titles that will also override your cloak appearances, depending on which one you have equipped. So cool little bonuses if you are hopping in prior to, or if you already have your pack and have not logged in, make sure that you do. Most definitely make sure that you do. You cut the loaf of bread in such a fashion that you can pour the French toast mixture into the loaf and bake it in the oven. Then you pull French toast sticks right off the loaf and eat the bottom after. So like the French toast mixture being like the egg and stuff. So like, do you do it like I don't know, like you dice the top of it almost and then like pour it over the top, or are you trying to like fill the loaf with it? Because I feel like if you filled the loaf with that, that would just result in like a massive egg and stuff. You dice the top. Okay. I had two images in my head. Number one was diced on top, and then number two was like a hole in the loaf with just a big bunch of egg, and I was like, that one doesn't sound as good. Then you pour the mixture and you can seal it up with foil. Oh, wait, that's actually valid. Because like if you're doing it in a baking sheet as well, or not like a baking sheet, but like a glass tin, then you could literally just pour some of the mixture around the base, and then you could pick up the loaf and then put it in the mixture, and then you would have your bottom all like French toasty as well. That is some big back activity for sure. But big back behavior is something I can actually get behind. Have you had any tinctures? Tinctures have always like hit and wore off super fast for me. I don't know if there are other tinctures that are supposed to be like some longer lasting shit. Like, don't get me wrong, I would love to just do anything other than rip bong skis all day. But like, I don't know, everything else, like edibles are bad tasting and inconsistent. Sometimes a 25 milligram edible does nothing to me. Sometimes a 10 milligram edible will absolutely slap my shit. No fucking idea why. I don't know. But tinctures have always been very, very, very like quick on, quick off for me. So I'm kind of like, meh, I'd have to spend so much money on that. Like if I was a zillionaire, I would just like tough it out and do eddies. Because I wouldn't have to worry about anything, and I could get all like Uncle Summit and sleep on stream type shit. But like, I gotta be aware at this point. I gotta be putting out the content. I gotta be at least trying my best to be entertaining, even if I'm just pretending. So, isn't depending on the strain used for the strength? A lot of edibles aren't necessarily made with a strain at this point. They're just made with a general distillate. Like your typical eddies that you're going to be getting from like most dispensaries. Those will just be like a general distillate, unless you're going into like more higher end edibles, so to say. If you're making like a canna butter at home or something, and you're just, you know, you're fucking like baking your weed and then putting it all in and then just doing that route, that'll be a little bit different. Depending on like the strain that you are using, you'll want something that's like a higher hit. But most things that you get that are already prepared are going to be like just straight tincture. I like gummies for the airplane. When we went to TwitchCon, had a couple of doinks for the ride from Maine to Boston, and then also had a couple of like the sodas that have like, I think it was like 100 milligram soda. And we were already running behind, but I didn't know we were running behind, by the way, because I didn't know that the place we were parking was past the airport, and then we had to get an Uber back up to the airport, then get to our gate and stuff. So I misunderestimated, like I misunderstood the time that we had to like actually leave and be there at and shit. And so we get there and we park, and I'm just vibing. I cracked that soda. And then all hell broke loose. I realized how late we were. Our Uber ran late. Our Uber took a wrong turn. Bro, we made it as they were getting ready to close our gate. Like, last call went out when we were getting through the TSA check. And we went to the furthest gate that was available to us in that part of the airport and had to hoof it. Had to, like, I didn't even get my shoes on. I was sprinting through the airport. I'd have so much anxiety. I don't get like anxious Smokey that much. So like I was actually chill. Carla was freaking out because like the entire thing, like I drove us down, right? We park at a hotel a little past the airport and stuff. And like I had been through the Boston airport before. Carla hadn't been through the Boston airport before. No, actually, wait. We're all in Boston when we flew to Iceland. Yeah, but it was different because we got there hella early. Anyways, I was always like, oh, Boston airport's super fast. Like, you can get through shit, no problem. Carla's used to Phoenix, where everything is like massive lines and super busy and everything like that. So our boarding started when we got to the airport. We were going to print our bag tag so we could check our bag. And the kiosk printed our bag tag and said, make sure you check your bag at the station by this time. And it was 1 minute from the time we were printing the bag tag. So we print the bag tag and then the race is on. We sprint down to like the bag check area and there's someone in front of us that's weighing their bag and then that bag is overweight. And so they're like, oh, you need to like get the weight sorted out. And the lady starts unzipping her bag. And then they tell us like, no, you got to do that to the side. That would have cooked us. So I give my bag to the bag check lady. She scans my tag. She looks at us like a fucking airport horror movie intro and goes, you better hurry. Only words. I stood there stunned for a second. And I was like, oh shit. So we jog over to the check. We get through security. Carla beats me through. And at this point, like, we're in TSA check and like our like plane is boarding. And Carla gets through TSA before I do. She gets her stuff and she's like, I can't wait. I gotta go. Like, she's shorter than me. She got little legs. I get that shit. She grabs her stuff, gets going. I get through TSA check. I grab my stuff literally out of the bins and I'm like, okay, Carla's running. I'm not even going to put my shoes on. I'm doing like a little sock jog through the airport, which they have like slick floors and shit. So there are like these ramps that I'm going down and I'm having to like tiptoe and stuff. And then like I'm jogging with Carla, just vibing. And then I hear final boarding call. I don't even say anything. And I just like turn on the jets. I start sprinting through Boston's airport in my fucking socks. I'm like peeling around corners. I'm like hitting people with the two-step jukes to get around them, trying not to fall on my ass. I get to our gate, which is the furthest point away. As they're getting ready to close the gate, I got all my shit in my hand. And they're like, oh, you have plenty of time. I'm like, all right, bet. I got one more with me. So we get on instantly. Done. We were the last people on. We were literally a red light away from potentially missing our flight to TwitchCon. And that would have fucked so much, bro. So much. Get there 3 hours early when I travel solo and just get hammered. Oh, dude, don't you have to pay for that, though? What the hell do you mean? Anything that you have to pay for is an instant no. Because, like, anything at the airport's expensive as shit. If I'm getting anything at the airport, it's going to be a fucking cappuccino. So that way I can stay awake through my flight. I like to raw dog the flight sometimes. And then I also like Bloons Tower Defense. It's a vacation. Not the time to be cheap. Okay, you all say that until my dono goals get a lot more expensive, because let's remember the only reason I'm able to take vacations is because sometimes you guys feel like throwing extra money my way. I'm trying to live responsibly here off of your guys' bill. If you guys want a higher invoice, I can make that. I can help the sub goal right now. If we're playing the Dusty Drink at the airport game. I went to Vegas and I didn't gamble. Just saying. Just saying. Get hammered in the parking lot. See, like, I didn't need to get hammered in the parking lot because I had my THC soda in the parking lot. Yeah, I had that. We're vibing. The misunderstanding was that, like, the night before I was like, oh, we just got to drive to like the vicinity of the airport, right? and then we'll be fine. We had to drive past the airport like 20 minutes and then get an Uber once we got there and then go back up to the airport. So we would have been there like an hour early, but we didn't park at the airport and the parking was very far away. So like, that was the big point of oopsies on my part logistically. But also, I'm not supposed to be the logistical planner side. That's not my strength. That's not my forte, chat. That's not what I specialize in. When I get drunk, then eat delicious food. I'll drink sometimes. I just feel like drinking out is expensive. Like, I feel like in the amount of money it would take me to get drunk, I could probably buy an entire bottle from just like a store and then drink that. And in the amount of money that I could spend on a bottle from the store, I could just go to a dispensary and I could get bare minimum an eighth of some really nice shit, probably like a quarter of some mid shit, and then I'd get way more enjoyment out of that. I just feel like the price for performance of alcohol is not that good, if I'm being honest. Hey, alcohol, hey. You didn't mind the pickle shots in Iceland. Yeah, but that's all year, it's vacation time. Yeah, but I'd rather sample the fine flora. Rather sample the fine flora of everywhere. You pickles? It was a pickleback shot through like a bone marrow bone that we just ate the bone marrow out of. It was like a palate cleanser. Drinking's always expensive, especially when you're drunk and you stop caring about how much you spend. Oh, dude, the amount of money that people were spending when they were fucked up at TwitchCon was insane. Bro, people kept buying each other drinks just for existing. And like, it was unfucking real how much people were spending on each drink. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Like, people were paying upwards of... Where's Streg? Streg at the Cielo rooftop event got like a $35 drink. And it was just like a normal fucking mixie. It was like a vodka something or other. It wasn't even insane. What the fuck, Streg? Yes. And then some random came up to us while we were at the rooftop. And they were like, yo, do you guys want like a round of drinks? Because like they were also a TwitchConer, but they didn't have a group. And so they came up and they started talking to us. And like they were hanging out for a little bit. And they were like, oh, I'll buy you guys drinks since you're letting me hang out, right? And we're like, you don't want to do that. You really don't want to do that. And then we told him about the price. And he still went over and bought the entire group a round of drinks. And it was probably like... probably upwards of $200. I'm gonna be real. Bro, I felt bad. I felt like I was, I don't know, just like sipping something unethical. Chad move. Very Chad move to double down on that. Yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely. But like, oh my God, that guy was hella chill. Strag, how much was your drink at the Cielo event? That literally was like, it was like $30, right? It was like 30, 35 after tips. Because Strag and Stomps went up and those bitches were expensive. I was thinking about getting a drink because we were just chilling there for a while. And then they told me the price and I was like, no, thank you. I'm not going to the bar. $40. What did you get? Didn't you get like a double? It was like a vodka double mixy, right? No, bro, that's so insane. Oh my God. You could have paid me $40 to go get you alcohol from somewhere else. And then I would have made you drinks myself. How are you real? Listen, and he also got hosed on his housing. He got a real host. Yo, Marty, what up, dude? Just watched the dev thing from Friday. Tracking the 11th December wipe. You think there's any content to be had trying to level a few levels before then? Notice the alpha servers keep getting taken out of PTRs being brought up. Think I don't even have time to play at this point. In terms of playing, my biggest recommendation for people that already have their access is trying to plan around these days. Now, of course, the PTR is visually NDA'd, so like you will not want to stream, of course, which is slightly unfortunate, right? Unless you have the visual side of it covered and you're not showing any visual gameplay. So like I stream during my PTR testing, but I run the visual side as a VOD while my gameplay is completely covered. So that way I don't get like smitten, for lack of a better term. The PTR build does have a lot of the changes that we are going to be seeing on the 18th. And there are more changes still coming in throughout this week, including archetype reworks, so class reworks. That's going to be huge. So there is a lot to test over there. And in terms of like the time, right? The PTR is very frequently more, I guess, like time friendly than live is. Live, you have to level, you have to progress. You got to get gear, you got to get all that, right? On the PTR, very frequently, they will have boost NPCs to at least like some extent, where they will be able to get you leveled up to 25. You'll be able to get some gear, shit like that, right? So that's nice. I think the accessibility there is great for people that do want to casually dip their toes in the patch and see what's what before the patch actually hits. Do you know which class reworks? I wish I did. I wish I did. What we know is that they have been working now for some time on ranks to the archetype trees. So instead of just being like a, I select or deselect this ability, it is now, I have, well, not it is now, but it could be, I have ranks to all of my abilities, both active and passive. And then from there, I can specialize, my tank in things like Indom and Banner and Intercept and Protect, or Wall and Ground Pound and stuff like that. So that will be a nice change if that is what we're looking at. But Steam's gonna be rough. I don't think Steam's gonna be any more rough than what we already have, Nin. Don't let the outward mentality fool you. Steam is still going to bring in the same ratio of players who would be both happy and unhappy in terms of new players. I think the thing with Steam is it could actually be better than most people are making it out to be, because people will actually come in blind instead of having heard about 17 different YouTube videos regarding Ashes. And I'm going to be recording a video tomorrow and then hopefully getting that up by midweek about like what you can expect with Ashes early access. And hopefully I can shed a little feedback on that and some input on it. And I think that, like, at the end of the day, the public aspect of the game is already there. It's too early, IMO. Like, I see that side of things, but it's also the side of, like, from my perspective, the game's already public. No part of it's hidden. Somebody that doesn't have an Intrepid Studios account or an Ashes account can still make an Ashes account. Just because it wasn't on Steam doesn't mean people weren't seeing it. So, like, from that standpoint, it was already really public. And at this point in time, we're on the brink of a large update. Now, 3 months down the road, providing this update comes in a good spot, and we have a glimpse into what the new update will be, we would also be saying it's still too early then, because we would know that there's more on the horizon. This song's fucking distracting the shit out of me. Anyways, we will have more on the horizon. And people will know that there is more on the horizon that is going to make the state of the playtesting environment and the game overall better. So that's like, you know how I always talk about the development paradox? We're in the development paradox right now. We're in that state where currently it would be better for us to be less public for longer because it would make the perception better in the long term. Because the game will be better further down the road. I get that. But that's also going to be a thing until the game launches. So, it's a bit early. I think betas would have been a better time. But like, what's different between this and Steam? I think that's the biggest thing. Like, what's the largest difference? Other than people seeing it, like, in passing. But literally, bad review bombs could hurt the game. Go on YouTube. Everything's a bad review bomb. Like, I'm gonna be honest. Find me 10 pieces of Ash's content that have been posted in the last 2 months on YouTube that are not my live streams. And I feel as though at least 4 of them are outwardly negative. It's a lot of negative content revolving around Ashes. You have YouTube? Yeah, it's got my live stream VODs. It's a library of Alexandria, so to say. Yes. I only have 9. Honestly, there might not be 10. There may not be. But I definitely feel as though the general sentiment is very outwardly negative already, and I don't feel as though there's much more to lose, so to say. I don't think it's gonna get much worse. I don't know what's so negative. It's actually fun to play, and it's a work in progress. I have a crazy theory. I think it's so negative because not a lot of people have actually logged in and played Ashes because it is so clear that Ashes is not close to launching for most people. So the content that people do actually understand and take in is from YouTube, is from Reddit, is from Discord. And not a lot of people are forming their opinion off of actively playing. And I feel like this is good because people will be able to form their opinions directly through having their first experience not be with a YouTube video telling them that this game sucks and that it's a scam. Rather, it will be an actual authentic experience with the game environment where they can quest, can progress, can explore. Reddit and YouTube content is usually more negative as both platforms push negative content more easily. Well, it's not even just negative. I think the bad thing about YouTube and Reddit is that it is always it's appealing to either the white knights or the cultists, where it's like if you're not rooting for the game in a degree of like this is the best thing ever and nothing's ever gonna stop it raw, then you're not positive enough for the positive Pete's. If you are not full doomium of like this shit is all ass, it's dog shit, Ashes is a scam, Steven sacrificed my dog to Cthulhu, like that's what you've got to sell up. You know what I don't do? I don't sell up either side of that. I just chill. I just fucking vibe. And like, I don't necessarily think it's a matter of things needing to be that drastic. I think it's more a matter of people just needing to understand that things can get better. It's okay for things to not be the greatest right now. It's okay to not like everything right now. Doesn't mean it's the best or worst thing in the world. It just means it's a thing. That's not going to get me 1 million views. It's not going to get me an Asmongold react or people standing up saying I'm MMO streamer of the year because I'm not giving those scathing clickbaity reviews that are going to get a bunch of people on board. But what I am going to do is continue to talk about Ashes in a very honest way. And talk about both... Oh, look at my cape being so dramatic right now. Talk about both the positives and the negatives along the way, the things I like, the things I dislike, and hopefully continue to spread some honest information, man. Because I think that's what we need a lot more of. So negative because of the price tag on a test. Once people saw that, they made up their minds. That's also a big thing, yeah. No, I do 1000% agree. But I also feel like there was a lack of information going out there too, because there was a refund policy that covered your first 90 days. That refund policy was so fucking good. So fucking good. Reason negativity is popular in this case is because Intrepid overpromised and underdelivered, at least so far. No, that's fair as well. I think a very ambitious title taken on by a very fledgling developer is naturally going to have some problems with that along the way, especially with how they kind of like hard targeted some dates early on, especially with Steven being like, oh, 2019 launch. I think that's probably the most valid critique, where it's like, I have a hard time trusting that a product will be delivered in a timely manner because the content cadence has been rough in the past. And I think that's an absolutely valid critique on things. And I think that's like something that's actually well articulated instead of just going, scam, scam. I feel like Peon's a good reviewer, talks positive and negatives on the game, but overall his positive seems honest. Yeah, Peon's very, very good for like the PowerPoint-y type presentations on things where it's like, here are the changes. I either think this is growth or not growth. And then he checks in periodically and documents what changes are happening, and that's great. And like Peon can be a very good facilitator for more people coming into the content creators that are like, you know, the everyday content creators for those titles that he's actively reviewing. So they can be like, oh, hey, I saw Peon make a video on this. Can you tell me with your experience what you think of this thing or this thing? Like people like Peon and like Canon that can actually put realistic attention on the game is really good. What was it, Cadence? Cadence is just a part of game dev. Cadence represents like how frequently things are being delivered and how kind of like the content, I guess like schedule has established would be the other way to say it. But like content cadence is essentially like your cycle of how long in between each update in terms of like major updates, bug fixes, responsiveness to things. So that's always kind of just a saying that I've always heard and used, but I won league game, now I wrap myself in blankets as a reward. Are you cold? It's fucking 78 in the stream room. What champ should I grind next? You should grind Lego Banyan. Yes. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeedly. Will Goon be leveling to 22 again this server? Probably. Hopefully 20 plus at the very least. For the love of God. For a Peon's video, I probably would have never been hyped for Ashes. Yeah, I mean, a lot of the larger content creators are great for facilitating stuff. Like, even if they come through and, like, pass through and just drop some information and get some eyes on it. Like, it's a large facilitator for smaller people like myself being able to get some more attention on that. And, like, all of us smaller creators in the Ashes scene could also do well with posting, like, more frequent, more quality Ashes content. And I think that's something that everybody needs to do a little bit better of in the scene, but it's also helpful to sometimes have, you know, those larger people come through and give a little bit of a stimulus check, so to say, in terms of the eyes that are on the game. I'm going to fill up my water and bring on my plate real quick, boys. I will be right back. No talk about League, by the way. I'd literally rather have people slurring than people talking about League. My fucking God. Hello. Oh god. Sat on my balls again. Alright. So anyways, I've returned. Carla confirmed for December. Oh god, the time off request would go hard. No, I don't think she can take time off during the holiday season. Jesus Christ, Jesus Christ. It's gonna be rough. Kim Turtles also left a bad taste in everyone's mouth for the last decade or so. So when anyone has any sort of code to redeem, they're automatically labeled as a shill, which is somewhat warranted, but also sad for content creators. Like, yes, 1000%, to a certain extent. I also think there's, like, there was a huge wave of misinformation that was put out about it by a certain someone, at one point in time, where they started a rumor that, like, people were receiving, like, real money compensation for their affiliate link, which, very simply put, is not the case. And that was never the case. So there was a big misconception where, like, that referral was actually, you know, just making people money. It does not. Intrepid has not run sponsored campaigns yet. Like, I don't know. I personally am not quite certain that they do have any plans of, you know, real money kickbacks at any point. I have not, as a content creator, not that I'm like in their program or anything, but I, as a content creator, have not heard anything in that realm that would even indicate that that was in the plans in the long term. To my knowledge, it has always just been a plan for that in-game compensation for the store. So there were a lot of things that set up a lot of misconceptions. I mean, bro, it's funny you mention that because, like, even today, somebody came over on YouTube and they were like, "Are you being paid to advertise the game?" And I'm like, "No, I am not. I wish I was, dog. I wish I was." But everybody's so skeptical of it. I think anytime somebody enjoys something that is not like, the fuck? I think anytime somebody enjoys something that is not the most popular thing to enjoy in the world, they're immediately like automatically getting paid. They're automatically like not being honest in their videos or in their streams or whatever. And everyone's just so doubtful that somebody can enjoy something and not just get paid to pretend to enjoy it. And into a Vandal phase, I will protect you. It's time, bunny. This is the protection that you can look forward to with all of your Vans. I protect. Alright, we're up. Keef's coming. Keef, we gotta get this thing into Jova. We gotta make sure it gets there safely. If you come here as an op, I will stop the op. I absolutely will. It sucks that it's the way it is, but so many people do mislead, so somewhat genuine just gets a backlash because of others. Oh god, yeah. Yeah. I mean, between the amount of money that people are genuinely willing to shell out from the developer side to have somebody influential with, like, some talking points about the game, oh god, yeah, no. There have been so many sponsored streams that just went, like, astronomically terrible. And they were actually just, you know, paid shills giving reviews and stuff like that. I think that's the case because so many people fake reviews. Look at all the adverts done by app companies where they pay people to rave about it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, even in sponsored content, like, on my level, right? I don't do sponsored streams in any, like, serious capacity because I don't have any, like, serious sponsor offers, right? But even in the ones that I've done that are just, like, smaller things, you are provided with a list of talking points. You're provided with a list of things to mention. And there is like a goal set that you're supposed to hit, so to say. So from that level of it, sometimes we have seen instances of very large content creators immediately in their sponsored segments just saying, I'm done with this. And then they just read off their talking points word for word. And in some cases, streamers have shown the exact, like, talking points as they were reading them and just read along with them to get through the talking points that they had to get paid. Like, sponsored streams have been so notoriously bad for so long in the first place, but yeah, it creates a lot of inorganic feedback. It creates a lot of weird perceptions. But that's also why I've always liked saying that Ashes hasn't done any sponsored streams yet. Like, all of the feedback, good, bad, or indifferent, you do at least know that It is organic. There's some possible cash options, but not until launch, I would assume. All right, let's see. Intrepid Studios has an awesome referral program where you can refer your friends and you will receive 15% of any ongoing account purchases as Intrepid Bucks. This only applies to purchases made with an applicable payment method. Purchases redeemed using Intrepid Bucks are not eligible. After Ashes of Creation's official retail release, Intrepid Bucks earned through our referral program can be used to purchase Embers, which then can be used to purchase in-game items from the cosmetic store, reduce subscription costs, and obtain cash rewards on a quarterly basis after Ashes of Creation. Weird. When is this from? Huh. I've never seen that before. I wonder what that entails. 2019, but on their actual support website. Right. I wonder if they'll elaborate on that. Yeah, I have no idea. Anyways, exclamation Ashes. So, 2 ways to refer your friends. Your personal referral code can be found on your account management dashboard under referrals. Then you can give that code to your friends to redeem it when they register a new account. Cool. General thing. Supposed to be able to cash out. It's been there basically from the start. Interesting. Today I learned. Got retirement. Chat, we need a lot more referrals. And I need a lot more whales. Who wants to buy some skins? Chat. Interesting. I'll ask about that. In-game stuff, whatever free subscription is also fine. Cash is weird. Yeah, Nin, cash out, cash out. Delete your account and remake it with my link. I'll cut you in 5%. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I'll see if I can ask about that. Because that's kind of intriguing. Because, like, it's a cool, like, kickback for people that do send the referral out, but it also does create an element of, like, maybe you are shilling. Yeah, that is kind of unfortunate, honestly. Like, great, but unfortunate. How's this game? I have fun with it. Now, it is, right now, a shell of what it will be. A lot of the repeatable, replayable systems that give you the most fun content once you've got your gear are not online yet. And there still is a lot to come before it is a completed, fully finished, polished MMO. You know what I mean? So right now, I'm just chilling in the fucking Riverlands, running around. Because since they have, like, announced that there will be a wipe for the new servers on the 11th, there have not been a lot of people that are playing. We have a massive patch. I cannot iterate enough, like, how large this patch is. That's being tested right now on the private test realm that's shaping up for the 11th. That's what the 11th wipe is for. Huge patch, solves a lot of the current problems, brings in the final primary class, brings in an endgame replayable content system with the Harbingers, brings in sport fishing, brings in a slew of bug fixes, UI updates, gameplay updates, combat changes, balance changes, re-gearing, progression changes, drop rate changes, you name it at this point. And the patch on the 11th is impacting it. So personally, the 11th is a nice time to try it out if you have been interested, if you're fully aware that there's a lot of development left. The pack that you would be getting for the 11th, it would be $42.50 the 11th until the 25th, and then it goes back up to $50, which is the normal price that it will continue to be at. That gets you in the remainder of development, no matter how long it goes. That, in my guess, is going to take until mid to late 2028-ish. If I had to wager a guess, mid to late 2028. Just because there is still so much left to come online. I think 2.5 years minimum. So that's between, like, the remainder of the alpha, beta 1, beta 2, and then the full launch. From my perspective, I think we got a lot left to still come. Hopefully, they're able to do it in a prompt enough manner, you know what I mean? But the 11th is going to represent, I think personally, the start of us getting, like, replayable content. Part of that is with the Harbinger system. The Harbinger system is basically this like corrupted area that emanates from a part of the map. And as it spawns in these events, they need to be like dealt with. If they're not dealt with quickly enough, they can then expand and take up more of an area, making it a force flag lawless PvP area, while also transforming the mobs, the materials, gatherables, everything that's there in those areas and making them unique to those corrupted areas. So the longer those are not dealt with, the more those expand. And the more they can consume and corrupt, and they can take permanent footholds that then need to be dealt with. And it is a very, very, very late game repeatable like content form that will scale up with us and will have very, very, very large implications on, I would say, like the long-term state of pretty much every single server. I don't necessarily know based on the current state that we're going to be able to keep up with the corrupted zones as a server. My prediction is that they're going to expand like crazy because everybody's going to be too chaotic to actually coordinate. But yeah, we finally get a form of like what to do with our gear once we acquire our gear, which I think is the biggest thing that's missing with Ashes right now. There are many forms of content where it's like, I can scale up my character progression, I can gather, I can craft, I can kill mobs, I can econ, I can player-to-player trade, I can level up my crafting to make better stuff. That exists. Whether that's level 25 to 50, that's going to exist. Where people struggle right now with Ashes is if you want to quest 1 to max level with 1 linear main story quest, it's not here yet. May never be here with 1 linear quest. Questing gets better. Questing continues to get better. Questing is not the best that it will ever be right now, which I think is a good thing because it means it's just going to get better. If you already enjoy it, you're up tremendous. Now, outside of questing, gathering solo especially can be a chore. You need a whole hell of a lot of high rarity materials to make a very impactful weapon. But also, Ashes isn't necessarily the solo player's emphasis. This is a world where a solo player should find a group to play with and embrace that group very heavily and play a role within that group. Outside of that, once you get the progression side under your belt and you realize that it's a multiplayer MMO and it's time to actually embrace a group-based gameplay loop, then it's time to realize you can scale up your gear nearly infinitely with your time. People still do not have plus 20 gear, which is the highest level of enchanting. And there was literally an infinite money glitch, and there were methods of enchanting that allowed you to just use excavation kits, which are super easy to craft for enchanting your gear. There were literal dupes and glitches that allowed people to enchant their gear easier, and still to this point, with infinite money, no one has enchanted their gear to plus 20. I haven't seen a single plus 20 weapon. Somebody may send it before the end of the server. Good luck if you do, but there's a lot of scaling that can happen with this game, and you can always put in a lot of time. It's just a matter of, I've spent this amount of time getting my gear, getting squared away. What do I do? And like right now, you'll notice, Dusty, the world's empty as shit. You're just running around talking to chat. Well, yeah, go run around New World right now in the open world too. So they just announced, like, this server goes down for 8 days in a few hours. And then it comes back up for a few more days, and then it's dead. And then on the 11th, we have new servers. This is the most calm you will see the Ashes environment. And starting on the 11th, it will be very, 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 very populated everywhere you go, especially in this Riverlands biome. Every town will be bustling to a certain extent. The main areas, just for perspective, there were multiple instances where Winstead, which was a first tier 4 settlement, or like the highest tier town, there were multiple instances where Winstead just crashed. Like the capital city, so to say, just crashed on launch day. Multiple times this phase. It gets chaotic, dude. It is so fun to see the contrast. Are you speedrunning on the 11th? All right, you know what? Do you guys want the gauntlet thrown down already? I'll throw down the gauntlet already. So we have a tradition here. I was going to wait a little bit. But we have a tradition where if we hit a sub goal, I will do a 24-hour stream. We'll be going crazy with the speedrunning with the group anyways. But I will do this. Will Dusty lead us on our adventure again? No, fuck no. We're actually speedrunning this time. God, she's leading us. No, if I wanted to sabotage us again, I would absolutely design our route. 24-hour EA stream. All right, cool. Hold on. Hiya. Save. All right. There's your gauntlet. You guys have a month. I appreciate y'all. You want to throw it down? It is thrown down. As is tradition. The last 2 phases. DOF is declared! If the game crashed on the last launch, do you think it'll be playable on Steam when it launches? I say potentially, optimistically. Can we 40-man raid Forge? Like right now, do you want to get the whole server? Yeah, I mean, you post in global. If you invite me, I'm down for whatever. I'm literally down for whatever. Get a big ass rate of people. I'll go Forge. I'm down for anything. You put together the group, I'll yap, and then I'll go show up and tank. I'm down for that. But yeah, so basically, like, there are a couple of cool systems with Ashes that can help mitigate some of the problems that will be present with any launch, right? So with that being said, the Ashes world is divided up into what are called, server workers. So if you hit page up on your keyboard, you'll always have this that comes up. This will tell you your coordinates and what server worker you're on. Server workers are the resources that are responsible for running parts of the world. And as you transition server worker to server worker, you basically go on this new partition of resources. And as the server worker technology improves and they get that infrastructure better, each server worker can hold more players. Now, this is impactful on launches because queues. A traditional, like, single server that has a queue globally to get in is going to be much more susceptible to being gridlocked than a server infrastructure where every single server worker has its own independent capacity and queue. So there are advantages and disadvantages to this. If you get in and you get the fuck out, there is a much lower chance you'll find yourself in queues if you relog in a laggy part of the world, in an environment where you're likely to crash. You know, you set yourself up for better odds of success, right? Disadvantage of this is that server workers can go down at any time. If you get caught on a bad one, you can get cooked for a little bit from that. So, server workers can be your friend or your foe. Then you have dynamic gridding. Dynamic gridding essentially takes the server workers, it allows them to change up their, their size, their shape, their boundaries, and then more server workers to come in and fill those spots. So every part of the world should, in theory, have the resources that it needs to keep running smooth enough. Dynamic gridding has never been active for one of our live launches before. This will be the first live launch where, as of right now, it's slated to be active. It has been live on the private test realm for, probably a week plus now. But there are not that many people over on the PTR to actively test dynamic gridding. Like, you've got to have the stress to be able to stress test it. And all, 200 of us on the PTR, unfortunately, are not pulling enough weight to put that through its paces. So, hopefully, we can get intrepid enough data around it. And then just snowball it from there. Because that's a huge piece of tech if it does come online. Which could be very monumental for not only this launch, but also further launches. But as Sarvo said, you do also have the login server issue where, can't dynamically grid a login server. So that's always the issue. If people can get through the initial constraint of logins, which, honestly, I'm gonna be real, login server issues have happened, for sure. And then we have also had substantial queues in starting areas. We have had, crashes. We've had server workers go down. In the event the anvils can actually sustain a portion of the population and not just be doggy doo-doo and people do start there, maybe 35%, if that's super optimistic, but maybe a portion of people do actually go the anvils this time, and that helps alleviate some of it in the Riverlands. It'll be interesting to see. I don't think people realize how bad it's going to be with Steam launch. I don't expect that many people from Steam. And that may be a little bit of a doomium take, but I don't expect that many people from Steam for this update. I expect people from Steam, but I feel like it's not gonna be like fucking 50k concurrent or anything like that. I feel like our concurrent peak probably like 10, 15 maybe between the two servers. If they have to spin up another one, maybe around that, but I don't know. I'm also really bad at guessing things, but even with it being down to $42, see, that's the thing. I don't really know. Depends who's streaming it. Yeah, streamers can also do a good bit of attention getting for things. That's also valid. Came up on my daily for you and I don't play MMOs. This reminded me the game exists. Wait, that's absolutely massive. Wait, so if you don't play MMOs, what's the Ashes appeal? Is it more like the open world stuff, or is it just like I'm here because it was recommended to me? Because we are, like I mentioned, we're in the calm before the storm right now. We have that major update coming on December 11th. So a lot of the streams lately, like the private test realm, which is the big testing environment right now, is down. So I can't be over there testing. I'm not going to be crafting stuff and investing my time doing all that stuff. So like for me, I'm just fucking chilling and running around the world. So want to see how development was going? Oh, fair. No, dude, I think it's coming along. Like it's still got a lot left. It's still got its own problems. And as you can see, like every system is essentially a social driven system. And without players, the systems do tend to fall apart a little bit. But it's like at the same time, I've seen what it's like with players. I've seen what it's like without players for phase 2, for phase 2.5, for phase 3 now. Like I've been through it. I went through it with New World before. I enjoy the game. I enjoy the concept of what it's going to be. I enjoy where it currently is on that route. And I think it's a fucking blast, personally. Heard Summit say he was keen on trying it. Summit's already been over here before. Some tried it out and I touched base with him and he said he really had fun with it. And that was like in the past. So like, personally, I would love to see Unksum over here. I would love to see some come through. He did say he enjoyed it. And like, Steven even went through and said what up to him and did some events with him and stuff. Like, that'd be cool. There are a lot of very large content creators that are at least like vaguely intrigued in MMO content, like in MMO content still, right? And some have gone to other games, other genres. But at the end of the day, a good socially driven MMO can present so much content in and of itself outside of just, you know, the immediate gameplay loop. And I think almost like on the side of how we're seeing Arc Raiders shape up, with Arc Raiders, you have just as much content coming out from like the super sick sweaty plays as you do with the social side of it. With the betrayals and with the player-to-player moments and like all of those small interactions. And that's shit that like, you know, I'm out in the open world. I see somebody gathering in my area. I flag up. Maybe they actually flag back and we have this epic fight because of it. Like, Ashes has the potential to be, as Wood said, a content machine. It does. I have seen it myself. You can have one small thing happen and you can farm content for hours off of that. Genuinely. I'd love to see Prox Chat. Prox Chat in taverns is going to be so fucking funny. So like, they have discussed how systems wise, in certain tavern areas, Prox Chat could be a thing. Not that it'll be a thing everywhere, but could be a thing in those tavern areas. And all I can picture is a bunch of people PvPing, and then like the guild war ends, and then everybody goes to the tavern, and then you just hear a bunch of people start fucking yelling at each other. Like full Modern Warfare 2 servers, and then a GM comes over and he's like, whoa, 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 whoa. And he's like getting in the middle of it. Just starts fucking muting everybody, bro. I don't want to know what's going to happen if Proc Chat actually does come in those areas. It is going to be fucking demonism. Absolutely. Difference is Art just kind of just surprised everyone. The problem we'll have here is people knowing about him being impatient. I still think when we really look at the numbers, we may think that Ashes has a ton of like knowledge base out there about it, but Ashes is very much that thing that people saw the name once or twice before and then it's kind of gone quiet. Like a lot of people have probably seen the name DustyWhy somewhere when they looked at the directory when they were trying to see, you know, pirate software at 15k viewers or whatever, you know what I mean? But like, not everybody knows what I'm up to and what I'm doing. Not everybody has clicked on my stream to actually check it out. So like, I feel like Ashes has a good base of people who know about it, but not a lot of people who have actually interacted with it on a first-hand level. The figure that Steven said in the dev stream that really kind of like interested me was over the course of the entire Alpha 2, from Phase 1, Phase 2, Phase 2.5, and Phase 3 so far, there have been like 150,000 unique different players that have logged in over the course of that, which to me is like actually a relatively small amount of numbers over the course of like a year in terms of like actual unique player logs. And for me, that's a matter of like, we have a very small dedicated community, and we also have a lot of untapped market where people have heard about it, but they're not invested in it yet, which does leave room to shape the impression. Decent for a true alpha? Yes. Very good for a true alpha. Absolutely agree. Absolutely agree. But I think it's also a testament to like, while people have heard about Ashes, there's such an untapped market of people who didn't necessarily know about Ashes in the, you know, pre-Alpha 2 sense, in the Phase 1 sense, in the Phase 2 sense. Like, there are a good amount of people that will come in, and their very, very, very first interaction with Ashes will be this, instead of wherever we, the players who have been here for a while, hopped in. My players in Phase 1 remembered that if I was doing this in Phase 1, just running around yapping, and I was crossing server worker boundaries, this is one of the most dangerous things to do, because back in P1, if you crossed a server worker border and hit it at the wrong time, you could literally have your entire, your whole character just cooked. Your character could get stuck in a limbo and literally fucking lost just from running around the world. There have been problems with every single phase that have got far better, to the point where it resembles a much more playable product than it did way back in the day. Zop and the Legos. I mean, God, yeah, even this phase. Hoofsy had a fucking storage full of Legos deleted. Zop had shit deleted and shit. There have always been wacky things, you know what I mean? And that's something where it just keeps on getting better. Keeps on getting better. I expect the NDA version is what's going to drop for Steam launch. Nah, the PTR is still going to exist. And every single person that does have their access to live has access to PTR simultaneously. So you spend the $42.50 from the 11th to the 25th, and then you get your access to the PTR and to live off of that. Massive value in my opinion. From there, the emphasis is going to be live pretty much all the time. At least we hope. The PTR tends to be the emphasis when shit's not going the best, and they're like, we need to make sure this patch hits or we're cooked. So that's kind of where we're at right now. They really want to make sure this Harbinger patch hits, especially with the shift to Steam. Makes a lot of sense now. So on that end of things, right now PTR is the emphasis. Once it does hit the 11th, very presumably the live environment will be the emphasis for some amount of time. How quick are they to fix it when things like that happen? Depends. Ooh, braid one. Some things are fixed very quickly. Some things have made it under the radar for much too long. Some things have been acknowledged in a way that some people feel is not consistent. What is this fucking rarity? I swear to fucking goodness. I swear to God. Keith, pull up. I swear to God you won't. I swear to God you won't pull up right now, bro. You're a fucking ranger. I have reflect on. I just tried. Ayo. Just flag up, dog. Just alt and auto. Shit, you know how it happens. You're not that one fighter that I had to teach how to flag up. I know you better than this. But yeah, that's the thing, Trip. Sometimes we have seen things fixed literally within a couple of days. Sometimes things have been known and having fixes worked on. Sorry, I hiccup. For a good amount of time. Now, one thing to note about that is I don't necessarily think it's always because of a like very slow response time. I think a lot of it can be because they don't really want to put in band-aid fixes, and very frequently they want to focus on like the meaningful fixes that are actually going to be like those long-term solutions. So we tend to see a little bit slower of an approach to certain things in favor of a more meaningful fix in the long term. Character size looks tiny, it's bothering me. Oh, I'm a dwarf. Yeah, no, I'm supposed to be tiny. I'm supposed to be tiny. I got like cute little stumpy legs and shit. Yeah, so they're like humans, orcs, elves, dwarves. I'm one of the 2 dwarven races. So I'm just all stumpy and shit. So my 2 choices, Jay, over on YouTube for like my races that I want to play next phase, compared to the size of your health and action bar. Oh, you can scale that. So through the UI stuff, you can go in here and then you can do the scale change. So all the way down, and then the entire UI is completely adjustable, movable, and all of that. Yeah. So I don't usually like zoom in much, but yeah, you can change the scaling of everything. You can change the location of everything. You can change like your bars to vertical scaling. So everything is very customizable. If there's ever anything visually that you're not vibing with, most things aesthetically can be changed in that regard. I just kind of like, I don't know, honestly, this is like the default health bar size, and I never really thought it was that bad, but everyone has their own preferences. Fortunately, the UI stuff is already there. Turning off guild storage exploits multiple times, but leaving in crate exploit when they could have just turned it off was an odd decision. If they turned off all crates, though, settlement prog would have been crippled too. I think that was the thing that was kind of fucked up about it, was that, like, while there was a crate dupe, you couldn't level settlements without crates, and they couldn't just disable the entire crate category from being, like, created. It was it was really intriguing. I think the solution actually with the crate dupe would have been to turn off caravans, because caravans were the facilitator for the dupe, at least in the most common form of it that we could find. And that maybe would have helped, but then you're gonna be the new really big orc, the Renkai. So like that's the thing that I have to decide. I have been playing Renkai on PTR. Renkai is cool. Renkai is awesome. Renkai is love. Renkai is life. Renkai is a big brolic ass orc, and it does a lot of cool shit. But it does not have flippy jump. And we have the question. Would it be funnier for giant Renkai to just walk up and start smacking backlines, or very tiny dwarf to walk up and charge it and start smacking backlines? And part of me thinks popping it in Timora and then charging into an enemy backline and then just shinging and taking up space when I am literally tiny as shit is quite enjoyable. It's all just personal preference though. Don't like the build model, and the way they run is just goofy female, not bad though. Love the Renkai. Like, the Renkai are really chonky, right? So it'll 1000% show off armor sets and weapons and stuff better. But there's also something incredibly comical about, like, the dwarves having a longbow that is larger than they are. Me being a fraction of the size of literally anything else. Like, my longbow is like 1.5 times my character. This shit is huge comparatively. I fuck with it very heavy. It's a fantasy world. Renkai with a short bow is funny? Oh no. Does it just look teeny tiny? I would assume it looks like a little fucking slingshot in their hands. Like, I like the scale of things as an Akua. It's kind of quirky. Is there support for ultra wides? Oh fuck, is there ultra wide support? Maybe? Who the fuck plays on ultra wide, chat? Anybody play on ultra wide in this bitch? We're strong, of course they have huge bows. It's just the amount of, like, I could put my entire character into my bow, pull it back, and then launch myself. There is ultra wide support? Okay, cool. Yeah, I do not have ultra wide. Okay, cool. 3440 by 1440? Okay, cool. Yes, there is ultra wide support. Source Twitch chat. Thank you guys, I appreciate you. Best chat. I don't play ultra wide, so I just figured out, like, I used to watch Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, and I figure every stream I get a certain amount of, like, those lifelines, and sometimes chat is the lifeline for me. And I appreciate them for that. I like small elf for fighter and huge Renkai for ranger. A giant Renkai like bard will also kind of look hilarious because bards are very bouncy and floaty in PvP if it's a good bard. So you'll just have this like giant Renkai, this big brawlic dancer. But also in PvP, I like being a bouncy little dwarf. Cause like I can charge in, I can cover some ground. I'm always like pressuring people. I'm always zipping around the fights. There's movement in, there's escape. I think it's fun. I think it's a cool little loop for myself to look forward to. And then chasing people down is always fucking hilarious. Cause I pop sprint to dog people down. And then I just got my stumpy little legs going after them, bro. It's so fun. Why is this area empty? But Lionhold has new players. That is my question. Do we still think there are new players coming in? Because I'd feel a little bad. Leveling for the first time can be tough. And I hope people do not lose too much time. Title maybe? Oh! Yeah, titles on new accounts mayhaps. Yo, hold on. How much do you think a title account would sell for on launch? I don't want to say it, but probably more than $100 if Ashes does well. Chat, who's trying to make an investment? Oh God, I should not condone that. I do not condone that. That's not recommended. That would be bad, chat. Do not do that, and definitely don't cut me in 15% if you do. Probably not many, just people testing leveling routes. I mean, I'm not testing leveling routes until tomorrow on the PTR. Because they're going to be doing first time user experience changes. I kind of want to test Anvil's leveling route, like low-key, high-key. Anvil's leveling seems very intriguing if it's done decently well. Because I think more people will spawn in the Riverlands. I think more people will always spawn in the Riverlands. Until the Anvil surpasses it and there are even more areas. Oh my god, areas to start far down the road. But for the time being, I think the Riverlands is going to stay far superior. Are these Grem like bodies not despawning? So easy and quick to level 5 in the Anvils. It really is. Now it's also, if you have the right path, easy and quick to hit level 9 in the Riverlands. That's the big game changer. It's just, can you drag the Anvils out more through that initial shotgun start route and get me up to like level 8 out there? If you get me to level 8, I'm in. I'm very in. They need to do this for fresh. It will be tested. They have said that that's going to be part of what we're testing before fresh, and that the anvils will be good. Is that level 9 even worth with the quest changes? Over on the PTR so far, there haven't been like many changes. I'm gonna be completely honest. Some quests are bugged, but like the route is still really efficient. Like half of our quests were bugged and we got to like level 7 off of it. So we didn't even finish the whole thing either. So they cut quest XP a lot from the start of phase 3. Still efficient, especially early. I feel like it'll be more of a thing that we notice later on. But yeah, the questing route was still solid. So many bugged on PTR. Yeah, that was a big part of it. A lot of quests were bugged, so we couldn't really get an organic route through. They definitely have many quests to fix before we can even properly test. Which is part of why I'm hoping, like, maybe we theory craft. Proper burial quest is bugged still? Yeah, there are quite a few. Chat. Do we think we get an update tomorrow, yes or no? It is Monday. It is PTR uptime day. Is it patch day? They've had the PTR down for 2 days, but it is a weekend. Are they working through the weekend? Do you guys want to do a poll? Let's do a poll. /poll. I want to see what you guys are thinking. Patch tomorrow. Yes. No. All right, I got the poll up. Click at the top of chat. Vote in the poll if you think there will or won't be a patch tomorrow. I'm going with no, because typically they deploy on Tuesday or Wednesday. But in the event they're working through the weekend to get things ready over the course of the next month, and they're all pulling 7-day weeks, bars on the doors, nets on the windows so they can't jump out, they could have a deployment ready for Monday, and then also have a deployment ready for Tuesday, and then also have a deployment ready for Wednesday. We could, through potentially violating some labor laws, see a faster contact cadence. But it'll require a few things. Next off day for them is Thanksgiving. Why not just like DoorDash them Thanksgiving? Why not? I feel like they wouldn't even need to go home, because through the miracles of modern technology, they can just FaceTime their families from the studio while they are eating the Thanksgiving dinner. And then they can all do like one big FaceTime, and then they can all go back to work. Can work off site? I think you can eat Thanksgiving on site, and then you can call your family off site. I feel like family time is easier to do off site than work, because work requires your full focus. Family, you're going to be watching football and getting drunk anyways. So like, due to the testing plan for Tuesday, that's when I expect the next large patch. Wait, did they already say what it was going to be? Hold on. Did those hoes post in PTR channel what the testing plan is? What the hell is the testing plan for Tuesday? There's nothing in there. God damn it. Hunter, cite your sources. I must know, because now I'm very curious. What the fuck is the testing plan? What do you think of the game so far? I'm about 3,000 hours in, so a very humble opinion, right? I've been here through, as a player, Phase 2, Phase 2.5, Phase 3, and now this upcoming wipe. It continues to get better despite this wolf tweaking right now. Not every wolf is on fentanyl like that one. The world, despite being empty right now, is not always empty, because there's not always an impending wipe and doom coming to the server, right? So make, please, like, very little judgment off of how empty the world does look and feel right now. I promise you, when the 11th rolls around, I will have so many people on screen at all points in time that you will not be able to get any peace and quiet, man. It's going to be absolutely insane. There's an RSVP that was sent out Thursday or Friday of last week, so scroll up. In the announcements, wait, PTR news. We're doing raid encounter testing on Tuesday. Oh. They're doing raid encounter testing. Oh, shit. Each time slot is up for 1 hour of testing. And if time permits, we'll do multiple attempts at these encounters during the hour. Interesting. Okay, so probably boost NPCs up there. Probably boost NPCs up at that point in time, which will be absolutely phenomenal. Monday, maybe Anvil's first time user experience update. Mayhaps. That could be quite nice. Do you think it's going to be worth the $50? If you are coming in with a mentality of like, this is not a game, it's a playtest, like, you will have access to a whole lot of time to play. You will be able to do pretty much everything an MMO loop typically provides in terms of progressing and gaining power for your character. But a lot of the end game loops are not there right now because they are not added quite yet. I think that's the biggest thing. $50 gets you into the current playable version and all future playable versions all the way until the game launches. And it's on sale for $42.50 for the first like 2 weeks of the December 11th to 25th period. So from that standpoint, like, I'm at just about 3,000 hours. I have the $375 pack from way back in the day. And there is a lot to do, especially if you're a part of a community that is active. Right now, it's going to look like there's nothing to do because I'm playing on a world that is about to have an apocalypse. Like, an apocalypse was just announced and I'm going around on a fucking Sunday stroll. It's naturally not gonna be that lit right now, right? So I think that's the big thing to remember right now, but there will absolutely be a lot of people leveling, a lot of things to do, and a lot of communities that are also looking for people on the 11th, mine included. We're always recruiting new players, always recruiting established players, just trying to grow the size of the community. So it is a very social-driven MMO, from everything, like, keep in mind this is a massive map. I haven't even gone to the June Dark. I haven't gone to the desert. We can run down to the desert. I'll show you guys the desert, give you a little change of scenery. I'll swim across for you. But basically, like, it is a massive map. There's a lot of playable area, and not all of the playable area is, like, up to the par of the Riverlands, which is, like, the longest existing area at this point in time. You know what I mean? So it still has a long way to go, but it does present a lot of, like, core content from an MMO where it's like, I make my character, I level my character, I progress in, you know, one or a few of the 22 different trade skills that are there. I have to level or help level one or more of the towns to actually allow there to be buildings that are placed in these empty plots in the towns. So that way the entire server has access to gathering, refining, crafting of increased levels, because not every town can have every building. Not every town can be the highest level. So there are a lot of those like social driven systems that both succeed in the highest level and fail in the hardest level with or without players. So right now in the end days of this server, it's going to look like nothing is happening, nothing's popping off, because I'm gonna be real, I spent like 3 weeks before the announcement came out just gathering and prepping just in case the server didn't die, so that way I would be able to craft myself a an armor set with the new patch. Now, unfortunately, with the announcement coming out, we've now reached a state of affairs where that gathering meant nothing, which is fine. I still got a lot of information about where to gather certain things in that loop. But at the same point, I'm also not at the point where I'm going to gather anymore and put more of that time into that progression, which is just going to go into the void. So for me, I'm like rolling around the world, showing the new players kind of like some things to expect, just visually roaming around, checking stuff out, and then answering questions. And then tomorrow the private test realm goes up, so we'll be looking at whatever changes do come in at that point tomorrow. We'll be talking about anything on the new build that people are curious about testing over there. So that's going to be a big informational day for myself included, as the PTR is probably just going to get patches whipped out for it so ungodly fast that hopefully we have a hard time keeping up, because they have a lot that they could put in to make this patch even better on the 11th. So if you have any questions, just let me know, man. But I will literally be here all the time. Just a state of exploring right now without the will to progress, knowing it'll be wiped. Yeah, absolutely. Like, I could stop and hunt all these bears. I could go grind some mobs or something. But, like, I'm just kind of roaming around looking at shit, showing off, like, what the world has to offer. I mean, popping up in a cool scenic area, chilling, and then answering questions. Exactly. And that's not necessarily the worst thing. I think there are a lot of people that would actually do this same thing, even if the servers weren't announced to be wiping. And they would just enjoy going around to different parts of the world being like, wow, what is this? And then understanding that this is like a fucking big ass heartwood tree where you can have like the heartwood trees like grow and reflect the area behind it, or not behind it, but like around it, and the health of the area around it. So like there could be settlement trees, there could be like biome trees that I've read about, and this could be something that grows and reflects in real time. We also can't run out to that at this point in time. So hopefully soon TM. But yeah, I'm just kind of like, oops. My bad, dog. So anyways, do I have another soul skipper? I do. Always keep a backup. Always have a second mount, chat. Always have a second mount.
Farm him, reaped, dead, fucking idiot.
Something about that waterfall struck. Some other goddamn waterfall. What'll level cap be on release? Level cap on release will be 50, and it will be 50 before we go into beta. So by the time the alpha ends, basically the remainder of early access is the remainder of alpha 2 phase 3, which is what we're currently in, and then it transitions to beta 1 and beta 2. By the time it goes into beta 1, Intrepid's goal is to have it near feature complete, so that way The betas are just about final coats of paint and polish, getting the game ready to launch, and not worrying about putting in a whole shitload of new content when they are getting ready to actually ship. By the way, how do people say this game looks like shit? Like, personally, this is a cool ass shot. Look, look, peep this shit. You're telling me this looks like shit? Like, what the goddamn helly? There's like a fucking giant ass tree that's... Is that corruption? Oh, wait. What the hell? Is that corruption? Anyways, 50 is gonna be the level cap on December 11th. No, we are not going into beta on December 11th. We are just continuing on the current state of development. So it'll still be 25. And then at a certain point, probably when secondaries start to come in, I would assume at that point we'd go up to like 35, you know what I mean? So there will be jumps in the progression. But on December 11th, we will still be looking at level 25 for the cap. Do you think releasing on Steam will be good or bad? Been seeing lots of people freaking out. I think it'll be good. I think people freak out about everything, man. Genuinely. The Ashes scene is very much like everything's on fire all the time. Everything's terrible. It's all cooked. We're all fucked. It's all gonna burn down. We're all gonna die. And it's very rarely an element of like everything's just fine in the place that it's in, and the things that are bad will get better, and the things that are good will get better, and some things can get worse along the way, and nothing's really that deep, you know? Bro, I swear to God, this flies back. Looks not that bad, but TNL Rayon 2 looks way better. I also run on pretty low settings. Hold on. I gotta put a fan on. I got a fucking fly that just getting stalked. Bro, it's literally just one fly that won't fucking die. I hate this shit. I hate this shit. Yo, what up, Logic? Looks so much like Arcade. Even specific areas and camps look exactly like they did in Arcade. Yeah, I mean, Steven is a huge fan of Arcade, man. It's been a lot of like a very clear calm that's a lot of his like spiritual successor type vibe, so to say, that he wants to establish. And for me, I was never an Arcade like sided player, right? I was always in other MMOs, other like subgenres and everything. So this entire like style of MMO, this entire subgenre, this entire true sandboxy nature, and a lot of these systems, these are new to me. So I'm over here and I still got like, not necessarily the rose-colored glasses, because some things are more fun than others for sure. But I do have that element of like, I haven't been, you know, partaking in a lot of these systems for the better part of the last decade or two. So on my side of things, I'm just like, I'm fully immersing myself and I'm embracing it as much as I can. I love PvP, but a lot of my PvP has been that instant, like, equitable start PvP in the past. So I'm embracing the open world side as much as I can, getting used to the ganks and the ganking and trying to learn what I can. I will typically avoid gathering, refining, crafting as much as anybody in their life humanly possibly could. Well, guess what? Now I have so many skills at Journeyman that I'm like, I can't get any more up. So, can put the quality up? Yeah, I got you. I usually have my quality turned down a little bit, so that way I am not getting fucked in PvP scenarios. But I will put my quality up to cinematic for you guys. And then I will relog in the event that you give me permission to go smoke a quick bolski. Oh! You broke my game! What the fuck? No, this is okay. This happens when you do your effects, because it has to load in a lot. Don't worry, don't worry, don't worry. Everything will be just fine. Everything will be just fine. Alright, cinematic. And then everything's good there. I will log out real quick. I'm gonna fill up my water, and then I'll be right back. Un momento. purpose of logging out was to make sure I wasn't having any frame drops or anything. Because sometimes with a longer client session, your performance can degrade over a little bit of time. So if you ever start to notice things get a little chunky, do not be afraid to hit a relog for a couple of secs. Dusty, how do I stay awake? Literally go walk around the block real quick and you will be so ungodly awake. I'm not even kidding. Throw on your jacket and then just go walk around the block. It's 33 degrees and there's snow on the ground. I don't want to. Well, sometimes you have to do things you don't want to do to succeed in this world. Hollywood taught me that. I'm cold? Well, you should probably put on a jacket or like a hoodie or something. Something along the way. What are my frames at on cinematic? God, it's so weird running on cinematic. But like, it's a pretty world. I feel like I should like go back by that same area. Cause like the desert's not the most scenic, so to say. It's not the worst, but like, is a desert. It's got some cool parts to it, but definitely not the craziest looking. Go anvils or June Dark? Yeah. We'll go on a little, what? Who the fuck? Who is this? Wait a second. It's Frank and Bob. My boy. I know that guy. What a legend. All right, we'll go on a little journey. I'll take you guys on a trip. Hiya. So, this is with cinematic settings on. Then you have Steven settings. Steven settings are basically these like super hyper omega good settings that are just like impeccably clear compared to everybody else's. But I mean, even on the shoal skipper, you can see it's not just like a flat gray texture, but instead it's got a shitload of actual like little teeny tiny hairs on it. So I've always thought like the texturing of the mounts and stuff like that were really good. Keep in mind, this is not its final form. Now we're talking, this looks super nice. Yeah, my apologies. I'm a very like PvP-ish player. So in the larger PvP scale, it's very easy to drop a lot of frames very quickly. So I typically turn settings down for that stuff. I should probably get in the habit of turning them up a little bit though, when I'm running around, just kind of like present it in a better way. But yeah, from like character model differences to like detail on armor, like the textures in this game are actually quite nice, and you can absolutely tell that things are the fur on the skipper. I know. Yeah, cinematic is genuinely fucking nuts. Now, you can also tell that my frames are a little bit lower. I'm running like 50 to 60 instead of, you know, my 144 cap that I run at with my other settings. But it is looking kind of cool. I think the textures are just really nice. I was watching from time to time here. I was expecting that this game looks like you played it with the low settings, but now I know it can look decent. It'll only look better as well. It genuinely will. And I think the balance between the two is actually a really good thing too, where it's like, even on my low settings, like knowing that it's low to medium settings, it makes sense that those are like low settings when you know the perspective of it. But yeah, some people come in and they're just like, oh, Dusty, are you running on high settings? And I'm like, no. And then it clicks for them. But this game really does have some beautiful fucking moments. And like, I feel like the skybox in a lot of areas is unfucking real, especially towards nighttime. I like the tropics a lot visually. And like the tropics at night just has this crazy reflection with all of like the super dark skybox bouncing off the water and everything, dude. It's so fucking cool. So there are definitely spots in the world right now that like you can tell what the vibe is going to be and what it's intended to look like quality wise. It's just not a lot of those areas exist yet. Is it Unreal Engine 4 or 5? It is currently Unreal Engine 5.6. So they transitioned. It was originally Unreal Engine 4, transitioned to Unreal Engine 5 back in like 2020, I want to say. And then from there, I got like the, wait. I got like the escort slightly underneath. And he's gone. He's submerged. No, you can still see the shadow under there. Wait, that's so crazy. UE5 was 2022-23? Okay, yeah, I'm bad at time. Either way, UE5 upgrade came out, and then we just recently went from Unreal Engine 5.3 to 5.6. I want to say it was a 5.3 jump to a 5.6 jump for the Phase 3 servers. Logic. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you. First showed it off and talked about it in 2021. So the work kind of like started on it in 2021, so to say. And then the deployment was 2023. Right, that makes sense. As is expected, from what I've gathered, that is more or less a very like full-ish reset on progression at that point. So that's kind of tough. This is absolutely S-tier. Yo, Suko, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Welcome in. Vibing with the Lord of the Ring music. Dude, it's just a good adventurous vibe. Honestly. I think we're up. I think Spotify's hitting today. The vibes are good. It's just like, it's some chill calm before the storm, let's explore and look at stuff type content, you know? It's not the most exhilarating, but there's also not much exhilarating to actually do right now. I wish there was, and I wish I had better news, and I wish I could say I could spur up action at the snap of a finger, but like, bro, I'd actually have to pay people to get them on the game right now. Hunter, thank you for the hydrate. Game looks amazing. Hope it's not a scam, honestly. Like, you can never really know, right? Until it's all said and done and it's launched. But as someone that came over here, Keith, no.
I'm not good at math. I'm not very smart.
Rude. Rude. But like, I came over from New World in December. And personally, ever since I came over here, I've seen so much growth and so much like commitment to the process. Any thought of, at least on my end, this game not being delivered at least in, you know, a primary form. Davidius, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Like a primary form of the vision that it was conceptualized in. Whether that attracts a lot of people or a little people, I do feel as though the game will follow through on what the conceptual vision is supposed to be. And at the very least, that alone is enough for me to say, might not be a scam, might just end up not being the thing for everyone, right? But we can never truly know, right? One way or the other. Could always be. Could always be that thing that, and I think at this point, like, scam is kind of thrown out because it's like, you buy a product, you get a product. I think the biggest thing is like, the worst thing that it could possibly be at this point is a bad MMO when it's all said and done. And I think that's at least better than a scam. Like, at least if it's a bad MMO, it made it to the point of being an MMO. So, fortunately, with the playability of the product, like, if you really wanted to hop in right now, oh my god, the frames. If you wanted to hop in right now, you could. If you want to save 50 bucks and wait till December 11th, you also can. But from that point on, you're going to play. Unless you get banned. Don't get banned, but all this good downtime. Most people don't know what it's going to be like December 11th. Oh, dude. People do not understand the difference in gameplay, yes. People will ask me on December 11th if I can go show them an area, and I will literally say I cannot stop hitting these mobs, or 7 people will be pissed off. Like, I will be not allowed to do anything other than tank for probably 100 straight hours. People do not know, dog. People do not know. Oh my god. Like, I swear to god. And that's why anytime people are like, oh, us casuals need fresh starts so we can catch up with the sweats. Bro, it ain't gonna happen like that, buddy. It ain't gonna happen like that. 50 bucks is early access and release is free. Yeah, so 50 bucks gets you in for the remainder of development. My guess is development will continue through the remainder of like 2028. Yes, I said that correctly. There's no release date yet. It's like an until it's done thing. So in that time, right? You will be able to play very, very, very much Anvil's Adventure. I'll swim up. Bro, I ain't got shit else to do. So personally, the access, huge value if you are looking to potentially get into Ashes as a, you know, a future looking thing. Just know the early access is not this like post beta super clean product that's getting ready to launch. This is early access. This is advanced early access. So This is very, very alpha right now. There are a lot of systems that are not in fully. There are a lot of systems that aren't in at all. But it will continue to get better and better. So you're buying into the entirety of the remainder of launch, whether that's 2 years, 4 years, whatever down the road, you're in for it. When the game launches, it is no box cost, no DLC cost, no pay to win, no pay to progress, no pay for convenience. And then from there, it is a $15 a month sub. So not free to play, but no box cost and no DLCs at any point in time. So that $15 a month, that'll be all you need to pay. The ongoing monetization, other than that, would be a cosmetic shop. That is in-game skins only. So if you want to look drippy, you can do that. From there, pretty straightforward. Your first month of game time is included with your pack. And then from the 11th to the 25th of December, the $50 pack is going to be 15% off, both on Steam and on the Ashes store. So that will be $42.50. So you can save like $7.50 on that through there. So decent opportunities to hop in. And the 11th, again, going to be an absolutely massive update. A lot of people, summoner coming in, a lot of good things along the way. So as it continues to progress, I don't know when the next price drop will be. The last price at the 100 USD was for a May 1st entry. So presumably not for a while, but you know, either way. Appreciate your thoughts. Yeah, of course, dude. Hit me up with literally whatever you're wondering, man. More than happy. You can go through my old VODs, man. I played New World for so fucking long. So a lot of what kind of like gets me through the up and down of Ashes development is the fact that a lot of the negatives that Ashes is going through right now is exactly what New World went through, except New World did it on launch, right? So with Ashes, a lot of people that play early are like, oh man, the questing sucks. Well, the questing has got a lot better since December, and the questing is way less sucky now than it used to be. So some people will be like, man, the questing sucks. Some people will come in knowing questing is actually really solid for your start, and then kind of like teeters off around level 12 to 15, and then 15 plus falls off a cliff. And that can be the woes of questing, but also that's something that's going to be refined in the long term as questing expands through the starting areas into the progression areas. So from that point on, you then have, oh, gear acquisition isn't the greatest. Well, if you don't know where to acquire the gear and you don't have the knowledge of that, then it's going to take a little bit more for you to figure it out. So there's definitely a mix of things. Steam reviews are going to kill this game. No, they won't. Find Ashes content right now. Most Ashes content and most Ashes, like, I guess discussion is already so negative. Whether it's Steam or whether it's Reddit or whether it's Discord or whether it's IGN or whether it's MMORPG.com, the negative sentiment is going to exist regardless, with this being a transparent development. And it is what it is, man. It is what it is. Now, there was also a part of the community that, again, we went through this with, like, New World when it went to console. There was a mix of console players are going to be really good and boost the economy, and New World going to console is going to kill the game, and it's a cash grab scam because New World's out of money. Bro, I went through the same goddamn shit, and I can tell you if there's negative sentiment about something already, negative sentiment's going to exist regardless. And negative sentiment's going to exist no matter how many platforms that thing is available on, but you will also get more positive sentiment, and you'll also get more feedback that is valid as a result of that. And I think with so many social-driven systems, especially looking at dynamic gridding, needing a player base to come online through and actually stress test and pressure that, it's a matter of like, why not get more players in? That's the big thing. Didn't New World run out of money / didn't pull enough subs with their new expansion close? No, New World didn't run out of money. No, AGS isn't worried about money. AGS has plenty of money. AGS has like 12 titles in development. Amazon Games has unlimited money. The problem with Amazon and why it got cooked was because A, it's not a sub-based game, it's a box cost game. Amazon Games is stepping out of MMOs and has been for a while because it's just not profitable enough for them in the long term, like any MMO dev. Between like their TNL involvement, between anything like that, they just haven't been really like satisfied with MMOs as a thing since like 2024. They've also been looking to replace their workforce with AI for a while. So like New World wasn't a matter of necessarily running out of money and shit. The sentiment with New World was actually at a recent high, despite the player base not reflecting that, which sentiment doesn't mean good. But with New World being in the state that it was in, it was far from a matter of like, oh my god, we're out of money. It was much more the people above New World that were the decision makers transitioned. So it wasn't making money. New World made quite a bit of money over the course of it. Now, I don't know if it was currently making money. I don't have the internals of that. But New World sold 8 million copies on launch alone and had one of the highest peaks of modern MMOs. And New World being a box cost actually means that all of your money is up front. So New World between console and Steam, keep in mind the console player base was that of the Steam player base, like 1-to-1 matched in terms of servers. So in terms of the actual player base, the amount of copies sold was actually quite high. So presumably, I don't know what their financials were. I don't think anybody knows what the financials were. But New World was actually in a spot where, like, by every indication, it was nothing related to financials, considering there was never an indicator of financials being involved. It was replacing their workforce with AI, from Christoph Hartmann's words, the CEO of Amazon, not to bring costs down, but to increase the, like, rapidity at which they put out games, because Amazon is getting out of being a first-hand developer and is transitioning to being a publisher. So that's a big thing. Like, New World is something that, while there are similarities in sentiment and cycle, I think the end result of New World was actually something that was, like, far different than what Ashes would run into. I think Ashes will have its own set of problems, but I don't necessarily think, like, the corporate overlord that has an ungodly amount of money but doesn't value the passion-driven cycle of it would actually be a thing. Because, like, Amazon and Amazon Games can actually realize a lot of losses on their bottom line before they actually need to plug pull. And this wasn't a need to plug pull, as they were actually just transitioning teams into New World as well. They were still adding to those teams. So I think New World is a bit of a look into, unfortunately, the ongoing corporate structure and the emphasis on, like, the desire for AI to speed up game dev and not really improve the quality of that game dev. But I mean, money's a valid thing. Like, money's always a valid thing. But also, like, why do you think Steam reviews are going to kill the game in any other aspect? Because again, if somebody buys the game and then reviews it negatively on Steam, then they've bought the game. That's still money secured, and they still have the game at that point, which will then mean that they are more likely to check it out later down the road. Like, because the YouTube video told them it was going to. I mean, hey, it's a valid take. I almost got nuked there, by the way. Like, I totally understand why people are weary of, like, Steam reviews and, like, the mentality. The Steam refunds are going to be crazy. The Steam refund policy covers 2 hours of gameplay. You do know they've adapted the Steam standard refund policy, right? Like, at a certain point, the refund policy is 24 hours. Not the Steam standard. Steam standard refund policy is 14 days of ownership or up to 2 hours of game time. I don't know if it's been changed yet again on the Intrepid refund page, but the Intrepid refund page has been updated. Refund policy is a big letdown. Refund policy is a very large letdown, yes. Going from a 90-day no hours limit to Steam standard is kind of rough. Kind of very, 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 very rough. Wish they could convert it. I feel like they probably have to be in line with Steam, right? I think that is where it's at. Because they literally said we're adapting the Steam standard refund policy, which Steam standard is 14 days of purchase or less than 2 hours of game time. So it's just a big selling point. Oh God, believe you me, it was one of my favorite things to be able to tell people, where you could come in and play 90 days without having to worry about your investment. Yeah, that was awesome. Believe you me, that's, in my opinion, a very large con about these changes, and possibly, like, one of the largest. Like, for better or worse, people are going to have some restrictions around their refunds, because 2 hours in Ashes is not a lot in terms of getting a full, like, you know, a full run through of what the game has to offer. So I think that's the biggest loss on it. But again, in terms of negative sentiment already exists. Negative sentiment has already existed. Negative sentiment is going to continue to exist no matter how good, bad, or indifferent Ashes is. Whether it's available on Steam, whether it's available on Epic Games, whether it's available through the Intrepid launcher, whether it's available through any other source. It's always going to be that way, man. It's not going to change. It won't. I don't think Steam is going to create any new problems. I think Steam brings in both more good and both more bad. And Intrepid has probably done a whole lot of looking into what the good and bad would be. And they've probably determined that the good outweighs the bad from their end. They're probably fully cognizant that not everybody is going to be happy with everything in the current state of it. I'm sure they'd tell you the same goddamn thing. I don't expect everybody to be happy with the current state of it. That is nowhere near what I'm trying to establish with people. What I try to tell people is some people may enjoy it the same way that I and members of my community have. Some people may not. But at the end of the day, the game was as public being on the Intrepid site as it was being on Steam. It's just Steam is a more used platform of travel to streamline the processes in the long term and put it in front of maybe more people that wouldn't normally see it. But the actual publicity was there. The actual availability of it was still there. There was no restriction around it. So I guess I just like, and maybe this is because I see a little bit more of the public sentiment directly as a content creator, albeit a small one. But like, I see people every single day between like comments on old YouTube VODs, whatever it may be, the occasional traveler that comes through and tries to duke it out in live yaps. That doesn't go well for them, but usually they try. There is always the negative criticism, the scam of creation, the, oh my god, this game looks so ugly, stupid, man, why would I want a social system, blah, 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 blah. There's always the critique. Is there fast travel in this game? Primarily, no. Primarily, no. But long term, there will be a couple very focused forms of it. So right now, no fast travel, other than like if you die and respawn at a home ember spring, which is like the respawn points. Those are these little like burb looking things throughout the map. You can respawn at one of those bad boys every so often. And then certain settlements, like one of the 4 types of towns, if they reach the highest level, will have an element to them that provides a one-way portal to what it's called like their vassal settlement or their vassal towns. So basically with the vassal network, you have right now a T4 with 2 T3s under it, and then you have each T3 has a T2. So this is your entire network, all 5 of these. When T5s come in, that's where those like one-way portals will end up coming in and allowing people to go through that portal with nothing in their materials tab, so they can't like transport stuff, only to those vassals, not back. So one-way portal to vassals only from that big settlement. If there are multiple scientific settlements, that special type at the highest tier, then there could be like some form of, you know, airshipy, automated-y travel that goes throughout. But that's also a little bit like up in the air. Vassals. So vassaling is essentially like a parent and child system, so to say, that prevents every town from being the highest tier. So within a vassal network, you essentially have a currently tier 4 town at the top that has control, so to say, of 2 tier 3 towns. These tier 3 towns are capped at tier 3 and cannot level to the same tier as that, like, that parent. Then each tier 3 has a tier 2. So tier 2s do not have building plots and cannot be governed or have a mayor elected to them. So essentially the tier 2s are stuck at tier 2, the tier 3s are stuck at tier 3, and the tier 4 is the highest current tier that we have. Now when tier 5 comes in, there would be a race to tier 5, and then the tier 5 would have tier 4s, and so the vassal network, as I call it, or that region, would get much larger. So that's basically a system that prevents every town from hitting the highest level And then through that, every town can also not have all of the crafting tables that are necessary to support everything gathering, refining, crafting wise in the evolution of those trade skills in the long term for that server. So you need multiple towns all developing certain things to accomplish the overall, like, let's make high gear efficiently for the whole server. So that's cool. Question, will XY be in the game sometime in the future? There are some things that are in now. Like, there are more things that are in now, fortunately, than there were in December when I first came in. Very happy about that. And there are much more things that are way closer to fruition. I remember when I was talking about, like, how I thought Rogue was going to be with the design. So, like, there are just a few things, man, that I'm super grateful for along the way. Because, like, shit, I was making content for Ashes when we had no servers Tuesday, Wednesday, every single week. I stayed through the phase, like, end periods where it was PTR only or absolute dead servers. And I'm doing it yet again. So, like, I'm just happy to see the prog and the growth of it over time. I recognize it's not going to be, you know, perfect right now. I could be over on Where Winds Meet farming up viewers, or I could be on New World crying and sobbing to accomplish a sub goal. But instead, I'm over here trying to accomplish a sub goal. I really enjoy it over here, man. I think even through the downtimes, it's a cool thing to be a part of. And it's, like, really rewarding to, like, see it come together and help it come together. Just a message to say I appreciate the content. The way you explain things. Was about to comment multiple times, but don't feel the need to. You have a very fair way to describe the situation. A lot of fun on this game already. Just need more time. Yo, Suko, I appreciate that, dude. I hope we talk soon. You have a beautiful night, and I appreciate you hanging out. Even hearing Where Winds Meet just makes me roll my eyes. Like, I have no doubt that Where Winds Meet can be a fun game for people that do like that type of thing. But my doubt is how heavily people were pushing it from the start as, like, this is going to be this awesome free-to-play MMO with no gacha impact on power scaling or anything like that, and all of these, you know, open world MMO systems and blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, brother, the developers are saying that it's an open world action RPG with co-op elements, which is basically Dune with more things. But everybody wanted to say MMO, 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 and I respect it, but I feel like maybe the definition of MMO has changed for me personally over the course of it. Well, what up, dude? Starting to talk about the 2-hour refund policy, which sucks, but you can get a refund if the early access project gets shut down. Oh, wait. Is that true through the Steam, like, early access program? So in the event Ashes didn't launch and the project shut down, people would actually be able to get a refund policy? Wait. Hold on, let me Google that real quick and see if I can find it. Can you get a refund on Steam Early Access if the product doesn't launch? Refund policy for early access games. Hold on. Let's see. No more refunds after 100 hours. Steam closes early access playtime loophole. Is that old Voil? Because I see... It looks like in 2024 it might have got shut down. Common refund questions. What is my refund? My refund period approved. Let's see. Bought a game right before it went on sale. If you haven't already requested a refund, blah, blah, blah. That's for games that went on sale. What can I request a refund for? Valve will, upon request, issue a refund for any title that's requested within 14 days of purchase and has been played for less than 2 hours. Even if you fall outside of the refund rules we've described, you can submit a request and we'll take a look at it. In-game purchases with any Valve-developed games are eligible for refund within 48 hours of purchase, so long as the in-game item has not been consumed, modified, or transferred. Blah, 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 blah. Doesn't say anything about early access. Policy might have been changed just a little bit ago. I'll try to look into that and see if I can find it, but I'm not seeing anything about it anymore. unfortunately. And with Intrepid, they said on their end that they would be adopting the Steam standard, which was very explicitly the, and they outlined this on their website, reflecting it as well. Hold on, let's see. Intrepid Studios refund. Hiya. Flashbang. Planet Dwarf. So, under limited circumstances, Intrepid Studio may offer refunds or credits with regard to purchases you make in connection with game assets and microtransactions, blah, 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 blah. So, the refund is requested within 14 days from the purchase of the item, or the purchased item includes game access. Less than 2 hours of playtime has been accrued. And you also can't get banned in those 2 hours. So, you can't get banned. No getting banned. So it is now, Steam has the same refund policy for early access games. Tarvo, hi. Yeah, it seems like it is the just general Steam standard refund policy. Pretty like cut and dry. Can you link the page? Yeah, hold on. Intrepid Studios. This one. Hi. Oh, I have hiccups. Ow, it hurts. Everything hurts. Everything hurts. Special requests we had to look at. Yeah. Know what you're buying. With early access, you're going to be playing a work in progress. You should consider what the game is like to play right now. Look at the screenshots and trailers to see what the game looks like in its current state. There are a lot of ways the game can change as it develops over time, so if you aren't excited to play the game in its current state, then hold off and wait until a future update or release. Part of Steam's best practices. Okay, cool. Yo, Prater, thank you for the 3-day, dude. I appreciate you. You guys all got cooked with the ads? Oh, no. What are the thoughts on the video Kira posted today on Ashes? Don't know if you happen to watch it. I did not have time to watch it. I'm assuming that's the one that Flanker was watching, though. I don't typically have a ton of time to watch a lot of YouTube content with how much I stream. Funny enough. So I was lurking in Flanker's stream a little bit before my stream. And, like, I heard that there was a video that went up today that was, like, being very, like, I don't know, weirdly parasocially, like, personal attacky towards Steven. Which has happened before. I don't know if that's the same one, but there have been a few of those lately. Flanger went through it pretty good. He said it was solid to start, but some of his takes started to slip towards the end effectively. Yeah, I'll probably check it out. Like, if PTR goes down for a little bit during the testing, because they need to push an update, I'll probably check it out during PTR downtime and stuff. When I physically have, like, nothing to put on the screen. Because, like, I'm always down to hear people's takes, right? Because I think a lot of people's takes and, like, critiques are valid. I don't necessarily know what it is. I don't know if that was one of the ones that was actually providing, like, valid critiques on things, or if it was one of the ones that was just, like, Steven, MLM, scam, blah, 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 buzzwords. So I can't really comment too much on it without knowing what it was. But if someone posted in my Discord, I'll take a look at it when there's downtime for shit. I can definitely do that at the very least. Don't see the harm of buying it if it's not polished enough for me right off the bat. At least it's available for me to pick up whenever I feel like checking it out again. Yeah, 1000%. And I think at a price of like $50, even if you don't get the sale in the first 2 weeks of it playing on Steam, like at that sale price of $50, like you keep that in your Steam library, bro. I got way more than $50 of games in my Steam library that I don't fucking play. I'm gonna be completely honest, man. I'm gonna be completely real. It's somewhat of a problem. Somewhat of a problem. But let me go back down to my settings. Oh, no. There we go. Oh, my frames are back. Oh, everything's beautiful. Everything's absolutely wonderful. I can actually play the game again. Okay, Prater, what up? Welcome back, dude. Thank you for tanking those ads. I appreciate you. Much love. Did they say why they're getting rid of the refund policy? I think it is to align, and they didn't come, like, outwardly, you know, there and say that it was necessarily because of the Steam thing, but I think it's to align with, like, the parity pricing and everything between the Steam and the Intrepid side of purchases. So that's kind of, like, what I'm piecing together. They haven't given an official, like, statement on it, whether it's, like, something that they wanted to do or not. Steven acknowledged it a little bit, but gave more of a kind of just, like, you know, it's a business, gotta gotta do business stuff sometimes answer. But I think they were probably told by Steam, like, if you want the product in our shop, it's gotta be enforced by our refund policy. But I don't know. I'm not on the Intrepid side of things to answer that, like, completely truthfully. Is it just me or Margaret didn't seem entirely enthusiastic about announcing the early access? I think it might have been because Steven leaked the announcement early because he got excited. I think it might have been because Steven got a little too slap happy. Because Steven mentioned it and we all started freaking out, and then Margaret was like, well, Steven, the announcement. So I don't think Steam can dictate a refund policy on a different platform. Right, but if they're crossing it over with Steam, then it may be something where, like, they wanted to align with that. That's why I say I can't really speak for them. I don't necessarily know what it is. I can only speak from my side of, like, the Steam standard refund policy covers the Steam side of things, and maybe they wanted to align with that. I'm not really sure on that, if I'm being honest, and I can't really give you a good answer on that. I think it's one of the largest, like, L's. Honestly, probably the largest L about this entire thing. It's like the largest con, you know, in my opinion. Especially as a content creator, just being able to sit here and be like, yeah, you have 90-day refund period with any hour limit, right? That was really solid, but Steam legally requires all games on the platform to follow Steam's refund system. Word. So you physically can't put your game on Steam if your Steam does not support the Steam standard refund policy. Now, I'm sure that there are still some cases where, like, on a case-by-case, it could be evaluated. But also, I feel as though that level of, if Steam is hosting the game and they want that refund policy to be there, then is probably going to be there. Only one's bought through Steam? Through Steam? I'll Google, hold on. Do Steam games on different launchers also have to have Steam refund policy? Let's see. Hold on. Un momento. Steam refunds. Steam refund policy amendment to games with launchers. Steam refund policy amendment to games with launchers. Just recently bought ESO to try and desperately get into an MMORPG without paying a subscription. Look up the options, and it seems to meet the requirements for a refund. So I go to double check and check my hours and see 19 hours. Then it hits me, this game has a launcher. When you launch the game in Steam, it launches a launcher to launch the game. If you leave that open in the background while you sleep, you're logging hours on Steam. Okay, wait, so that's somebody getting cooked by the 2 hours. I can't find anything about, like, external launchers and, like, if it's being allowed through that. Let's see. In cases where the game updates through a separate launcher, Steam is known to have more leeway with issuing refunds over the actual limits. I can't find anything specifically about their refund policy with that, unfortunately. GOG has a different refund policy to Steam, and they have some of the same games on them. I mean, maybe it could just be a difference in platform stuff. Again, I don't really know. But they did say they were adapting, like, just that Steam standard. Maybe it's to keep things more parodied and maybe, like, push things over to Steam for whatever reason. I don't really know what the emphasis on pushing everything to Steam would be, because Steam gets, like, what, a 30% cut of all sales? So I'm not exactly sure there. Might be tired of people joining and leaving multiple times. That could also be it. I mean, and just to be completely honest, I had an ongoing challenge with my chat where if anybody could find a refund period that was better than Intrepid Studios' 90-day refund period, I would VIP them in my chat. Like, in gaming, that is. Not like a Kohl's refund. 90 days, no hours limit, unlimited usage during that 90-day period. And, like, while it was an awesome refund policy, looking at it from that standpoint, with Steven iterating, like, some of these decisions were made with, like, the business side of things in mind, so they can provide us with a quality product and, you know, have the monetary support to do that. it does make sense that a 90-day refund period on a digital product that does not present 2,160 potential hours of gameplay with somebody still feeling fresh and fun is not in the best interest. Like, if you play something for 3 months, that is probably enough time to figure out if you want to be here or not for the future entirely. And like, from the business standpoint, it's like really good to have that refund period in place because it's such a, you know, breath of fresh air. But it is unfortunately probably very unsustainable to a certain extent, especially since they let people activate the refund period multiple times during it, sometimes where you could literally refund twice. So something Kira said that I about lost it with. It's the point where he talked about the 90-day refund policy and called it a reasonable refund policy. The 90-day refund policy was unequivocally the best refund policy in gaming. There was not a better refund policy in gaming anywhere that we could see. 90 days, no hours limit, unlimited play, unlimited accessibility the entire time the servers are up. The Steam standard is a reasonable refund policy. 14 days of owning something or 2 hours of playing it, that's reasonable for a digital product. 2,160 hours is a lot of coverage. A lot of coverage. Refund policy is a bummer, but dropping it to $40 really does make it more acceptable. More worried for how this will tarnish Ash's reputation, since normies already love to hate on the state of the game. A lot of people buy EA without looking into it, then just negative review bomb. So this is the thing though, Fly. I'd be willing to say, if somebody that was completely new to Ashes, that hadn't watched YouTube videos and hadn't heard about Ashes and just bought it because it was new MMO on Steam on the 11th, would actually probably have a lot of fun with launch day shenanigans. I'm gonna be completely real. I think the 11th is actually gonna be a really fun time for people. I think there will be a lot of groups that are finding things to do. There will be a lot of exploration for new players, a lot of quests to hopefully complete that will keep an average player busy for a good amount of time. And like, in terms of fully new players' expectations, I actually do feel like it's a decently enjoyable experience if the servers are populated in a meaningful way. Depends on the crashes and bugs. Yeah, absolutely. The actual gameplay, I think, can support some enjoyment for people. The ability to get into that gameplay is the question. How long does it take people to actually get set up and actually access the servers? How long is the time to us all getting online? You know, those simple questions along the way. A million, jillion, trillion % agree. How many players will the server be able to handle? Shit, we don't know. That's the question. The server worker infrastructure is one that continues to get better. And this is going to be our first time having dynamic gridding online. 3K like New World? Oh no, we've already far surpassed that. The confirmed peak number that we have heard on one singular server was the phase 2.5 launch, where we had one starting area in the Riverlands, and we did not have the anvils at all. And the anvils will be not only in, but in a much better spot than it was previously for phase 3. So immediately that capacity has increased pretty dramatically. We've already done over 8.1k concurrent players on one singular server with one starting area. So this will be our first launch with two hopefully pretty good starting areas. The anvils was there for the last launch, but it wasn't really that good, so not many people went. And on top of that, this is going to be our first launch with dynamic gridding. Dynamic gridding is a new technology that Intrepid is quite literally making in-house, where they will be able to take the server workers, which are like the things that run parts of the area, or like parts of the world, right? And those basically boundaries of resources will be able to reallocate themselves and call in more resources to spin up a new server worker in that area when server worker 1 is getting overwhelmed. So dynamic gridding has been active on the private test realm and functioning for the last like week or so of playtesting. And the private test realm has had some hitching and some stuttering along the way that I really hope gets fixed. But if dynamic gridding is active for the start of these servers, you could very much see like a bunch of server workers in this area. Maybe like one here, one here, one here, one out here, one out here. And if all of these server workers along the way are working properly, then it may actually be quite reasonable for people to get in and get established in the world. So that is the biggest thing. I heard they invented something with server cluster like the holy grail of MMOs to be able to handle 100k people. So I don't necessarily know like upwards of what the potential to handle is, but they essentially have a twofold approach, right? So they have the server workers themselves, which you can hit page up at any point in time on your keyboard and you can see what server worker you're on. That's a SW. So right now I'm on server worker 31. If server worker 31 is responsible for, say, like this part of the world here, and there are a bunch of people here PvPing, with dynamic gridding up, this server worker says, oh shit, splits, server worker 31, new server worker beside it. So now those resources are allocated more efficiently and less overwhelmed. So they have a twofold approach of improving the server infrastructure. They have the server workers themselves, which are like the resources dedicated to the part of the world in the first place. Those get better. Those hold more people. Therefore, the server workers can support more player base before getting overwhelmed and fucked up and needing dynamic gridding. Then, when dynamic gridding comes online, which it has been on the PTR, the private test realm, the server workers that are being improved are then brought in these little super soldiers and they can hold more people in a more condensed area, and it takes more before dynamic gridding even has to activate. So with their approach, dynamic gridding is like the holy grail of open world MMO tech, because you can now slam so many people into the world, and dynamic gridding should be able to actively follow and heat map that as your players move throughout the world. There are no loading screens anywhere. There should ideally be no hitching, stuttering, stuff like that. It is a full seamless open world. And keep in mind, in the time that I've been running, like I got on land here, chat. I got on land here, and in the time that I've been running through this area, we've gone to here. Just for perspective. Where's my map? Where's my map? In terms of the entirety of the map as it's planned before launch, I've gone from like here to here in the time that we've been talking. Kind of wild. Ooh, Tarvo take. Follow a radically different route. Usually MMORPGs intentionally decide intentionally to use sharding because it creates way less game design and technical headaches. Theoretically, they're a combination of server meshing with using server workers, which might be own server processes as far as I understand it, plus dynamic gridding should allow very high numbers of players per server. It'll still have a cap, I bet, due to concurrent systems being a pain in the neck and practical limits. Tarvo, smart lad. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. That's the big thing. If these server workers continue to improve, then they remain more stable. If dynamic gridding functions, then it's even more stable. As far as I know, Steven's still committed to 10k concurrent per server. That was his original goal for launch. 10k concurrent per server and 50k total accounts. That was his original goal for launch, but I don't know if that is still the plan. I have stuttering when entering new areas loading shaders, but I think that has to do with I didn't play the game for a long time. Yeah, that could definitely do it. Have you noticed that APOC isn't listed as a game from Intrepid if you click on their studio on Steam? Do you think that's because Apocalypse was technically like under the Ashes like banner, but was a like pre-Ashes Ashes? You know what I mean? Kind of like how New World turned into New World Eternum, and it's not necessarily like two separate titles, but just like the further iteration of it. Because I guess they could always say Shadows of Rivas for Supple. What the fuck? Because they could always just say like, this doesn't Intrepid? Hold on. Hiya. Ashes of Creation, Apocalypse, SteamDB, developer. Oh yeah. Yeah, no, Intrepid Studios still has it. Intrepid Studios Inc. SteamDB. Yeah. Problem is they're not the same idea. I mean, these say Intrepid. Yeah. 38% on Rotten Tomatoes, boys. We're up tremendous. A peak of 832, and then the open beta had 1,500. God damn. God damn. It'll really be interesting to see the Steam numbers on things. 1000%. When you go to Ashes and click on that Intrepid, you won't see they made a slop game in the bus. I don't necessarily know that that's the route of it that is intended to be a thing, but intriguing nonetheless. Let me see. What's the Ashes of Creation? There are also like 3 Ashes of Creations, which is strange. Just saying you don't see it? No, absolutely, absolutely. No, good to point out. Very intriguing. Now, it does also say there's also a publisher with the same name. There's also a developer with the same name. Weird. Yeah, I'll look into it a little bit. This is the new Ashes one. That guy's yapping. Right, but when you click on that, it shows a different, like, developer catalog. Right. So click on that Intrepid Studios, and then that doesn't have the developer catalog that shows, APOC involved. Self-publishing developers always have 2 listings. Right, so they have their developer and their publisher listing. But then they have 2 different, like, Intrepid ones. One has APOC, and then the APOC beta, and then one has regular Ashes of Creation on it. One has a period at the end. Could also just be them not syncing everything up yet. Could also be as harmless as that. That might be the differentiator. That could be a big part of it. He confirmed it again recently, I think in TGFT chat. I'll see if I can find it. TGFT chat? He be yapping over there? I always get scared when Steven yaps, bro. I always feel like I'm gonna die when he yaps. Could just be an oversight. Interesting nonetheless, though. Very interesting nonetheless. Now, you absolutely know that despite the leveler side of it just being like, oh, maybe it could be an oversight, maybe it could be something, you know damn well some people are gonna run like crazy with that. 1000%. But yeah, that is definitely intriguing. I'm not necessarily like alarmed by that, because I don't think it's a matter of like they wouldn't want somebody to see that they published something that was a combat systems test that was poorly reviewed. But maybe. I think it's uniquely a you problem. I think many things are uniquely a me problem, if I'm being honest. Maybe don't want to be associated with APOC. Shit, I'd take APOC back right now. There's a combat tab for this game for sure. Yeah. And I mean, they were very upfront about that. What are we expecting reviews to look like on Steam? Thinking Massive Bomb? I don't think they're necessarily going to be the greatest. But I also don't think the public sentiment of Ashes is the greatest right now. Like, I think if you go on YouTube, if you go on Reddit, if you go on Discord, if you go on MMORPG.com, you look up Ashes, like, most things are already negative, dog. It's not going to get much worse. Like, people already think I'm fucking crazy for streaming Ashes. People always tell me, Dusty, you would do so much better if you just went to a different MMO that has more viewers right now and farmed viewers over there. And I say, I believe in Ashes in the long term. I'm not going anywhere. So, like, my standpoint as a content creator for Ashes is like, we already deal with so much of the negativity. We already deal with so much of the doubt. We already deal with so much of the vitriol coming our way. Like, it's nothing new. It's not going to be anything new. And with, you know, interacting with it for a good amount of time at this point, there's also definitely the level of like, you also realize that there are, for every 2 people that are saying everything sucks, there are 5 people that are either enjoying it or just quietly saying, that's okay, I'll be back when it's better. And the outward vocal part of the community, while it can absolutely be something that does spark that, you know, the more outward vocal response, I don't think it necessarily represents everything that will happen in the future. I don't think it's a death sentence for Ashes. I don't think that it is the end of the world, as some people are saying it will be. I may be wrong. I'm not a game dev, and I also have mispredicted the last, like, 3 fucking fresh starts. So maybe my predicts are just terrible. But, like, it will absolutely be not the greatest public sentiment for people that hop in with rough expectations. Like, not necessarily rough expectations, but improper expectations. Like, people that hop in with rough expectations of, like, this shit's gonna suck, actually will probably be pleasantly surprised. People that hop in with expectations of this is going to be the greatest thing in the world, it's going to be a little bit of a letdown. So most positive people seem to be quiet and just not vocal and enjoy playing. The problem is negative people are super vocal. Yeah, there's a little bit of both along the way, but I also feel like in a lot of the content spread right now, people really like the era of drama tubing where there's always something to talk about and there's always some big scathing drama to react to and get people all worked up. Sodian, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. And if there's not that big element of drama to a headline or to a take, then it's not as interesting to people as something else may be. You know what I mean? So me sitting here saying, hey, everything's gonna be okay, guys. There'll be negative, there'll be positive, there'll be good systems, there'll be bad systems, there'll be systems that get improved, there'll be systems that get a little whacked up. Unfortunately, that's not gonna make me millions of dollars, man. That's not gonna be the thing that sells all of my YouTube, you know, shilled products to everybody watching the stream, and that's not gonna be the thing that gets the Asmongold react. So, somewhere along the line, we gotta realize that there are a lot of people along the way that absolutely say, I could be more neutral on this, or I could point out this thing that really isn't that big of a deal and make it a really big deal, and then try to have this super scathing, dramatic take. And teach their own. Teach their own. I've had higher blood pressure since I was a lad. I'm not really meant to get too caught up in that whole clickbait and drama ass shit, nor do I really want to. Other people can have that realm of content. I'd rather just sit here and yap and be honest, man. That's a big thing, but still think Ash's combat is bar setting, but for Steam EA, I wish they had a better new player experience in questing. I like Ash's combat a lot. I love the takes that it has. Sorry to burp. On like a tab target system. I feel like tab target is something that, I mean, shit, same thing with action combat, I'm gonna be honest. Back when I played New World, there were some people that said New World is the best combat system I've ever played. And there were also people who said action combat looks so stupid, I miss my tab target. Now I come over to tab target and some people are like, man, this is the coolest combat system ever. And then there are people that are like, Dusty, tab target sucks, go back to full action. So it's like, it's a little intriguing. Fight him up. I got you, Myko. Oh, sorry. There we go. Don't mind the base boost right now. So as a tank, we have kind of like a class builder spender system. And you have your melee and your ranged weapon equipped at all times. So you'll notice that I can like fluidly switch between the bow and the greatsword. So every weapon has unique kind of like damage range, but most importantly, it has a unique combo to it. Your last two hits of your combo are called your finisher and your extended finisher, and that's where your weapon tree ties in. So your weapon tree brings in different buffs that you can put out on like yourself and your team, different debuffs that you can put out on enemies, and different weapons have different trees that are facilitative of different things. So pretty cool variants there. As a tank as well, on the extended, on the finisher and the extended finisher, I can then get courage on those, 33 courage on each. Courage I can use to cast defensive spells or a few offensive spells as well, depending on what point in time I'm at. So decent little rotation based thing. Asmon actually seems pretty positive on Ashes, even with his chat shits, even when his chat shits on it. I mean, Asmongold said he would play Ashes offline, like off stream, a while back. And like, usually when the man who has unlimited money and time says he's gonna play something off stream, he plays something off stream, you know? He actually plays a good amount of shit off stream from how he talks about it. So I would not be shocked if he has participated at least a little bit in terms of the current Ashes scope of things. It wouldn't shock me. I don't necessarily know how sweaty he's getting with it, how much time he's putting in with it from an organic state of affairs, but I wouldn't be shocked if he's at least stayed somewhat up to date. Now, I don't think he's staying up to date on this side of things. And fortunately, we can always verify because we can do an exclamation watch time check on literally anybody. Now, he probably would have an alt Twitch, but some people just be in here watching on their mains and shit. And I guarantee that he probably has 0 hours of watch time in here, which means it'd probably be on kind of like a pirate software informant level of things. Or maybe a YouTube video. but definitely not on my end. He's reacted to a lot of YouTube videos of Ash's before, so I think he's probably much more like a YouTube informed person and then a little bit of playing than like a live Twitch informed person. Problem in New World Action Combat is how taxing it is on server CPU resources. Why most games resort to some sort of standard hitbox. Yeah, that's fair. New World also very much felt like everything was muddied a little bit. You know what I mean? I think that was a big thing. The input delay was always a very large thing. No hot chocolate? Hot chocolate after stream for Survivor. Yeah. He used to react a lot to Narc. Oh god. Gross. Oh, that's like two evils together. Fuck me. Like, an unentertaining react to an unentertaining video. Fuck me. That would almost cancel itself out into maybe some half-decent content. Yo, Seth, what up? No one who loves you and wants to associate you with Asmon. Listen. Back when Asmongold was focused on gaming and like the fun of gaming and the discussion of gaming, and not everything was instantly DEI in gaming and politics in gaming and politics in general and blah 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 blah. Man, I liked Asmongold MMO content. I liked the rants he used to go on at his chat. Back when his chat would be doing his community events where he'd funnel gear to himself and people didn't want to give him gear, he'd call them all selfish fucks and call them all greedy because he was letting them do community events with him. And that really inspired me as a content creator to be, you know, a portion of what I am today, man. It's just something where I always strive to bring a little bit of that. Just a smidge. Just enough of reminding you guys that you're a little bit below everything. I try to learn. It all makes sense now. Dude, you don't understand. One time I was just sitting there watching him do some WoW content. And, somebody didn't want to give him one of the pieces that dropped. And his chat was just like, bro, let him keep the piece of gear. And Asmon just finally goes, you selfish pieces of shit. You greedy fucks. You guys show up to these events that I put on for you, where I let you play the game with me. I literally let you get into the same runs that I'm into, play the game beside me, and you're not even willing to share a single piece of gear that you could get anywhere else. It shocks me how selfish a fucking community can be. He was going in, bro. He was spitting. And like, at that point I was like, man, I can either go like the summit route where like everyone just comes up and gives me loot out of the goodness of their heart, or I can just shame people. It's a little bit of both, you know? It depends on who's asking. Hunter, thank you for the hydrate. Dusty community events where he gets geared as fuck. Yo, honestly, maybe if I shamed people more, I wouldn't be in green and blue Rosarium. Yo, Animal. I appreciate you coming through, man. Much love, much love. I hope you have a beautiful night. As well as great content. Used to be. So, yeah, now he's all political, and I don't really like politics. I don't do IRL very much. I think there's a lot IRL that makes people sad and upset, and I think MMOs and gaming are a way for people to get away from all that dumb bullshit, regardless of who you are or what you do IRL. And so, like, I try to stay focused on that side of things. And it's been very sad to see a lot of, like, gaming content creators realize that there's more money yapping about those things that do incite rage among people. And, like, I understand that. Go get your bag. Like, do what you want to do. But I don't necessarily know if I could sleep at night knowing that I was building a community that's, like, so divisive. And so built on putting wedges between people. I don't know. I think it's really shitty to see people grow apart from each other, and it's really cool to see people with differences grow together and understand each other's sides. Yo, Rage, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. And I think that's something that's kind of like been lost over time in content, where the early days of content creation, and especially MMOs, were all about bringing people of different walks of life together in a world that was very immersive and engaging for them to be a part of. And that kind of went to the wayside when content creators realized they could make a shitload of money doing this. And if they were one of the ones that hit it big, they could genuinely make generational wealth that they never have to worry about anything else again with. And like, I understand, chase your bag, make your money, do whatever. And like some people are willing to do a lot different things for a bunch of wealth than other people are. I don't know. I've never really seen the level where people want it to be an element of just pursuing a bag by any means necessary. And I really like making content that I actually believe in and that I actually enjoy making. It's like I sit here with a smile on my face daily. I always yap about what I want to yap about. We always hang out. People come and provide their side of things. I say, yo, I see you, even if we're disagreeing on things, like it's valid. And like, it's a cool different vibe here. I would hate it if this community went down that route. And I don't necessarily know if I'd like making content nearly as much if the community did go down that route. So the last biome we ran through, chat, was the June Dark, and now we are in the tropics. The tropics is a lot of these like small islands out and about. So you got like Subafire Lighthouse, which is going to be off in the distance back this way, which we'll be able to see that in a sec. But there are a lot of these like small islands that have little pocket dungeons on them that'll have some name mobs and some variants there. And you've got a lot of different shit to look forward to. Now, once you're out in the water, you'll notice it is a force flag lawless PvP area. Other people, while you're out in the water and while you're out on any of these islands farming, can run up to you and just nuke your shit at any point. You are opting in. So, you do get some rewards along the way, increased experience for your character, as well as increased luck, which can impact your drop rates. Really nice. Some good benefits. And these will probably be some areas that are farmed very heavily early on the next phase, because once you get ahead, you tend to stay ahead, at least for that initial, like, out of the gates launch. Getting out to the lawless areas early means you can be a higher level person. So, I think this will be the first phase my level group isn't coming back. They're tired of wiping. Oh my god. Wait, that's so sad. Tell them the cat static groups will always be here, man. We'll make it fun, and we'll even have casual groups that are coming throughout if they don't want to static it out. So, that's tragic. Yeah, not having statics is a big thing. But also, I feel like with our community being as large and as active as it is with a bunch of different players, even if you kind of like miss a ball on a static or don't, you know, get in with a static immediately, we have so many waves of levelers that'll come through that help people get caught up. Check out Stillheart Cells and Anvils. Where the fuck is that? Where? What? Where? What the hell? Where are you? Oh, you're over there. All right, we're going on a field trip. This main thing we're always society. People sell out their values and themselves for greed. I mean, like, to a certain extent, as someone who never grew up with money, and as someone who quite literally has a student loan not sub goal, but dono goal up, if anybody wants to help out with that, feel free. Like, I totally understand the value if somebody offers you generational wealth to sell out, and then you sell out because it doesn't matter at that point. You don't have to worry about shit again. But like, me personally, there are certain elements of like, I guess selling out where it would be more acceptable than others. It's like, Kick reaches out and offers me a bunch of money and says, oh yeah, you can still multi-stream. Absolutely, we'll just give you money if you simultaneously put your content on our platform too. I think that's a lot less bad than like, I don't know, run a crypto shitcoin rug pull on my community revolving around the Ashes of Creation launch and then scam a bunch of people that way. Like, there are levels of selling out where it's kind of like get your bag king versus levels of selling out where it's like, how, like, do you sleep? Do you enjoy having the thoughts that you have on a daily basis? Do you not have those thoughts of conscientiousness where you're like, I may have just cooked somebody's livelihood? Maybe to some people, the humanity part of it is gone, but just want another WoW Classic or New World release where everyone just spends every hour on MMOs. So focused on those insanely fun. Oh, bro, release weeks are insanity. Trip, I'm gonna be real. Like, release weeks are nuts. Would you promote gambling content if they offered you the bag? I would gamble on stream and tell chat not to gamble. If they said that they would make sure that I got a bunch of dollars and I wouldn't, like, lose anything, I feel like if they were like, Dusty, you play slots on stream for 2 hours, right? We give you $1.2 million. I would play slots and talk about how unreliable slots are and skirt the content as much as I could to secure the bag while also telling my chat to not participate in this while I secured the bag. But I would not be comfortable telling my chat, hey, everybody go over here or I don't get paid. You know what I mean? Like, I sold out for HelloFresh and Factor 75 because that delivers meals to people's doors. They paid me if I sold boxes to people, but they also got free stuff if they use my code. So, like, there's a certain level where I value my community a lot, and, like, I can pay my bills. My Civic is paid off. I have an apartment right now. I am saving to, you know, buy a house, and that's all a realistic goal set. And I'm so grateful to be doing all of that through streaming already that it's not necessarily a level for me where it's like I need millions of dollars immediately and I'm willing to compromise everything that I wake up and enjoy right now to pursue that. If millions of dollars come my way because I'm doing something I enjoy, then fucking awesome. My parents would be so proud of me for that. I'd be so proud of me for that. But my parents are already proud of me. I'm already proud of me. My family's already proud of me. And that's what matters to me more than the money. And at the end of the day, I'm very happy that I can show up and do what I do and enjoy doing what I do, knowing that my community is not built on some of those things that may generate more income, but also might generate a whole lot more internal strife. You know what I mean? Gambling's not a sure thing, but selling out to gamble is. Yeah. Yeah, fuck yeah. I mean, what do you want me to do? Like Baccarat? You want me to play some fucking roulette? You guys want to see me play some Hold'em? Shit. How much we talking? Like, I'm gonna be real. I could do a 2-hour sponsored content stream for a game. Doesn't mean I'm gonna tell y'all to play the game. At the end of the day, I understand why some people go to the lengths that they do because they can separate like the bag making from the impact it has. But there's a level of like, hey man, I got a real opportunity for you to make a bag with this crypto rug pull. We're gonna scam a bunch of kids with cancer. Like, come on, FaZe Clan. Be better, man. Phase up. God damn. Dusty condone this. The way to get it back is to remortgage your house at a casino on Baccarat tables. Not financial advice. Yes. Yes. Yes, indubitably. Burnout happens. Just wish players would be honest when they're burnt versus being mad at the game for wipes. Oh my god, dude. I think that's the worst thing, Glow, if I'm being honest. People that play games every single day expect to PC, what is this? PC, can you confirm to me that you're a human right now? Or will you be executed? Chat! Chat! If PC doesn't respond that they're a human in 30 seconds, I need all of the 10,000 monkey buck timeouts. At least it's not a crypto rug pull. You know? That's actually valid. That's actually really valid. At least it's not a crypto rug pull. It's just somebody that's trying to probably hack my credentials. Following for 44 seconds. Have they even followed? I haven't even got the follow noti from them. Chat, somebody else that's not following, follow real quick. Because I don't think I got their follow noti. If it blocked it, then it's definitely a known bot. I'll test the waters. Ayo. Wait, no, don't add Joe Merck. No, don't. God fucking damn it. Bye, PC. Jesus fucking Christ. No, do not go fucking add that guy. God damn. That's how you guys get fucking crypto rug pulled. Look like a scam instead of a bot to me. Word. So it's like you pay me this amount of money, I stream to a bunch of fake viewers and promote you, and then you see nothing from it. Swag. Brother literally came in with that as I was just saying how I was like so comfortable too. Like, dude literally came in as we were talking about how I was comfortable streaming. Like, that's so weird to me. Like, what is the timing of the bots that can like hone in on that? Like, we're literally talking about the monetary aspect of streaming, and then a bot comes in and it's like, grow your stream. Bro, goddamn. That's fucking scary. They're evolving. Algorithm heard it in your dialect. It heard me pandering for money. Yes. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. I called Joe and all he wanted to boost my subs was my Ashes login. Wait, what the fuck? He needed all of my two-factor authentication. What? Wait, you got out of it easy, bro. You got the Big Joe bag, huh? AI's crazy. Bro, AI is crazy. Like, Sam's Club uses AI now. Because they have like the scanners that'll like basically look in your cart and see what's in your cart and then relay that to the door people, and then we'll verify if anything in your cart looks out of place, and it can like check things in your bags and shit. It's wild. It's wild. So yeah, AI is smarter than me, bro. I'm gonna be completely honest. Like, an AI content creator coming into Ashes would cook this shit out of me. I'd probably order a photo of Dusty's balls. Yeah, not even through AI. How much money are you paying? Yo, Wood. It's gonna be more than that. Thank you for 3 months, dog. I appreciate you. Much love, much love. Sold my 4090 a few weeks back when I upgraded to the 5090. The second the eBay auction closed, I got a message about sending the item to a different address and almost canceled the winner over that before I realized it was someone trying to trick me to sending them the item. Bruh, wait. What the fuck? So someone literally tried to scam you on a goddamn GPU? Oh my god. Yeah, dude, it's fucking wild out there. And you want to know what's crazy? The amount of Twitch streamers that are just like, yeah, man, I'm not growing because I don't have the exposure. And the amount of content creators, not even just Twitch streamers, but like content creators in general, that won't just say, maybe I'm not growing because my content's not engaging and entertaining, is too damn high, in my personal opinion. I think that the world would be a better place if every content creator pulled up some of their own content from time to time and said, would I watch this on my second monitor, or listen to this, or engage with this? And I feel like the last time a lot of people have done that is probably never. And I do that frequently. And you want to know what's crazy? I can run my yaps back a week after and I can still say valid ass yaps, Dusty. I can listen to my entire goddamn stream and I'd be like, what was I talking about this day? I'll pop back to any point in my stream. There'll be conversation. I'll be running around the world. I'll be PvPing. I'll be PvEing. The consistency's always there, boys. It's always there. AI isn't smarter than me. The scanners struggle with duplicate items. I had to test it. Oh no. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. It's getting better. It's getting better. Came for the Ashes stream, stayed for this dumbass. Yeah. That's all we ask, man. Now it's gonna get much more competitive in these waters as well, as there be more fish out here. There will be more streamers in very soon, chat. And we must remember on the front lines who has held it down. You must remember those that came before all of the famous clouded people that will be coming in for December 11th. And we must recognize that if you guys stop watching my stream, I have to get a 9-to-5 job. Please at least keep me tapped. Thank you, I appreciate you. Hashtag no 9-to-5. Is it December 11th yet? Not yet. But I hope soon. Like, low-key, I'm not gonna make this joke. I'm not gonna make this joke. That joke would have been really bad. That would have been a really bad one. I'm not gonna go down that route. That might have been too much. That thought almost came out. Like, that would have been rough. Thought Archie? No, it's not gonna be that bad. Resist? It wasn't even that bad. It was just discussing going into a coma until the 11th so we would actually have some content. Then I could stream and I'm just sleeping that entire time. Just like a hospital stream. It was nothing fucking serious. It was just like a little subathon where if we hit like a certain amount of subs, I would wake up from the coma all of a sudden. It's like a sub-activated coma where it's like, I'm in a hospital bed and it's like beep, beep, and then it's like sub to wake Dusty up. 1 sub equals 1 wake up. There's been a hospital streamer before. Listen, If I ever end up in the hospital, I got you guys. Now, I hope I don't end up in the hospital. Fingers crossed. I don't have health insurance. This shit sucks out here. Twitch doesn't provide it to us. But, you know, it is what it is. Can we talk about shoal skippers? They need to nerf the speed. No mountain should be faster than boats. What if you're supposed to harpoon the shoal skipper? What if you're supposed to cook it? What's the viewer count going to be on December 11th? For me or for Ashes? Because, like, overall for Ashes, it depends on who comes in. Viewer count's so hard to predict for, like, an overall directory because, like, there could be 1,000 small streamers that come in, or there could be one 10,000 viewer streamer that comes in. I would say somewhere in between 200 and 5,000. You laugh and say, haha, Dusty, what an answer. But I applied for Twitch front page for the 11th. So if I get approved for that, it will be up to 5,000, potentially more. The last time I got Twitch front page, it was like 3,000 for pretty much the entire stream. So if we get approved for that, that'll bring a lot of eyes into the directory. So that would be fucking huge, especially since we're doing like the big launch day. So the 11th is a Thursday. There's probably not going to be much going on in terms of launches on the 11th. I'm going to be doing a full stream that day. So probably depends on something like if Pirate Software raids Dusty when he signs off. Pirate Software doesn't raid people. I don't think... See, this is the thing that I like... Not that I expect large content creators to ever raid out when they end stream and stuff. But, like, the impact of large content creators raiding out to somebody at the end of their stream can genuinely be something that facilitates a streamer getting their start if it's something where the streamer is consistently thereafter. So, like... He raided one of his guildies, and his guildie had raided me once. That's cool. Yeah, I just haven't seen a lot of it from many large streamers, especially recently. I think it's great when it does happen, but I'm also somewhat of the mentality of like every stream that I end, if there's someone else in the directory, I'm raiding someone in the directory, and kind of like forwarding that along and trying to get my community out there. So like, I think it's great when that does happen, but it's also not something that I've seen like happen very, very, very frequently in the past. I've been fortunate in different directories to get raided by like larger content creators, but like it's very infrequent and it's also like never an expected thing. What is this? Wait. Is this just like a little cave? What the fuck? Why is the entrance to this place so obscured? What? The heli? What are we looking at down here, and why are there level 20s and 19s? Late game area? Question mark? Genuine question? Underrealm access? I'm not quite sure. Maybe I... fuck around and find out. Mayhaps. Do you recognize the release in 2026? Oh god, no. My guess is 2028 over anything else. I really am leaning into the latter half of 2028 as a whole. Corrupted Dunir Sure Shot. Oh wait, so this is actually like a later game POI. Okay. So they got like the disengage. We'll pull them around the corner here. What is this buff that they have? Celerity? I almost read that as celery. God damn, that covers some ground. So these guys are kind of annoying to tank, but I can tank them around an LOS like this. And then I would be able to just manipulate this space and hold that. But god damn, bro, that covers a lot of ground. So then we just come over to this side. Sorry, Emu. Hiya. I got into the perfect time for that. We're out tremendous. Your mount almost died. My mount's fine. My mount's fine. He's a strong boy. He's a self-sustenant strong one. One of a good breed. God fucking damn it. Brother! Stop with all the hipping and the hopping. I swear to God, I'm gonna stand like right here. So they have to just get over into this fucking corner. Oh my goodness gracious. Alright, so Are there named mobs in here as well? Or is this just trash mobs? Because, like, I'm gonna be real, I can probably just do this and just walk through everything. This shit go deep, huh? Oh, fuck. Okay. Oh. Oh, really now? Yay! I don't know what I just did. It's not ready. That's an in-progress POI. You're an in-progress POI. What do you mean? What's not in progress about this? There are clearly crates here. You will not be able to get out now. I'll be able to get out. I guarantee it. You just watch. You just bear witness, bucko. There's always a way out, and just when you think there's not, death approaches. Hold on. All we need is a very tight gap, and then a nice wall. And then we're fine. I'm gonna take this route, actually. Yep, this is fine. Everything's fine. I'm out. This is good. Wait. Am I perma-drowning? Do I have any heals on me? Maybe I switch these on for more max HP? Wait, no, that'll lower my max HP. Ah. Okay, wait. Wait, I'm fine. Alright, I'm alive. Boys, let's explore. Shoal skipper? Shit. I should have called in the shoal skipper before I went through. Nice view? I think so. I just gotta get myself to an area where I can maybe, like, grapple up somewhere. Or not, like, grapple up somewhere, but maybe, like, an intercept up. Definitely working as intended. I don't see a problem. I'm just an explorer. Isn't this, like, the definition of, like, spelunking or something? You're supposed to, like, get to the bottom of the caves and then get to the deeper part of the bottom of the caves? Because, like, low-key, I don't really see much of an issue with this. I'm just a man trying to explore and trying to experience joy. I'm not quite sure where I can go, though. You can swim to the anvil, start to get out without dying. How do you know this? How the fuck do you know this? Have you done this already, Hunter? Must around here with the guild. Bro got me out here thinking he's a fucking map designer. Jesus Christ. I was thinking 2027, but with the push on Steam, figured they were moving quicker than expected. Like, we don't really have indicators that they're moving quicker than expected. Now, I will say one thing that's very encouraging that I was able to confirm through Intrepid today directly is that this is accurate. They did show a job listings page during the dev stream that showed more jobs than this, but I reached out and I confirmed that this was accurate. This is accurate. The job listing showing during the dev stream, those positions have had applicants located for them and potential candidates. So they are absolutely looking at filling those positions. So everything from the principal econ designer, senior anti-cheat engineer, build engineer, software engineer, technical producer, and the principal technical artist that they had on this month's display have confirmed had applicants in those spots. It was this one. This was the new one. So principal technical artist, principal econ designer, senior anti-cheat engineer, senior build engineer, and software engineer. These positions have all had candidates potentially located for them. Things are not finalized, but I have confirmed that. So that's awesome. That's great. At the end of the day, I think that's a huge thing to know. And I am very, very, very thrilled knowing those things overall. Is there a planned date for the Underrealm? I believe they wanted to get that in like the February 30th update of next year. But no, there's not currently a planned date, unfortunately. We shall see. But Underrealm could pop in at any point too, because like the Underrealm is meant to be like a very small comparative part of the world. And not necessarily like a huge standalone biome type area. I might have fucked up. Like, I'm like deep down here. I wonder if the Kraken's here. I wonder. Now, where do you think I could get from here with enough time? I could get like under Steel Bloom and stuff, right? And maybe into like Steel Bloom sewers and see what's up. You can kind of go to the coast and try to get through the floor. Thought he said swim to the anvil start. He told me to swim to the anvil start if I didn't, or if I wanted to get out. I don't want to get out of here. This wants me to get out of it. Yeah, I'm fine here. If I do say so myself. Now, what I need to do is try to figure out how to get Sholey spawned in for some faster navigation. If I can do that, we're up. Come on. Haha! I have underwater breathing! Alright, we're so up. Wait, we're exploring infinitely, boys. Only Steven can stop me now. Alright, we're so up. Do you think there's just like an internal Slack message that's going out that's like, guys, Dusty's under the map again? Like, this isn't the first time this has happened. Chat, where should we go? You guys want to go this way and see if I can get under the assets? You should be able to live now until you find a no water place. I'm gonna see if I can get to a part of the world that's not released yet. Or if it's invis-walled under the world too. Because I might be able to get in one of the unreleased areas. Right? Maybe like force my way into like this area and see what's there. Or maybe like the Crucible under the Riverlands if I can make it. Fuck, I can't believe that actually worked. Def report it if you can. Yeah. Get right on that. Get right on that. After I'm done. I'll probably let somebody know. I'm assuming somebody's probably already let somebody know that Dusty's on the loose with a shoal skipper under the map. Cause right now, I'm inevitable. I am the one who explores. Like, I was in a big exploration vibe, and honestly, this might just be that vibe that we need. Oh my god, I'm ascending! Wait, this is so nice. Chat, we're just seeing everything on a raw level. On a beautiful level right now. This is a big ass fucking map, dog. Why can't I be over already? I swear to god, it's like larger on the underside than it is on the overside. This shit's some bullshit. Bro, it just goes on forever. Wait, what's this? That looks like a pillar over there. Wait, what are you? What's this? It posts that big gameplay on Steam. Oh, dude, I'm gonna wake up tomorrow with so many like YouTube comments that are like, "Oh, this dog shit game's going to early access, and they can't even keep you from getting under the map." Really hope that part of the anvil fixing up is them finishing that POI so it isn't broken like it currently is. I don't see a problem. If I'm being honest, I feel as though this is working as intended. I'm just trying to look for the name mob spawns in that POI. I haven't located them yet, but you never really know where they're going to be with the map of Vera being so goddamn large. But yes, Steven has said they have a micro POI team that is working specifically on Anvil's POIs, which hopefully is an encouraging sign for the future there. How crazy is it that the lawless PvP area went here, by the way, as soon as we went there? But yeah, so then they have the narrative team working on that first time user experience. So I'm hoping between the two, if they are able to take that double faceted approach, May Happington, we're able to see some POIs and some questing hubs and some stuff like that in the future come out. 2 or 3 named in there, but due to them being 3-star, you can't really solo that many of them to go to the bosses. Now, if that's added though, what's the validity of the anvils for a 1 to 20 start? Because that could literally take you to 20, 21, because those are like 18 3-stars. As long as I'm missing something, that immediately adds to the validity of the anvils. Supposedly drop deep weld emblems. Who's using deep weld shit? Because that's very intriguing. Which I'm gonna see. Ah. You brought me there to test. Mobs. Right. That makes sense. Maybe cross-reference Ash's codex and check under the new POIs. Oh, to see if I can get into any, like, sealed-off POIs? Wait, hold on. Let's peep it. Let's peep it. Hold on. I need codex tab. And then I need to see... map. And then we're looking for Anvil's POIs. I mean, so I'm right near Dwarven Barracks. Ah! Chat! They got me. I can't see. They're trying to take the lights out. Let's see. Wait. What do we have right here? Underhall Depths is like right where I'm at. I do believe. Underhall is like this area. So like right now, I'm under Underhall. Oh. What the fuck? The hell happened back there? So this should be the Underhall Depths area. And then if I bang a right down here, I should be able to go to Dwarven Barracks, which is down this way. Oh, those look like stone structures or maybe just mountains. Might just be mountains, I think. They got like the rings there, but I don't think that's anything too crazy. Let's see. Let's see. I can go peep Dwarven Barracks real quick. And then I'll be almost at the edge of the map because like we can see mountains and shit over here. Yo, low key. We might be up. This is the edge of the map. I think I'm gonna be able to go under the edge of the map. Oh no. Chat, are we cooked? I'm gonna get in trouble. Wait, what is this over here? Is that like a different type of rock? What if we find some assets that we're like not supposed to find right now? I'm kind of scared on this, guys. I'm kind of terrified. Much better starting, especially if there's another 1 or 2 POIs to let people spread out. Yeah, I feel like the Anvil starting route can actually be fast as shit if you get that down and get it min-maxed. Especially if they add more quests to like the Hammer Rest bonfire areas. You figure out a path that you're trying to hit along that route, bro. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god, you can be up so tremendous so quickly. You can be so far ahead of the curve, especially since it's a linear start. If you get ahead and other people get behind, oh my god. It's insane. Kind of want to level Anvils just to switch it up and have less congestion. Riverland's going to be insane. The Riverlands is going to be fucked if you have any people that get stuck in queues. Yup. But the Riverlands should, by all means and measures, still probably be in a superior spot, if I had to guess. Maybe unplayable. Maybe, unless you get super far ahead in the Riverlands, and then you're out, you know, so far ahead that you're not gonna matter. Beta access and new Steam users, plus Pirates, plus Supple and Puller. Pirates doesn't have any people left. Like, Pirates isn't a large factor anymore. Pirate software still is like a person and a streamer, but like, they don't have anybody left to actually like play the game with. So I'm not too beat up about that. Like, they're gonna come over as like a content creator sided thing, I think. Interesting thing is gonna be the new people might not know, which is gonna be 50-50. No, that is very true. It was crazy last time. This time might be 3 to 5 times worse. No, I absolutely feel that. I absolutely do feel that. Like, there is absolutely a level of like, we might be cooked. Wait, do I see the moon? What is that? What am I actively looking at over here? Boys, we're almost to the edge of the map. We're almost free. We're so close. We're so close. There's 3K people in the actual Pirates Discord, so there could be plenty of people playing with them if it goes down A. There are over 1,000 people in the Cats Discord. We're not gonna have 1,000 concurrent players, I can tell you that much. Like, Discords are very meh. Danger of Steam users trying to roughly split 50-50 between the Riverlands and the Anvils without knowing that the Riverlands is more complete. I mean, the Anvils is still gonna get a excuse me, still gonna get a playability pass prior to that, but like, there is absolutely the element where, like you said, Steam users will probably not know as much about what the starts are, like what's optimal, what's not, who's going where, who's doing who. So I 1000% see that side of it. I think there will be a lot more of that congestion evenly spread throughout. But it all depends on like what the general sentiment around, like, do you want to start in the Anvils? Do you want to start in the Riverlands? Because this phase, we had a lot of people that actually did take a chance and start in the Anvils, only to literally remake their character or spend a couple hours running all the way to the Riverlands to try to like atone for their sins, you know? So from that side of things, I'm also like, it's been water around the map this whole time. I mean, everything's technically an island. I'm just underneath all the islands right now. If you dive deep enough, you should theoretically be able to discern that everything is an island somewhere along the line. Everything's just floating. Maybe floating on lava, maybe floating on water, we don't really know, but everything's floating. What I'm really curious about is what's gonna happen when I hit this mountain range. Cause like, I'm about to break free. This is actually my, like, my moment of fame. I feel like performance might be better without all this hidden water. Is it water? I guess it's water. That makes sense, because I am drowning in it. You're inside the Matrix? I am the Matrix. Yes. Yes. I am the one who gets under maps. I'm cooked right now if Intrepid gets mad about this, but hopefully they don't get mad about it. Hold on, I gotta distract Intrepid from the fact that I'm exploiting. One sec. Hold on. Nothing going on here, just enchanting with an excavation kit. Nothing crazy, just excavation kit enchanting here. Nothing to see, officer. Just me showing my chat that you can enchant stuff with excavation kits instead of enchanting scrolls. Don't worry about it. +3 mining pick here for you. Anyways, officer. Yeah, so that enchanting stuff, huh? Crazy bug. Oh. All right. We're diving deeper. Wait, can I move forward if I dive deeper? No, I don't think I can. All right, we're going this way. I think the invis wall might extend below the ground. We might be down horrendous, chat. We might be very, very, very far down. Yeah, no, that's an invis wall to my left for sure. I might be stuck. Is this the way to run crates safely now? I mean, low-key, high-key. Get a crate, jump through that, mount up, and then run them all the way through to the Riverlands, and then find a hole in the Riverlands to pop out of. If you can find a place to get out, then yeah, you're kind of up. Let me see if I can find a place to clip out over on this side. If I can find somewhere wacky to clip out of the world like a fucking zombie, I need to try to find ground assets, and then I need to try to find like an intersection between the rocks where I can potentially like fling myself up, but we'll see. Like maybe here is promising. It's just a matter if the ground is gonna be like a hard ceiling above my head or not. That's the big what if. Fuck, man. I was hoping I'd be able to see some assets out that way, but we can't. And for that reason, I am very sad. I am very sad. Perhaps in a lake? Every body of water is just a transport vessel. It's all just a fucking wormhole. Wait, that might just be crazy enough to work. We just gotta find the other bodies of water along the way. Fuck me. Alright. Something tells me the ceiling, or the like floor is gonna be a hard ceiling over my head. I don't think I'll be able to clip through this if I can wager a guess. Bro, I'm so happy I got the shoal skipper to actually spawn in. All right, let's see. Yeah, no, I'm cooked here. I'm not clipping through this shit. Oh. Am I? Come on, baby. Get through there. Oh, I made it. All right, so is this the crate tech? That might be the crate tech. Unironically, that might be the craziest way to run crates in human history now. Because you can just get down, call in your shoal skipper on the rocks once you're down, get your crate, and then run it all the way through, and then you just have to jump and clip. Imagine trying to do that without the water breathing mount. Well, so there's a layer above the water. Like, you're not under the water the entire time. The water is like this distance, so you're floating here, and then you have the ground in most instances in the anvils. Is that Halcyon Pass that has the PvP? So, like, if you can swim under that, it's GG. I mean, I just swam over and came up on, like, this side of it. So you can absolutely just zoop, and then you can just go through here. And then just take this route. Yeah, 1000% doable. You would just have to find a spot to clip under, and then force yourself under. But, like, you clip under, force yourself under, and then pop your head back out at a different point. I'm gonna try swimming. Yeah, I mean, fuck it, send it, see how far you can get. What's the worst thing that's gonna happen? Just make sure you enchant something with a fucking X kit on the way. Shit, that's the biggest thing. Make sure you distract them from the fact that you're exploiting with a different exploit. Because if you're not, you're gonna get caught. We don't want anybody getting caught. We can't have anybody getting caught right now. Getting caught is the worst thing. We gotta keep it low key. We gotta keep it under wraps. It'll continue to do so. Yes, completely incognito. Boys, we have PTR again tomorrow. What are our predictions on what the PTR testing is gonna bring? Do we see first time user experience? How do you get on your shoal skipper underwater? You need to find rocks like these and then try to climb up on the rocks and then call your shoal skipper in like down under the rocks a little bit. Belly of the beast, carve the skeleton. What is this? Wait, what? What am I supposed to do here? I haven't seen this before. Digested mass. I have not done this world event before. What do we get here? I shall slay all of the skeletons. I'm assuming it's probably just gonna be like XP, but you know, we can check it out regardless. I don't have much else going on. Because most general world events are, at this point in time, going to very simply be put as XP rewards. But it seems like I'm getting a quest reward too with the digested mass that's coming through here. Kind of intriguing. Kind of very intriguing. Decent amount of clams. What's that, churn of the whalebones? I don't know, it's like... Is it corruption? I don't know if it's corruption or if it's like a washed up thing on the fucking shore. Like, I think it's probably corruption, but who knows? Steven Sharif in the chat, that's funny. Is he? Cause like I can take him through a few things. I could show him some stuff. It's probably not the worst thing he's seen me do. Probably not the worst. Listen, it's all for educational purposes over here. I need more skeletons! Where are all my skelly spawns? He actually is in the chat list. Well, the good news is all of this is sorted now. Do you think, genuinely, do you think there was an internal Slack message that went out that was like, hey, Dusty's under the map again? It's all for science? It is all for science. What are these? Piece of candy. Oh. Wait, I just rinse a bunch of shit and then I get like sea debris? Okay, hold on. Wait, I must polish all of this. This is my quest inventory or where are we at? Okay. Splintered broken bits. So this is all just like a turn-in somewhere? What the actual fuck is this world event? And why are my skeleton respawn so slow? Now I'm, like, intrigued. Why are there things going into my inventory from this event with a 20-hour timer? Like, vaguely intrigued. Morbidly, at the very least. As long as it doesn't latch into my character when I go there eventually. Dude, it looks like it would. It looks parasitic. I don't know. Well, but I like that it has a small story, kind of. I mean, the world event system is supposed to be something that gets incredibly deep over time, like with the full story arcs coming in, with different world events coming in with more functionalities. There are even world events that are supposed to be like multi-step world events that'll have increasing difficulty and increased rewards, or, you know, less difficulty and fewer rewards based on the performance in that world event. So instead of just showing up and it being like, oh shit, like, we're gonna do this and just get by it. I'm actually kind of excited for world events to be something that could become a part of somebody's, you know, core gameplay loop. Maybe if it is to the point where a world event someday has a really solid drop table out of the final drops, like upon completion at a certain tier, maybe we see some validity in people chasing that. Can I get more than 8 fucking skeletons at this spawn? For the love of all that is holy. My goodness gracious. My goodness gracious. Don't ping the sheriff and bother him. He's probably in a fucking meeting right now. He's probably AFK as hell. There have been many times where I've been Thanos snapped by the man himself. Honestly, many times. I'm never safe. Dusty, Carla, what? What? Excited to get back on the PTR server? I'm pumped to get back on the PTR server. Fuck you mean? I'm more excited to not be able to show my screen. I know that's saying something, huh? It's the last 2 days to buy Dave the Diver plushies. Right. Should I spend $80 on them? Maybe not. Maybe not. Just show it. It's not like anyone's in here from a trumpet. That's fine. It's not a big deal. I guarantee I could get away with it. Listen, somebody else was sharing like PTR gameplay the other day, so like, what do you buy one for me for my birthday? I would have to run that through chat. The majority shareholders would have to be contacted. Ha ha ho ho. Ho ho ha ha. I'll discuss it with the men upstairs. All right. 19 kills. We're so close. We're so very close. Extract useful resources for the Nakua. What is this extraction part of it? I have resources will travel. Extract useful resources. Maybe I just like purify this last one. I don't have any more to purify. I've got all that. It's where the boxes and barrels are. Where the fuck are the boxes and barrels? The fuck do you mean the boxes and barrels? Oh, over here? Like off to the side? There's an Akua there. Oh my god, he's... Oh no, I thought he was floating, but he didn't render in right. Oh wait. Oh, he hitting that shit. Oh my god, wait. He's aura farming. Jesus Christ. A local native waves you over. Okay. Okay. Ah! Jesus fucking... Ah! Oh my god, it's too late for that. Scared the shit out of me. Jesus fucking Christ, I'm just trying to help. Okay. Wait. That's a quarter? Oh my fucking god. Alright, so what does this actually do if I complete it? Now I'm curious. Now I'm very curious. Gosh, freaking dang it. I thought we were actually up tremendous. Local natives to a Tolnar? I mean... The Tolnar... Do they have a home? Can we realistically say that the Tolnar have a home and are welcome literally anywhere? Or should the Tolnar just be buried forever in the underrealm that they spawned in? Did you make the content creator program? I don't think they're inviting people yet, to my knowledge. It's also Sunday, so I don't think I would have like heard since then. I think they're starting to invite people like later next week or something, if I remember correctly. Also, hello? Question mark. Hi. What up, Master Chief? Hope you're having a beautiful day, dude. Reddit's their home? Nah, like Reddit isn't even the home of the Tolnar because the Tolnar had a bunch of orgies. Redditors don't fuck. That is how I know that Reddit is not the home. The entire lore of the Tolnar is that after the apocalypse happened and everybody like came back outside, the Tolnar just stayed underground and kept fucking the entire time, and now they have an entire race to themselves that's just all like Alabama'd out. It's literally the roll tide of the Vera community, and I will not let people forget that. I don't typically have many terribly off takes, and I feel as though the Tolnar is furry and scaly bait. And there's gonna be like a square rectangle situation of like, not every Tolnar is a furry or scaly, but every furry or scaly is absolutely gonna roll Tolnar, so you'll have to be cautious, you know? You'll have to definitely exercise caution. Because, you know, 1 minute you got a leveling partner and the next you're getting walked on a leash by a man in a fursuit. It's a wild world out there and it's happened to the best of us. Speaking from experience. You don't want to go that route. Can I get some spawns, please? I need these skeleton spawns turned up. Very much. Locked on what? Listen, when sponsorship opportunities present themselves, you're probably going to accept sponsorship opportunities if they're lucrative enough. Don't judge a man getting a bag. I stand on that business. You do the same goddamn thing. What the hell do you mean walked on what? Rather be walked on a leash than have to make my own decisions. At least I know where we're going. Please. Alright, this will get me up to at least like half, right? Where I'm out here soloing fucking world events. How hard is it to make meatloaf? Quite possibly one of the easiest things to make in the world. You take meat and you put it in a loaf and then any seasonings that you want. And you kind of put it in your meat mash. And then you call that good. That's like the meatloaf 101. Meat, loaf it, bake it, ballin'. Or smoke it if you really wanna, if you have a smoker. But if a couple from Alabama gets married, moves to Texas and then gets a divorce, are they still brother and sister? Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. 1000%. You ever got the breadcrumbs? Well, that's where the seasonings come in. I consider breadcrumbs to be a seasoning in this house. Yes. Let's see, I want to buy this. What's about it? What's my first time chatter? Yo, first time chatter. I'm so sorry. So sorry. What do you want to buy? The Dave the Diver plushies? Cause like 80 clams is a lot of clams. Like that's a lot of chili. That's like, you know how much meatloaf you could make with an $80 investment in meatloaf industries? Carla, that's many meatloaves. That's probably some like artisan meatloaf at that point. But I can't just buy one. Why? He needs to have his friend. I'm gonna start saying that every time I go to the dispensary, and I'm gonna see if you agree with me. Bongy's alone out there. Mr. Bongington, Dr. Bong Rapinski needs a friend. Just look at him. He's getting ripped to shreds out there by himself. He needs backup. Are you gonna monetize through physical items? Probably my body. I feel like it's one of the best assets that I have, yes. Yes. That'll be a pretty limited monetization run, of course, but like supply and demand is a big determinant factor in success of those sponsored streamer runs. And I feel like too many people are like, buy my merch. And like, here I am over here like, buy me. You know, just the whole Dusty. It's like, why the bath water when you can make your own broth from the ingredients, right? You can put the whole me in a pot. You get unlimited bath water with the right investment. Mr. Bong always needs Mr. Benjamin. That is fair. Although Penny Hardaway always gets absolutely annihilated very early on because of the convenience. Fuck! I'm so close. I'm so close. I swear to God, if this world event ends and then it's just like, thank you, kind soul, and then he scams me of all this shit, I'm gonna come back here with a summoner, and I'm gonna kill this NPC on PTR. Summoners can kill NPCs on the PTR. I am going to come back here. I'm gonna wait for this world event to pop, and I'm going to murder this man for kindly sitting here and asking for resources, because clearly he's got like a fucked up arm and shit. So like, I'm not about to make him come out here and do this all himself, but I do also feel like I should get a hefty reward. This is a good time investment. This is a good event. So a lot of pumping associated with this. I've been fighting skeletons now for fucking ages. Hiya. Never mind. Okay. Is 2 more enough? I need to wait for like 1 more respawn of the bones around this little like corrupted tumor thingy. Went from having aura to having a fucked up arm. Well, so like, he be skating around like he's on Heelys, and that's the aura farm because Heelys are aura as fuck. But he also has like the grab my strong hand posture. So it's kind of like a mixture of both, right? Where he's aura farming from a certain angle, and then he turns and it's like, oh, are you okay, sir? And that's not really aura. If people are worried about you, that's not aura. Aura is when people know that you're set no matter what. DJ Khaled jumping off of a yacht into the fucking ocean looking like a majestic waning moon, that is aura. But DJ Khaled, you know, potentially drowning is not aura. If he was struggling out there, that would not have been aura. This man looks like he might be struggling out here. Let's see, I'll die if I don't get these 2 plushies. A funeral might be cheaper than those 2 plushies. Genuinely, May. I don't know what the going rate on, like, is it a Labichi? No, it's not a Labubi. It's not a Labubi. It's like Dave the Diver limited plushies because she likes Dave the Diver and a lot of other indies, and also has an obsession with plushies. So like, I'll buy all the plushies and lock them away. As you should, as you should. I feel like that's a competition we need in the market. I will VIP somebody that sets up a bot to ruin my girlfriend's hopes of getting one of these plushies. Please and thank you. Just absolutely dash her dreams. Let her know that they're all getting bought up immediately and that they will be gone before everything even opens up. But like, look at this aura. So it's like it's aura from a certain angle, and then he's all fucked up from a different angle. Like his forearm looks like it's been shattered 17 times with how crooked that thing is when he turns back. His wrist on his right side clearly just absolutely locked down. It's absolutely tragic. But he got that shit on though. Like he drippy. Swag, that's what I'm saying, bro. He's swagging, he's surfing. Complete the harvest. Oh yes? What am I harvesting? Wait. Oh shit. Okay. So I now have a geode on me. Word. This will be intriguing. Those were geodes? Apparently? I'm not quite sure. Just want you to know that's how much you know. No, I noticed. I just figured it would sort itself out over time. No, I'm here. I know what's going on. I'm just fully aware. You know, hooligans will be hooligans. You can only control so much. I figured it would sort itself out type thing. Well, the rest of it's gone. So I think that's the idea. Yeah, that seems like it. And then we're supposed to clear the harvest, or like complete the harvest after this. Oh yeah, because as the health bar goes down, it's scaling down the remainder. Leon! Oh, 70, dude, thank you for the 10 months. Much love. I appreciate that very, very, very much. Yeah, the health bar's scaling down with this, so. Hear that the US Mint stopped making pennies? Isn't it like more to produce a penny than it's actually worth? Claim your reward. Does it? Bro, I feel like I should have got like a cool mount or something for that. Maybe like, I don't know, a couple legendary items. Spoils. Riches. Fame. Does it? I mean, I got a chest from this guy. Maybe this'll have a sick mount in it. Hiya. No. Although, I did make a little bit of money off of that event. That was cool. What are the servers going to go down for the wipe for early access? The live servers will be down very frequently for the remainder of like this time leading up to the early access period with it. So basically what we're looking at, I can pull up the article one more time real quick, and then I'm gonna get myself some food and then get ready for PTR tomorrow. So servers are gonna go down here, I would assume in like 2 hours, and then we transition over to the private test realm. That's going to take place from the 17th to the 25th. From the 26th to December 1st, we'll be back on the live servers, and on December 1st, there's a community event. You'll be able to get to max level, you'll be able to get mounts, gear, and there will be a GM-led corruption event. Those are usually pretty fun. They just spawn in a bunch of mobs and talk a lot of shit to us. I try to kill the GMs, and it doesn't typically go my way. I will get those rat bastards, though. They will not stop me. I have learned that I can grapple them out of the sky. I will find a way. I will claim a GM soon. Soon. When the time is right. I'll catch the sandaled one slipping. I swear to God, I'll fucking do it. He won't expect it. He clicks abilities. I know you know I'm coming for you. So, after the December 1st event, that's the last day of Shoal and Lotharia. December 2nd to December 10th, we're back on the PTR with final testing for the Harbinger update, which is that big 0.18 update. And then from there, it goes up on the 11th with the full servers. So, notice how no one hashtagged for you. Jesus Christ, Carla. So basically, like, no game for 10 days, but PTR testing. Yo, Luffy, what up, my boy? Thank you for 3 months.
Excited for negative Steam reviews.
I mean, bro, more of what we already got don't really bother me, if I'm being honest. Boys, we got a late night hype train about to take off, depart from the station. If anybody has a primer, a T1, T2, T3, random gifties, random 100 biddies laying around, that gets us another hype train that you guys get emotes from. You do PTR just talking? Oh, I play PTR all the time. Yeah, I'm more excited for PTR testing, because with PTR, I go test the PTR. I yap about what I'm doing on the PTR. I just can't show the visuals on the PTR, and they won't let me break the visual NDA. So I run a VOD to cover the visuals, and then I yap about everything that I'm doing over there. I even draw beautiful pictures. So that's their old jobs listings. This is my rendition of one of the Harbingers. And, like, it really wasn't that bad, I feel like. When you do consider, like, this is the actual Harbinger. This is my drawing. Like, all things considered, it's actually not the fucking worst. If I'm being completely real, it is genuinely not the fucking worst that you guys have ever seen. I'm just fucking throwing that out there. Nin, wait, Emu brought up the Lububu movie. Yes, we're up tremendous. We're up tremendous. The Lububu movie goes crazy. But yeah, so I'll basically be yapping about what we're doing. There are a lot of big balance changes that are coming in. First time user experience changes that are coming in. That will dictate changes to our progression route. Anvil's buffs. I mean, just, bro, you name it. Fucking myriad of changes. And with the new set of gearing that's coming in too, with HP scaling being more prevalent from gear and base stats being less of a scaler for your character, we may see an emphasis on, instead of like, oh, these stats will progress as I level, we say, oh shit, we gotta stop and we gotta craft our, you know, our novice gear. We gotta craft our apprentice gear, if that's available, or we gotta get lucky with drops. Few things along the way will absolutely change and be dictated more by what we find in the next few weeks of playtesting. It could very well be a completely different state of affairs based on what we had P3. And between progression differences, between time to kill differences, between everything else, man, I have no doubt in my mind that we're going to see some wackiness and we're going to have a lot to learn. Even in the routes that we've done so far, like the Riverlands route is still good. It's tried and true. But part of me, I made it to Steel Bloom. Wait, here has Steel Bloom right now? No, what can you find under Steel Bloom? Oh, Jesus Christ. I didn't know you went that far. I shouldn't have clipped up above the ground. Okay. So, Emu is currently underneath Steel Bloom. Seeing if he can find anything over there. We're checking the crate route right now. So, Emu is swimming on a shoal skipper. We jumped into the map underneath, in the anvils in a POI that's not ready yet. And then we've been exploring under the fucking map. Figured out that we can clip above the map. And now, Emu, have you found something? I see you circling a little bit. Now we're trying to figure out like what we can get into for shit. And Emu, as of right now, is investigating all of Steel Bloom very thoroughly. I believe that every non-critical and standalone system will be backburnered for the next year and possibly until after release. I don't think they're gonna like go to that route. I don't know. They always could. I don't know. I don't have the internal sources. But despite the early access tag being thrown on things, I don't feel as though their expectation for a completed product or their development cadence has changed. Again, I don't have internals. I don't know. But I don't think this is a sign that the intended quality of the completed product will be declining in any way. I don't see this as them communicating in any way, shape, or form. Beta will be here sooner. Launch will be here sooner. I actually see the opposite, where Steven, despite this, is like, hey, it's an early access tag, but we are still in the normal part of content that we would be in right now. This is still Alpha 2 Phase 3. When this is in a near feature complete state, we'll still move to Beta 1, then we'll move to Beta 2, and then we'll launch. Things can change. I totally get that, and I don't think from my standpoint I'll ever definitively know what's in man's head. Like, none of us ever will. But from what we've been able to gather, so far I have no indicator that, you know, the intended quality or the intended slate of what's to be released has changed. I've always said they could get away with releasing way less and saying it's all going to be expansion shit, but early access alpha phase 3, I mean, what's so like, Luffy, my genuine question is like, what's the difference between people being able to hear about it and watch it on stream for free and then being able to buy it either on Steam or on the Intrepid store versus just buying it on the Intrepid store? Like, I don't really think much has changed. This was still going to be a wipe with this update. There was still going to be a new server that came out, like, or like a new state of affairs. Like, I don't really foresee a world where this wasn't going to happen with how fucked development had already got this state of, you know, the Phase 3 server 2. I was a huge anti-wipe advocate, but even then, I recognize that it's a very tough state of affairs to save, and they very well may have been better off just scrapping it and saying we can get a better data set from, like, this cleaner start. So, exposure is the difference in toxic players on Steam. If you're worried about toxic players on Steam, bro, you gotta look at the toxic players that we already have here. And I'm gonna be real, I wouldn't even necessarily say toxic players. I think it's toxic people that aren't actively playing. I think most people that are playing actively and have been for an extended period can at least articulate, like, I don't like these systems, and this is why I don't like these systems. But, yo, I expect, thank you for the follow, I appreciate you. I feel as though a lot of the outwardly volatile feedback, and I don't want to say feedback, the volatile takes, where it's just like, Ashes is a scam, it's never coming out, everything's gonna be dog shit if it ever does come out, like, they're out of money, Steven's scamming, like, anytime those takes come out and somebody comes in there like, Dusty, Ashes is a scam, I'm like, please, new person in chat, first time chatter, educate me, daily content creator, around this game where I can quite literally play the game all day, every day, how I'm being scammed. Scam, no. Money running try, maybe. Maybe, but also we don't have the internals to know. I think from a business standpoint, it's very reasonable, and again, to assume, because that's all we can do, that making an MMO is incredibly expensive. And while Steven has a shitload of money is not infinite money. And there's a certain level where it becomes, we are atrophying money at a rate that's like not sustainable. We are hemorrhaging coins. And if development is to keep growing and keep escalating, and the ambitions are to be there for Intrepid to transition into something that has long-term potential, then I think that staying power would indeed come from the business side of things being, at the forefront. At the end of the day, development studios and live service environment do need money. You know what I mean? And I think that money will always be a need, but I also don't necessarily think that them being cognizant of like, we're running a business here, more money is good money, is equivalent to them being out of money. I don't think that's the big thing. You know what I mean? Daddy's money running out. I mean, shit. We used 110 milli so far. Well, not so far. He said his estimates out of his own pocket were $110 million over the course of Ashes, which I've done the math on like how many subs that would actively take for me to just make in, we'll say, a month, right? Bro, that's a lot. I would absolutely nuke Kai Cenat's sub record with that much money. Oh my god, we'd destroy it. That is an unfathomable amount of money to me. And the fact that we have Czech media, I found something. The fact that the project has been able to grow to the state that it's in under that, like, you know, that fairy tale of this is going to be that solo believer funded thing, there is that absolute forefront of like business first. Then he also claimed it was funded to release. Yeah, he's mentioned that multiple times. And again, this is all internal stuff that we don't really know. This could be something that they are, hold on, I gotta find this. That they are making as like a long-term decision where it's more of a, hey, we want to be aware of like the long-term costs versus what they're able to bring in. Maybe they're prepping for future expansions of the studio that they didn't think they'd be at, considering this is the first time in like my life as an Ashes tester that I have ever seen them at the capacity of hiring that they're at. Where it is confirmed through Intrepid, by the way. Just these jobs. The website is up to date. The graphic that was shown in the dev stream was not up to date. This is the most up to date. I'll refresh it right now. This is the first time in human history I've seen them not looking for a lot of jobs. This could very well be a point where, like, as much as people may say money's running dry, this could also be a massive element of we're finally reaching cruising altitude, but we've decided we want to take it further than cruising altitude. Therefore, long-term, more things have to be accounted for. I don't know. I don't run a business. I mean, I guess someone could say, yeah, you do, Dusty. No, I don't. I panhandle, and I just happen to be good at panhandling and relatively handsome. Thank you. Like, I'm not a businessman. I'm not a mogul. I'm not out here just crunching millions of dollars worth of numbers a day. I'm not paying salaries for 250 plus developers that are based out of a California studio, because I couldn't afford to do that shit, nor do I have the knowledge base to do that. What I do have the knowledge base to do is sit here and test systems in the game and provide feedback on those systems. And what I don't have the knowledge base for is speculative everything, right? That just is out of my range. And I feel like some people just yap about things that are out of their range. Poisonally. Wait, what did you find? Check media. Where's media? Media, guild media? Hold on. Hold on. Oh, wolf underneath is crazy. What the fuck? Wait, that's actually huge. I love that shit. I love that shit. The wolf underneath is wonderful. Optimistically, Steven might just want more players. Yeah. I mean, it's natural to expect as well, because keep in mind the systems that we're testing right now. Does the game have PvP yet? Yeah, game has PvP. Game has lots and lots and lots of PvP. Yes. Now, with that being said, a lot of the systems are driven by like player-to-player interactions and whatnot. So you may not necessarily be able to immediately queue into arenas and stuff like that. And since PvP doesn't exist, battlegrounds, arenas, shit like that. Arenas are slated to come in some way, shape, or form later on. But, as of right now, no instance content. So you have Force Flag lawless PvP areas. You have rotating battleground areas. You have the open world flagging system. You have guild versus guild wars, where my guild can declare war on your guild, and then we can fight each other in the open world. Same thing for settlements, where citizens of the two settlements can fight each other. I made it to the surface again. Where are you? Where the fuck? Oh, what the fuck? Oh, God. Yeah, so you surfaced north of Winstead and you could absolutely crate from the anvils to Winstead underground. That's like, what are we eating tonight so I can get it started? Ooh, bacon. No, we probably have leftovers, don't we? Do we have leftovers? We have that chicken. I was gonna say like little chicken bacon Sammys on croissants. And then I can do some like potatoes. And then just fry those shits up. And then we'll be vibing. Healthy, nutritious, delicious. Your pad thai? Oh, fuck yeah, I should definitely eat my pad thai. But that's also not going to be enough to satisfy a large man like myself. I will need to pillage food. And I'm also low on ice cream. This might be an emergency situation. I won't lie, we might need to go like rob a homeless man. I can eat some spaghetti. Oh, there's more spaghetti too. Yeah, no, that's valid. Yeah, we'll scavenge. We'll find something. Worst case scenario, we can go like break into a pizza place or something. We'll figure it out. We'll absolutely figure it out. But I think when we think about the systems that are looking to be tested as well, outside of the Harbinger system, outside of, you know, the immediate things, right? We look on the backend server infrastructure, and constant stress testing of server infrastructure is how server infrastructure constantly improves. And if they can get enough people in to stress the current server workers and actually make dynamic gridding necessary, that's gonna be huge. Find a way to fry chicken in the oven. Yummy, crispy, and healthy. Yeah, you just like coat it and then you just bake it, right? Are you just discovering baked chicken? Master Chief, tell me you're not just discovering like panko crumbing some chicken and then baking it. Ain't no singular shot. Like, surely a little bit of oil in the pan. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, hey. Sometimes people learn things later in life. Wolfie, what up, dude? Do you know what time PTR is opening? Let me check. I can see if they posted in the PTR channel. Usually it's 1 p.m. EST. Taken offline. PTR will return on November 17th. Usually it's 1 p.m. EST. Usually. Don't quote me on that, because if I'm wrong, I might be wrong. But their goal is typically 1 p.m. EST, 10 a.m. EST. Just so it's up right before I start my stream, so I don't have to worry about anything. It's a beautiful symbiotic relationship we have over here. Like a 1/4 inch of oil. What do you mean a 1/4 inch of oil in the fucking oven is healthier? You don't need a 1/4 inch of oil? Oh my fucking god. Oh my goodness heckin' gracious, Master Chief. Juicy, so tasty. I bet that shit's got enough oil for the fucking United States to invade it. What do you mean, dog? That's crazy. Joking. I hope for your arteries. You're joking. Like, bro, just panko bread some chicky. And then, like... And then go crazy. Has anyone showed Master Chief the power of brining chicken 1 hour before cooking chicken yet? The thing about brining is if you're trying to like rotisserie it, bake it, like get a crispy outside skin and it's a skin on chicken, you need to be very careful to actually pat dry your chicken after the brine, or it's not going to get the best crisp. I made that mistake the last time I brined a chicken. I did like a whole chicken brine, and I just, for whatever reason, I left some of the brine on the skin, and it got a little bit like, not... Like, it was still crispy, but it was more of that, like, pull-apart skin than it was, like, the skin. You know what I mean? So, like, to each their own, but I don't know. I kind of like that, like, crispy crunch to it, so to say. Arteries deeper in oil than we were underwater. Shit, bro. That, honestly, made me want to go take some oil and ghee shots. I brine 1 hour ahead, then I rinse. Oh, you rinse your brine off? Entirely? Interesting. See, I still like some of that nice briny flavor, but... Summoner? Summoner soon, King. If you have... Do you have access? I forget. Because you have access already, you can playtest a summoner tomorrow on the private test realm. PTR is going to be back up. If you don't have access, summoner on December 11th. And access goes down to $50 on December 11th. So, summoner soon. Summoner soon. Summoner's on PTR right now, big dog. It's time. Also, chat, do you guys like my mouse skin? I got this because I reported a bug. Now I have big spooky dog. He has bellyache. We don't know why. You rinse brine and pat dry. I keep the brine and then pat dry. Either way. Had access for like a year and a half or something. I don't know if you're refunded. Yeah, okay. So I would recommend under your game launcher, log out. Make sure you haven't logged in yet. Switch your environments drop-down tab from Alpha 2 to the private test realm. Agree to the visual NDA tomorrow, and then once the PTR goes up, you'll be able to make your summoner. I don't know yet if they plan to have boost NPCs up tomorrow or not, but tomorrow you'll be able to make your summoner. Very worst case scenario, you'll be able to just progress normally. Best case scenario, they'll have boost NPCs up so you can boost to level 25, get all squared away there, hopefully. But you can test Renkai, you can test Summoner, you can test Sport Fishing, new TTK, new gearing, new questing. Hopefully they'll have some of the first time user experience changes in there tomorrow. Thoughts and prayers. We'll see though. We've been getting very rapid content deployments over on the PTR. So it'll be interesting to see what we're looking at with the pacing, especially since they've had it down for 2 days. So we'll see. Almost there. Dude, it's so close. Less than 1 month for deployment and fully playable on PTR now. So that's the good part about it. It's not like you're in a state of just constantly, wondering when. You've got the when. It is here. Now, the when could always change. It could always get shoved a little bit. But the when is very, 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 very encouraging to at least know that it exists. Summoner's going to be the bomb. Summoner is going to be the control class of dreams. Yes. Summoner will be the control class of dreams. I think it will be very good, at least from my current testing and what I've interacted with, at essentially saying, fuck you, you don't get to play the game where you want to and the way that you want to. It's not going to secure all of the kills of the world itself. It's not going to do the craziest damage. But what Summoner will do is drop silences, drop choke point controlling abilities, kind of like tempo and pace fights a good bit. And from there, will absolutely have an outward impact on things. For instance, Summoner right now can drop a 15-second silence combo on whoever they choose. And I, as a tank, have been cooked by that multiple times in PTR combat testing. So it is tough sometimes, but the Summoner is really, really, really good at controlling that ebb and flow of the fight. And again, just full levels of fuck you, you don't get to play the game. So that's kind of cool unless you're playing against it. Boys.
Cat with abs is absolutely S tier.
Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. If you guys are new to the channel, please make sure you drop the follow. If you're over on the YouTube side, make sure you drop the sub so you do not miss any Ashes content. I will be recording a YouTube video tomorrow morning, working on some of that, hopefully getting out by midweek for you guys, breaking down the goods, the bads, the indifference about Ashes, and what you can expect hopping in for early access. So, if you guys are interested in daily live streams, I am all Ashes all the time, full-time Ashes content creator. I have streamed 871 days in a row now. I am quite literally always here. Birdsky, thank you for the follow as well, much love. So, all the follows, all the Twitch primes, all the support truly means everything. It is the reason why I am able to stay here streaming full time and bringing this beautiful content to you guys as much as humanly possible. So I do just want to say thank you so much for actually being here on a daily basis. Thank you for taking time out of your day to show up. Genuinely means the world that you guys just come hang out, listen to me yap, watch me play this game that's not even out here yet. So, kind of a cool thing to think about. But y'all, I'm gonna go get some food. I'm gonna go chill out. I'm gonna vibe for a wee bit. And I will be back 2 p.m. EST. Honestly, maybe a little earlier, depending on when they have PTRs up. And we'll be testing on the PTR. We'll be seeing what's what. I'll be feeding you all the info that I can and hopefully not getting my shit Thanos snapped. So I can't wait. Boys, I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. I'll catch you guys tomorrow for another banger. Peace.